A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Goldbergs, brought to you every weekday at this time by the makers of high-test Oxidol. Tell me, do these gray, wintry days ever get you down? Especially gray, wintry wash days when your washes turn out gray-looking, too. When, try as you will, you just can't seem to turn out a really sparkling white wash. Well, don't let these gray wash days get you down. And don't let gray, dingy washes worry you. Instead, see your dealer and look for the big displays featuring winter whiteness and Oxidol at real economy prices. Let Oxidol lick those gray, dingy washes for you once and for all. For believe me, Oxidol's the soap that can do it. Oxidol can turn out such dazzling white washes for you, you'll think it's the middle of June. Yes, and I mean right now, even though you do have to hang your clothes in the basement every week without a speck of sun to bleach them. You see, Oxidol is made to get clothes white. Sun or no sun, its white washing powers are built right into it. And no soap at any price, anywhere, can wash clothes whiter than Oxidol. Oxidol washes noticeably whiter than 15 other popular soaps we tested it against. Winter or summer, indoors or out, gray days or bright days, that's true. And without making you sneeze your head off either. No clouds of soap dust with Oxidol, you know. No, ma'am. Nothing like that to gag you and give you sneezing fits. So lick this whole problem of gray, dingy washes that get you down so. Visit your Oxidol dealer and look for the banners and posters and counter cards featuring winter whiteness and Oxidol. Yes, winter whiteness and Oxidol at real economy prices to see you through the winter with washes white as snow. And now, the Goldbergs. Sammy Goldberg is gone. He's left his home, his town, his family, and his ambition to be a writer. And he's on his way to South Carolina and Sylvia Allison, the girl he's in love with. When he learned that the job on the newspaper wasn't immediately available, Sammy left home, and he left quietly without saying goodbye to his family, except to leave a note of explanation. Of course, in a sense, this is not a surprise to his family, because they knew he planned to go south if he couldn't get the newspaper job. But it was a shock, a blow, and a disappointment to Molly, Jake, and Rosie to know that he was really gone. Rosie has cried a lot, and Molly, too, has cried a little. And, well, let's listen.
Jake, darling, where are you going? So where you go without a muffler, Jake, darling. Jake, I will go down. I'll go to the village of the... Jake, be careful. Don't slip on the ice, darling. Where did Papa go?
To send the money order to Sammy. Altogether dependent on Sylvia and her father. Your brother don't have to be. Mama, darling. Oh, please. Please. Get me Mr. Elwood on the phone. What's the use of talking to Mr. Elwood on the phone, Ma? What good will that do? He explained everything in his letter, Ma. There wasn't any opening on the paper. He'd have to wait, and there was no telling how long. It wasn't so easy for Sammy to do what he did, Ma. He loves Sylvia, and we can't do anything about it, so, Mama, darling, please. Oh, dear, please. Please, please. Let me sit. Just let me sit. Let me sit quietly. It'll take me a little time. I have to get used to what happens. I can't dance or sing yet, Rosalie. Not yet. Give me till tomorrow. Please give me till tomorrow so I can say hurrah and I can say hooray.
Lay down, Putty. Lay down.
Seymour?
Yes, me.
Sit down, Seymour.
You don't have to go out of your way to be hospitable in a time like this, Mrs. Goldberg. I know what you're going through. Everybody in the whole village feels for you. But, Mrs. Goldberg, now is when you have to be a philosopher.
This isn't what my mother wanted for Sammy. It isn't the way she dreamed it would be.
All right. Since when do dreams come true for anybody? How can a dream come true when a dream is what you want the world to be? And the world is only what it is. A dream is a made-up world, and the real one is the one God gave us. So you should know, Mrs. Goldberg. You should understand that a dream is a luxury. I'm younger than you, and I know that you can't exist on luxuries.
Where are you going, Ma? Upstairs a minute.
Did I hurt her feelings?
You know how she feels.
Of course I know how she feels. Don't I know how my mother would feel if I left home, especially under these circumstances? If your mother liked Sylvia, if South Carolina wasn't so far away, maybe they would eventually be able to patch together their differences. Is your father taking it as bad as your mother? Huh?
What'd you say, Seymour?
Nothing. It wasn't important. I guess words are futile at a time like this. So I think I better go. If there's anything I can do, don't hesitate. Just command me.
Thanks, Seymour.
Don't thank me. It's my pleasure to be able to help you out of any difficulty that may occur.
You're very good, Seymour.
A person can only be good to certain people, Miss Goldberg. To my mother and to you and to your family, I can be good.
Ma?
Well, I guess I'll be going. Be brave, Mrs. Goldberg. Take care of your mother, Rosie.
I will, Seymour.
Goodbye. I wish I could express how terrible I feel.
Someday, Ma, maybe we'll look back on this and wonder why we were so foolish. This is a little adventure for Sammy, Ma, and it'll do him good. He's certainly not going to marry Sylvia right away, and when he gets down there, maybe everything will look different to him. You said that yourself, Ma. The frame has a lot to do with the picture. And I'm sure that a person as sensitive as Sammy will, too, Ma, in time. And I'm sure that he'll come running back home. You wait and see, Ma. Get me long distance, Rosie. Gonna call? Yeah. Well, Sammy isn't there yet, Ma. I know. Then I want to talk to Sylvia's father. Get me Mr. Allison. Be careful, Ma. Wait and consider first. What are you going to say? I know what to say. Well, don't tell him that you disapprove, Ma. Don't tell him that Sammy left without telling us. Mama, darling, her main thing is Sammy. Get me the phone. Sammy's the only one that counts. If you're just calling because you have to relieve your feelings some way, Ma, don't call. You mustn't say anything that'll make Sammy feel he can't come home without being embarrassed. Mama, darling, please. Be careful, Ma. I said, Ma. Get me the number. Mama, darling, please. Get me all the time. Don't call.
Don't you hear the phone?
Yes, I do. Well, that's what I'm doing. Hello?
Sylvia?
Yes?
This is Mrs. Goldberg speaking.
Oh, well, I got a wire from Sammy, and he'll be here in South Carolina tomorrow.
Yes, I know. Sylvia, I would like to talk to your father, please.
Just a minute. Dad!
Yes?
Take the phone.
Can't I be out of the store for 5 minutes without getting a call?
It's long distance, Dad.
Sammy Goldberg calling? I thought he was on the train. The extravagance of using telephone calls when a penny postcard does as well will have to be stopped.
It's Mrs. Goldberg, Dad. She's terribly worried.
Oh, she's worried. What is she worried about? How does she know I approve of her son? Gimme. Hello?
Hello?
Is that you, Mrs. Goldberg?
Yes. This is Mrs. Goldberg speaking.
Yes?
Well,
Don't worry about Sammy, Mrs. Goldberg. Here with us, he'll be treated like a son.
A little different than the way she treated me.
Mr. Allison, I just want to say that...
Why are you crying, Mrs. Goldberg? Why the tears? For what reason? I want to do for your boy what you didn't do, Mrs. Goldberg. My home here will be his home. My family, his family.
Her home wasn't my home.
Mr. Allison, when Sammy arrives tomorrow, tell him, please, that they're sending him some money.
He won't need any money, Mrs. Goldberg. Sammy will be earning his own money from the day he arrives. I tried to explain in my letter that I was going to introduce him to every detail of my business. I live for my children, Mrs. Goldberg.
Mr. Mr. Allison, family was never away from home.
Then this is the best thing for him. A man must stand on his own feet, Mrs. Goldberg, and I'm the man to put him there.
Mr. Allison, family's a very sensitive boy.
Sensitive?
He means it out his right.
He'll get over his sensitivity. When he works hard, he won't have the time to think of writing.
But Mr. Allison...
Now, please, Mrs. Goldberg, it's no compliment to me and my daughter to have you on the end of this phone crying. Did you want your son to be a writer and starve in an attic all his life? Or is it better for him to come here with all the opportunities I have to offer him? So why the tears? On the contrary, there should be rejoicing in your house today. You should thank your lucky stars that it's your son's good fortune that my daughter fell in love with him. And I'm taking my daughter's word for it that he's the kind of a boy that I will approve of. Although I'm not so sure of that yet either. So dry your tears and stop your crying. You're crying for yourself and not for your son, Mrs. Goldberg. All I can say is he's in the best of all possible hands when he's with us. Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, my dear daughter, I think you should thank your lucky stars that you are 1,000 miles away from your future mother-in-law.
What did I tell you?
So this is a little of the new environment in which Sammy is coming. Mr. Allison is rather a realist. Sammy is, of course, as we've seen, a romanticist. What will happen between them? Well, be sure to listen tomorrow. You know, we haven't gotten over campaigning yet. And believe me, we won't ever stop campaigning for winter white. For the dazzling, sparkling, snowy whitewashes you should be getting, even though it is winter. Even though you do have to dry your clothes in a dark basement or attic. Because Oxidol's prepared to fight for winter whiteness to the hilt. So when you go to your dealers to get Oxidol, be sure and notice all the banners and posters and counter cards featuring Oxidol's winter whiteness campaign. And you can't help noticing those economy prices on Oxidol, too. Yes, if you want to lick those dull gray washes, get Oxidol. Because Oxidol's made to get clothes white as snow. Winter or no winter. Sun or no sun. Whether you dry your clothes inside or out. And incidentally, without clouds of soap dust to make you sneeze, as Oxidol users know. Every package of Oxidol, every ounce and pound is especially processed to prevent sneezy soap dust. So remember to look for the big displays of winter whiteness and Oxidol, and buy Oxidol, now especially at economy prices. Dazzling white washes all the rest of the winter. And be sure to listen again tomorrow. Molly suddenly realizes, in all its significance, that Sammy is gone. This living story of those lovable Goldbergs is written for you by Gertrude Berg and brought to you by the makers of the new high-test Oxidol. And this is Don Hancock saying goodbye until tomorrow.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from Marchfield, California, and brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Wings of America, written by Lieutenant Jesse C. Hicks of the Marchfield Post. Wings of America, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as our program today is coming to you from Marchfield, California, it is with great pleasure that I bring you that eminent authority on aviation, Flying Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Flap, flap. I'm flying, boys. And, Don, that was really a lovely introduction. I mean, calling me an eminent authority on aviation. How'd you ever find out about that, Don?
Why, don't you remember, Jack? Just before the broadcast, you told me to introduce you that way.
Oh, yes. But that's the truth, Don. It isn't commonly known, but years ago, I was the first person to ever think of the airplane. Only it so happens that a couple of other fellows perfected it before I did. The Smith brothers, Orville and Wilbur. They beat me to it.
Pardon me, Jack, but you must mean the Wright brothers.
The who? Oh, yes, the Wright brothers. The Smith brothers perfected the cough drop before I did. Everybody has the jump on me, you know.
Well, that's very interesting. But tell me, Jack, whatever gave you the idea for a flying machine?
For the airplane? Well, I was sitting on a fence one day when a flock of pigeons flew over my head, and a thought struck me. Anyway, I said, if those things can fly, so can Benny. So I made a pair of big canvas wings, tied them onto my bicycle, and rode right off the roof of my father's barn.
And what happened?
I lit on my head, and I've been a comedian ever since. For a few years, I was quite silly, and then I became sophisticated. But that's what an inventor has to go through. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, that's some hand you got there, Mary. The boys here seem to know you.
Why not? I met most of them at the plantation last night.
Oh, at the plantation. Oh, yes, that's that nightclub over at Riverside. How'd you happen to be there?
Well, I had a date with the cutest soldier. And you know, Jack, he was the most bashful fellow I ever met.
What do you mean, bashful?
He said as soon as there was a blackout, he was going to kiss me.
Well, Mary, as I look out over this sea of faces, I would say that you've got the only non-wolf in the outfit. No kidding.
You mean I can do better tonight?
Definitely. And speaking of the plantation, Mary, I think I'll go down there some night and play my violin for the boys.
That'll empty the place faster than an all-out alert.
I don't know about that.
Hey, Mary, you should have been here earlier. Jack was telling me how he almost invented the airplane years ago.
Oh, he's full of baloney.
I am, eh? Well, then let me ask you something, sister. Why is it that when I was a kid in Waukegan, everybody called me Flying Jack?
Flying Jack?
Yes.
That's because you used to shoe flies for a blacksmith.
I did nothing of the kind.
I wish I had a nickel for every horse that kicked you in the face.
Oh, yeah? Well, you'd have about 35 cents, Smarty. That's all. And incidentally, those kicks didn't hurt my career as a comedian either. You know, it's amazing how close I... Well, look who's here, if it isn't Piano Teeth.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, here I am, fellas. Make Harris happy.
Say, Phil, why is it every time we broadcast from a new place, you always make your entrance by asking for applause? Why don't you let the audience decide whether they want to give you a hand or not?
I tried that once, Jackson, and there was a lull. It was a Lulu.
Oh.
Anyway, look, Jackson, I didn't ask for applause. I just said make Harris happy. They could have thrown money at me or anything. I don't care. And another thing, what's the idea of calling me Piano Teeth? Are you jealous because my ivories are real?
Let me tell you something, Phil. Your teeth may be the McCoy, but that smile of yours must work from a button somewhere. I mean, that can't be on the level.
A button? You mean what I lead the band with?
That's a baton. You're a fine musician.
Say, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Well, sure. What poem?
The one I wrote about Marchfield.
Mary, we can do without those Livingston epics tonight. Give these boys a break.
Oh, let her read it, Jack. Mary's poems are always so clever.
She can't do it now, Don. Phil's orchestra has to play a number. Although I wish we had a better choice. I really do.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Are you trying to be facetious?
What? I beg your pardon?
I said, are you trying to be facetious? What's the matter? Didn't I pronounce it right?
I don't know what to say now. Phil, I can't understand. Where did you ever get a hold of a word like facetious?
Well, I got one of them Webster's under the bridge dictionary.
Under the bridge? Phil, nobody could make that mistake but you and my writers. That word is unabridged. Anyway, Phil, let's have your band number. This is war, and we can take it. So go ahead.
Oh, all right, Jackson. But look, I meant to tell you, the boys got here so late that we didn't have a chance to rehearse.
Oh.
You think it'll make any difference?
Are you kidding? Go ahead, Phil. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the officers and men of Marchfield, I'd like to present you with this lovely 100-pound bomb.
A bomb? Well, thanks, but gee whiz, isn't it liable to go off?
Yes, I'll see you around.
Get a load of his head, fellas. What a runway it would make. Play, Phil. Played by Phil Harris and his... Hey, Phil, you can tell your bass fiddle player to stop. The number's over.
Oh, yeah. Stop beating it out, Fletcher. I knew we should have rehearsed.
Thanks, Phil. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris.
I got a good mind to fire that guy.
What for? He made a little mistake, that's all. He probably started late, so he finished late. Say.
Well, he ain't going to get paid overtime.
All right, forget it. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris.
That burns me up, and it's a blot on my record as a great conductor.
Phil, forget it, will you?
Forget it. Would Leopold forget it? Would Stokowski forget it?
That's Leopold Stokowski. He's one man. My goodness.
Well, holy smoke, how can one man lead such a big orchestra?
He works on a bicycle and shut up. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris. Oh, the heck with it.
Say, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Mary, never mind the poem. Doris and Edie are listening in. Tear it up, will you?
You let me read it, or I'll tell all these boys that you still owe $8 on your toupee.
Now, just a minute, young lady. In the first place, I don't wear a toupee. In the second place, it's paid for.
Then take the tag off.
That's not a price tag. That little ticket says this side up. I can go along with a gag. Sister.
And I can go along with a gag, too. My dear ladies, why don't you tell your husband to put on his toupee and go down to your neighborhood grocer for a package of Jell-O? It is not only easy to make, but economical as well. So you will find that it is not hard to pay for.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And remember, folks, Jell-O has that new locked-in flavor. The flavor doesn't go away.
I know. You put it in and it's there to pay. I know. Don, you're a whiz. I give you an inch, you make a commercial out of it.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Take a bow, okay? Well, where have you been, kid? What delayed you?
Oh, I've been having lots of fun. You know, Mr. Benny, I walked all around the field.
You did?
Yeah, I was in the hangars and up in the buildings and inside the planes and all over the place.
Well.
Do you think I'll ever get my camera back?
I doubt it. Don't you know, Dennis, you're not supposed to take pictures at any military encampment.
Who was taking pictures? The camera wasn't loaded.
Well, then what's the idea of carrying an empty camera around?
My lunch was in it.
Oh.
The United States government owes me 1 hard-boiled egg and 2 ham sandwiches.
All right. I'll take it up with the colonel. I'm having lunch with him tomorrow.
A lot of good that'll do me. I'm going to be shot at sunrise.
You're not going to be shot at all. I never saw anyone with such an imagination.
Don't pay any attention to him, kid. He's just being facetious.
Will you forget about that word? Say, Dennis, when you go to get... Dennis, when you go to get shot in the morning, take Phil with you. Please.
I'd love to, but I don't know if I can bring a friend.
Well, try. That's all I ask. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I salute you, old Marshfield, and I really think you're swell.
Mary, I warned you.
Well, I want to read my poem.
Then start it right. What's the title of it?
The title?
Yes.
Not January Field, not February Field, but March Field.
The trouble with that title, Mary, is it tips off the fact that the poem is going to be putrid. But go ahead with it. I'm going out for a glass of water.
Come back here, you coward.
Okay, let's get it over with. Go ahead, Mary.
I salute you, old Marshfield, and I really think you're swell. If the Japs, they get too close, you will blast them all to pieces.
Nice rhyming.
You want me to rhyme it?
No. Continue.
I think the boys here are so cute. Private, Major, Colonel Luce. I love to dance with all the soldiers. They don't keep time, but how they hold you.
Well, of course, I wouldn't know. Proceed.
Here you are near the town of Censored, in the state of I ain't talking. And your hangers full of, don't ask me, because I'm not squawking.
Well, what's that for? Why all the mystery?
Military secrets, Daddy. Wake up.
Oh, yes. Continue.
Your boys get leave to go to town to have some fun and clown around. They jump in their cars and fill up with gas. But what can you do on a 6-hour pass?
Very good. You ought to stop, Mary, after that big laugh. How about doing your song now, Dennis?
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not through yet.
Oh.
Last verse coming up.
Go ahead.
Before I close this lovely poem, I have a word for those at home. Now get this, folks, and keep on trying, because the bonds you buying will keep them flying. The end.
Oh, that's very good. Say, that was all right, Mary. You had a nice finish. That poem turned out better than I thought it would. Well, okay, Dennis, what's your song going to be?
I'm going to sing We Did It Before and We Can Do It Again, assisted by the Marchfield Sextet.
The Marchfield Sextet? Dennis, there are 8 soldiers in back of you.
2 of them are guarding me till I get shot.
Oh. Well, I guess a guy that carries a hard-boiled egg and a camera has it coming to him. Go ahead, sing, Ken. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of St. Peter, I want to welcome you to the Pearly Gate.
Pearly Gate?
Didn't that bomb go off yet?
Get out of here! I wish that character would stop following me all over the country.
On brave old Army Gate, on brave old Army Gate, keep them
December 7th, 1941, our land of freedom was defied. December 8th, 1941, Uncle Sam replied. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We've got a heck of a job to do, but you can bet that we'll see it through. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We're one for all and we're all for one. They'll get a licking before we're done. Millions of voices are ringing, ringing, ringing. march along. We did it before, and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We'll knock them over, and then we'll get the dying back of them. We did it before, we'll do it again. We did it before, and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We know we're right, and we also know that gangsterism has got to grow. We did it before, and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We're one for all, and we're all for one. They'll get a licking before we're done. We're going to show them in Tokyo we Yanks are out to win. We did it before, we'll do it
That was We Did It Before from Eddie Cantor's Broadway show Banjo Eye, sung by Dennis Day and the Marchfield Octet. And very good, fellas. Say, Dennis, where did you meet these 8 soldiers?
Well, I've got a girl in Riverside, and last night I took her to the plantation.
So?
What happened to my girl, fellas?
Well, that's rich. So these boys took your girl away. Hey, Dennis, is she pretty?
No, she's a mess.
Every girl you go out with is a mess. Why don't you go out with a pretty girl once in a while?
Well, if I can't hang on to a cluck, what chance have I got with a good-looking gal?
Well, that makes sense, I guess. But personally, I can't keep company with a girl unless she's really gorgeous.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I have yet to see you out with a dame that didn't sag somewhere.
Is that so? I've been out with some pretty hot-looking babies, haven't I, Phil?
Lay off, Jackson. I'm a married man.
Well, for Pete's sake, you can talk about pretty girls, can't you?
Nope, no talking and no looking.
No looking? Not even on a windy day?
On windy days, I'm not allowed out of the house.
Well, that may be okay with you, but I'd like to see the woman that could dominate me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mary, stop looking at me that way. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise for you. As our guest tonight, we have one of the boys stationed here at Marchfield, the biggest soldier in the United States Army, a fellow who makes Don Wilson look like a midget, Staff Sergeant August Stackwell. Step right up, Sergeant. Wow, what a physique. You ought to see him, folks. He looks like Boulder Dam in a khaki uniform. Really. Tell me, Sergeant, how much do you weigh?
407 pounds, not counting lunch.
Oh, 407 pounds. Well, Sarge, I want you to meet a fellow we used to think was pretty hefty until you came along. Don Wilson, our announcer.
How do you do, Sergeant? Hi, Skinny.
You didn't know you were going to get those kind of laughs, did you? Now, look, if you don't mind, Sarge, I'd like to ask you a few questions. To begin with...
If a little woman hadn't put me on a diet, I'd make this guy look like a toothpick.
Don, please, don't be so jealous. Now, Sergeant, I'm sure our listeners would like to know something about your history. To begin with...
If I hadn't cut out potatoes, I could look like Boulder Dam, too.
Don, stop mumbling. Now, Sergeant Stackwell, you say you weigh 407, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I see. And how much did you weigh when you were born?
150 pounds.
That's 15 pounds, Sergeant. 15. Now, he looks like Wilson and he reads like Phil Harris. Now, of course, Sergeant, being so large, must present certain problems. For instance, you don't sleep on a regular Army cot, do you?
No, I use the king size.
Good. That's all right. Now, Sergeant...
I'll bump stomachs with him any day.
Wilson, calm down. My goodness. Well, Sergeant, I want to thank you for coming up here and saying hello.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. No hard feelings, Don.
No, not at all.
That's how I feel about it. So long, Slack.
That's Stackwell is an awfully nice fella. And, Don, I don't know what's the matter with you today. Andy Devine is much fatter than you are, and you've never been jealous of him.
Oh, he wears pads under his clothes. Get wise, will you?
Andy Devine wears pads? I can't believe it.
Say, Jackson, did you hear Andy on Fred Allen's program last Wednesday? The guy was terrific.
No, I missed Allen's program last week, and I'm just sick about it. Of course, not as sick as if I'd listened in. How was the show?
It was darn good, and Andy sure spilled the beans about you.
What do you mean?
Well, Andy said you never let the actors get together on your program because you're afraid they'll organize and strike for back salary.
That's the silliest remark I ever heard. What did Allen say?
He seemed to think it was quite facetious.
I know, facetious. Shut up. And before we go any further, I'd like to clear this thing right now. If there's anybody in this cast that I owe back salary to, I wish he'd raise his hand. Come on. There, you see? Nobody raised their hand.
I got mine up, Mr. Benny.
Okay, Dennis, but come right back. I'm tired of these rumors that Allen started about me.
But, Mr. Benny...
Never mind. Put your arm down or I'll yank it down. Now, let me tell you something about Allen. I remember once in Toledo... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I got bad news for you, boss. You'll have to take the Greyhound back to town.
Why?
Well, here's what happened. I filled up the gas tank this morning and started out from Beverly Hills like you told me to.
Am I Maxwell? Huh?
It was a beautiful day. The sun peeping over the snow-capped mountains gave one the feeling that all was serene.
Rochester, forget the mountains. What happened to my car?
Well, I was driving through Ontario when a big truck ahead of me full of oranges suddenly stopped.
And what happened?
Marmalade.
Rochester, I see no excuse for you smashing into a truck. What do you think the emergency brake is for?
It ain't for stopping. We found that out.
Well, tell me about the car. Is it damaged much?
No, it worked out fine. The fenders are straight now.
Well, good.
But the right front tire's gone boom for the last time.
Oh, well, I guess there's nothing else to do but go out and buy a new tire.
I beg your pardon?
I said go out and buy a new tire.
A new tire?
Yes.
Just a second, I'll put Superman on the phone.
Oh, that's right. It is pretty hard to get tires now. I'll tell you what. Use the spare.
We ain't got no spare.
What do you mean?
I cut it up last week when you needed rubber heels for your brown shoes.
Oh, yes, darn it. Well, look, Rochester, I'll ride back to town with Mr. Harris and the boys in their bus. Meanwhile, you stay with the Maxwells.
You mean for the duration?
You can have that tire fixed. Now, hang up. This is long distance.
Okay. Oh, say, boss, looks like you owe me $10 on that bet we made.
Yes, I know Buddy Bear lost. But I can't understand how Lewis knocked him out in the very first round.
Well, you see, Joe's in the Army now, and he had to get back to camp before tap.
Oh, well, that explains it. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Gee, I've got to get a tire. I wonder how that rubber tree in my greenhouse is coming along. Play, Phil.
Tomorrow night for dessert, surprise the family with a grand dessert, Jack Benny's jellied fruit medley and one of Jack's own special favorites. It's a delightful dessert, a real treat to the taste, and yet so quick and easy to make. Simply dissolve one package of Jell-O imitation strawberry flavor in 1 pint of hot fruit juice and water. Next, chill until slightly thickened and fold in 1 can of fruit salad cut into small pieces. Chill until firm, and then serve with a garnishing of spicy mint leaves and bright red cherries. What a beautiful-looking dessert it is. A rich, colorful combination of delicious canned fruit salad and rosy pink strawberry Jell-O. Many grocers are featuring these items, both of them, all next week. So get them both tomorrow. And remember, desserts made with Jell-O taste really swell, because Jell-O's locked-in process protects the flavor for your enjoyment.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This broadcast was presented for the entertainment of the personnel of Marchfield and does not constitute a commercial product endorsement by the War Department. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Boy, Oh Boy. Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Hold it down. Jack isn't here yet.
Well, where is he?
I just left Mr. Benny a nickel to make a telephone call.
Oh, he's probably talking to his lawyers again.
His lawyers?
Yeah, Harrington, and Droop. It's about that accident Rochester had with the Maxwell a couple of weeks ago.
Remember when we were up at Marchfield?
Oh, but that was Rochester's fault. He was driving along and smashed right into a truck.
Well, Jack claims the truck cheated. It had brakes. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
Gee, I hope I get my nickel back. It's my life savings.
Quiet.
Yes? Yes, Rochester was on his way to Marchfield to pick me up. But the accident wasn't his fault. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out. Yes, but... Look, who am I talking to? Harrington, or Droop?
It's gotta be Droop.
Well, look, Mr. Droop, make a note of this right away. The damages to the Maxwell amount to $158.64. What? How can I lend you my pencil? We're talking on the telephone. Four names on the door and no pencil. Well, now look, Droop, I'll tell you what. You get in touch with the trucking company, and if they're willing to settle out of court... What's that, operator? Another nickel for 3 minutes? Well, now look, Droop, you get in touch with the trucking company. If they're willing to settle out of court, it's okay with me, but tell them that $158.64 is what I want, and not a penny less. Goodbye. Phew.
What a workout that nickel got. I'll bet the buffalo lost 6 pounds. Duck, fellas, here he comes.
Oh, sorry I'm late, kids. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay.
Who are you talking to, Jack?
Oh, on the phone just now? Oh, that was an old girlfriend of mine from Waukegan. She just got into town. Boy, was she a hot mama.
Then why did you call her Droop?
The years have taken their toll. Anyway, she's in town, and we're stepping out tonight.
Oh, stop, will you? We heard you talking to your lawyer about that little accident with the Maxwell.
Oh, so you were all snooping around, eh? Well, if you want to know something, it wasn't a little accident. My goodness, look what happened to Rochester.
Well, I saw Rochester the next day, and he didn't have a scratch on him.
Well, fortunately, since then, he's had the hives, and he's all bandaged up now. But I'm not bringing that into the case unless I have to.
There's just one thing I can't understand, Jack. You say that Rochester bumped into the truck.
That's right. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out.
Well, I'd say that your brakes must have been in pretty bad shape. So if I were the judge, I'd look into that.
Well, you're not a judge, and if you don't keep your big fat mouth shut, you won't be an announcer either. Now,
let's settle down and get on with the program. You'd think that... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, I did it. Harris done it. Congratulate me.
Congratulate you. What did you done do, Phil? What happened?
Well, I passed the midterm examination at night school.
Oh, so you're out of the beginners class, eh? You're not a freshman anymore.
Nope, from now on I'm a semaphore.
First you're a freshman, and now you're a semaphore. Let me ask you something, Phil. When are you going to be a sophomore?
Who knows? I may quit school before then.
Well, I give up. I'll just let semaphore ride.
How were the examinations, Phil? Were the questions very tough?
I'll say, here's a sample, Mary. Name the 48 states and give the capital of those that have them.
Those that have them? Phil, every state has a capital. And I doubt very much that you answered that question correctly.
Oh, yeah? Well, try me out. Ask me one.
Okay, what's the capital of Idaho?
Boystown.
That's Boise. Boystown. It's Boise. The reason I remember that is because when I was in vaudeville, Boise, Idaho was one of my best towns. They loved me in Idaho.
Then why did they throw baked potatoes at you?
They didn't throw them at me. I got paid in potatoes. Get it straight.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you get a big salary in those days?
Well, I don't like to brag, kid, but I haven't played Boise since 1927, and I've still got half a sack left. And I love my starches, if you know what I mean.
By the way, Phil, what other subjects did you have in your examinations besides geography?
Well, we had arithmetic and history.
Uh-huh.
Hey, fellas, here's a tough question I nearly missed. Who crossed the Delaware, Washington or Lincoln?
Oh, that stumped you, eh?
Yeah, so I flipped the coin, it came out Washington, and now I'm a semaphore.
Phil, that word is... No, I won't tell him. No, now, Phil, let's forget about night school and have a band number.
Okay.
Say, Phil, tell Jack about that new subject you're taking up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to give you the hot news, Jackson. You know what I'm studying this term? French.
French?
Get a load of this. Je mange la fenêtre.
Oh, very good. What does that mean, Phil?
I ate the window.
You ate the window?
Yeah.
Well, what the heck do you want to eat a window for? You eat bread, you eat rolls, you eat cake.
Wait till I learn them. Till then, I eat the window.
Well, here's a tip for you, Phil. Stay out of French restaurants.
You better stay out of them, too, till you learn the language.
Oh, I can read French. Come on, Phil, let's have your band number.
Tell them what happened to you at Gaston's the other night.
Oh, that could happen to anybody. Come on, Phil, play.
Well, wait a minute. What was it, Mary?
Well, you know how Jack likes to show off.
Oh.
Well, we sat down at the table, and naturally, the menu was all in French.
All in French. Forget it.
And what happened?
Jack ordered a nice, thick, juicy, watch your hat and coat with mushroom sauce.
Well, eventually, I got a steak. Go ahead with your number, Phil. I've got to go out in the hall and call up my lawyer.
Has your lawyer got a phone?
There's a phone in the barber shop downstairs from his office. They'll call him. Don't worry. All right, hit it, Phil. Yes? Now, look, Mr. Drew, you tell the trucking company that if they don't settle right now, I'll take them to court first thing in the morning. Postpone it till Wednesday. What do you want to postpone it for? Oh, Harrington is wearing your suspenders. Well, you can try the case with your pants at half-mast. Be there tomorrow morning. No wonder they call him Droop. Now, Droop, tell the trucking company. What's that, operator? Tell the trucking company I want $158 to straighten the chassis, $8 for repair headlights, 64 cents for wings and heat on radiator. Goodbye. People don't stick their hands out. They've got to pay.
What are you mumbling about?
Oh, this darn case has got me all upset. Anyway, that was High Neighbor, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil, although it was a little loud. Phil?
What?
I said it was a little loud.
Well, how do you know it was loud? You were out in the hall and couldn't even hear it.
I couldn't hear your band? Phil, you play in the Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel here in Los Angeles, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I know some people who live at the Biltmore that haven't been able to sleep since you opened, and the Biltmore I mean is in Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm not kidding.
Well, it's their own fault. They ought to close their windows.
Oh, fine.
You know, like I said, they ought to manger la fenestra.
That's eat the window, you semaphore. We're 2 words ahead of that semaphore there. Now, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show here. Come on. Now, let's see, where are we?
Boise, Idaho.
We are not.
Well, someone just hit me with a potato.
I don't care. We're in Hollywood. Now, let me announce our play. Ladies and gentlemen, for our dramatic offering this evening, the Benny Retreaded Thespians are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled The Frightwig Murder Case, or He Died with His Tooth On. Now, I will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny, as fearless a bloodhound as ever sniffed a clue. Phil Harris will be Sergeant O'Reilly, my assistant sniffer. Mary, you're going to be the wife of the murdered man. And Dennis, you're going to be the victim.
Gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Quiet. Now, let's see.
I want a bigger part, Mr. Benny. Why don't you lay on the floor and be the murdered man?
I wish I could. My feet are killing me. Now, who else? Oh, yes, Don, you're going to be the butler.
Oh, every time we do a mystery, I'm the butler. Why can't I be a detective?
Because any man that can't look over his stomach is apt to overlook a clue. Say, that's all right. That line was pretty clever, eh, Mary?
What do you care? You saved your money.
Well, I liked it. Now, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what happened up to now. On the night of January 24th, A.D., after dinner, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a social lion, was found murdered in his den. Just before the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when he was suddenly interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the chauffeur?
No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. Innocent.
Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
What do you mean you didn't do it?
At the time of the murder, I was in my neighborhood grocer's buying a package of Jell-O with the new locked-in flavor.
Oh, yeah?
Please believe me. It's America's favorite gelatin dessert. And it's economical, I tell you. Eek, 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 eek.
Now, pull yourself together. Was it suicide?
No, I didn't kill me. I tell you.
What?
Me is my best friend. I love me and me loves I. You gotta believe me.
And now the wife, Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Did you or did you not kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night I...
Stop! We can't give it away, folks, but this mystery will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Sing, Dennis. I'm going out and call Harrington, and Drew.
never forget the people I met, braving those angry skies. I remember well as the shadows fell, a light of hope in their eyes. And though I'm far away, I still can hear them say, for when the dawn comes out, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and peace ever after. Tomorrow, when the world is free, the shepherd will tend his sheep, our valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. Comes up, for when the dawn comes up, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliff of Dover. Tomorrow, when the world is
That was The White Cliffs of Dover, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or... Now, as the scene opens... lay down on the floor, Dennis. You're the murdered man. Lay right there on your back.
If I lay on my back, I'll snore.
You're getting paid, and you'll stay awake till the program is over. Now, as the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Benny and Sergeant Phil O'Reilly in their office at police headquarters. Curtain. You see. There's the phone, O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Never mind, I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, I want to talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. I want you to come over to my house right away. My husband has been shot.
Oh, really?
Is that for me, Cap?
I said, oh, really, O'Reilly. Shut up. Now, madam, what makes you think your husband was shot?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there. See you in a few minutes.
Okay, Cap. Bring some White Rock.
I ought to bring some aspirin for that cold of yours. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Homer J. Frightwig has just been murdered. It's up to me to find out who did it. I think there's a woman in the case.
A woman, eh? Well, you know the old saying, manger la fenêtre.
That's cherchez la femme. Now, you stay here, Sarge. I've got work to do. I'll take the patrol wagon.
You can't. The boys are delivering beer in it.
Oh, then I'll take the squad car. And I'll solve this case, or my name ain't... Well, here it is. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone, I forgot to release the brake. Well, I'll try it again. Better come with me this time, Sarge. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Pick up some pretzels. We got a barrel left over. That is all.
Step on it, Sarge. We got to solve this case and get back. This must be the place, Sarge. Open up in there. Come on, open up.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
Now, come on, you. Where's the murdered man?
That ain't a brass rail you got your foot on.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
That's okay, Mr. Benny.
Shut up. Now, the first thing we got to do is grill the suspect.
I thought the Brightwigs lived here.
They do. Suspects can be anybody. Now, wait a minute. Are you the butler here?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly? Shake hands with O'Reilly. O'Reilly, O'Reilly. Now, let's get on with the case. Wait a minute. Who's this? Are you Mrs. Frightwig?
No, I am the French maid.
The French maid, eh? Well, tell me, where were you at the time of the crime?
Je n'en sais rien du tout. J'étais dormi dans ma chambre et j'entendais un bruit terrible. Alors je m'habillai immédiatement et je descendais. Je ne sais absolument de ce crime féroce. Je suis innocent, je vous affirme, complètement innocent. Il faut que vous me croyiez.
Translate that, Sarge.
Are you kidding?
Well, you're studying French, aren't you? What was the maid doing tonight?
She didn't eat the window, that I know.
A fine help you are. Now, let's get to work here. Where is Mrs. Frightwig?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. What's all the commotion?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Frightwig. I'm here to find out who killed your husband.
Well, let's not talk shop, Cappy. Come on over here on the sofa and sit down.
None of that, Mrs. Frightwig. I represent the long arm of the law.
Well, wrap it around me. I'm lonesome.
I haven't got time for that.
I have, but I'm a married man.
Quiet, Sarge. Now tell me, madam, where were you at the time of the murder?
Back of a gun, minding my own business.
Back of a gun, eh? Then you admit you killed your husband.
Sure, I admit it.
Uh-huh. And why did you kill him?
He was always singing shortening bread.
Oh.
Mama's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mama's little baby
I know
loves
how it goes. Well, I don't blame you, Mrs. Frightwig, but I still have to arrest you in the name of the law. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Nobody leave this room. Come in. What do you want here, fellas?
Pardon me, but we're looking for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny, but you'll have to wait. I'm right in the middle of a play.
Well, you'll have to stop your play. This is important.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. What's going on here? Who are you?
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Droop.
Oh, my lawyers, eh? Now, look, fellas. I want
here to tell you, my good man, that you are in the soup.
The what?
You're in the soup, the soup, the soup. You're in the soup, the soup, the soup.
You tell him, Droop.
You're in the soup. You're in the soup.
What do you mean I'm in the soup?
Well, let's review the facts.
Whereas you've got to admit that a truck was hit at a certain arterial junction. Whereas they claim Mr. Chauffeur just wouldn't pull over, or mayhap his brakes wouldn't function.
Oh.
Whereas they state that your Maxwell was minus an axle, thus knocking our case for a loop. To which you're in the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup.
Now, stop. Now, look, gentlemen. It wasn't Rochester's fault. The truck driver didn't have his hand out.
He didn't have his hand out, poor lad. Well, I would say that things for him look bad.
What is this, anyway?
For his ugly crime, he surely will serve time, and then hang by the neck until death.
Until death, he will hang until death.
No. I don't want the truck driver to hang, fellas. Now, let's get this straight. Rochester started out from Sunset Boulevard and Vine Street to pick me up at March Field. And everything was all right until he got to Figueroa Street.
Figueroa?
Yes.
Figueroa.
What's that got to do with Figueroa Street, fellas?
Figaro.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Will you wait a minute? I can't talk to you now. Go away. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny, and don't worry. The most the judge will give you is 30 days.
What do you mean I'll get 30 days?
30 days. You'll get Chilligadoochie, Kinnamaroochie, Balleralla, all 30 days. 30 days. 30 days. You'll get Chilligadoochie, Kinnamaroochie, Balleralla, all 30 days.
Well, that's about the silliest thing. I'll be darned. Fine lawyers I've got.
Come on, let's finish the sketch.
Yeah, who killed me?
We'll never know, Dennis. Play, Phil.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that your family will add to their list of favorite desserts the very first time they taste it. And it's one of Mary Livingston's own favorites, too. A beautiful, tempting dessert called Cherry Flake Jell-O. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and one package of cherry Jell-O. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. The result will be a tempting blend of canned grapefruit and rich crimson cherry Jell-O. A treat the whole family will want to enjoy time and time again. Many grocers are featuring canned grapefruit and cherry Jell-O all next week. So get both and make up this swell dessert. But remember when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's new process locks in its extra rich flavor.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Say, Mary, you want to come to my house for dinner tonight?
Yeah, what are we going to have?
Oh, Rochester fixed up some baked potatoes and a nice Virginia ham.
Oh, you played Richmond, too.
Yeah, I went over big there. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloy.
Have you plenty of Jell-O puddings in the pantry? If you haven't, better get several packages tomorrow so the family can keep on enjoying those grand pudding treats they love so much. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, one of the smoothest, creamiest puddings you ever tasted. And it has such a rich, mellow flavor, especially developed for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch pudding. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show. The your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Titley, Robert North, Janine Bruce, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Phil is currently being seen all over the country in a thrilling new action picture about our long-range bombers, Wild Blue Yonder. Phil is naturally proud of the picture, but his methods of getting people to go see it are considered odd even in Hollywood. More about that later, but first a word from RCA Victor. This is the year you can't afford to miss television, what with national elections coming up and coast-to-coast coverage of big events. And now's the time to buy an RCA Victor Superset at the lowest prices ever. Go straight to your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow and see the Colby, for example. It's a 17-inch table model combining the highest standards of performance with the lowest possible price. You can buy the Colby now for only $229.95. Or you can buy the beautiful Selfridge Ensemble, 21-inch television with matching consolette base, for only $379.50. It's console television at a table model price. You're sure of enjoying the finest in television with either of these great new super sets, the Selfridge Ensemble or the Colby, made by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Phil's latest movie, Wild Blue Yonder, is currently being shown in Los Angeles. Phil is very proud of the part he played in it and has taken his family downtown to see it. As we look in, they are just leaving the theater.
If I say so myself, it's a grand picture. Alice, wasn't my performance superb?
Excellent, dear.
How'd you kids like my performance?
Stupendous, Daddy. Colossal, Father.
Phil, can we go home now?
So soon? We've only seen the picture 12 times today.
Oh, I can't stand to see it again. I'm going home. Come on, Phil.
Don't nobody move. I got you covered.
Daddy, we've been practically living at this theater, and I'm hungry.
Well, I'll get you some more popcorn.
Oh, not again. We've had popcorn for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
But it wasn't always the same. For breakfast, we had fried popcorn. For lunch, we had sautéed popcorn. And tonight, I have a surprise for you. We're having popcorn a la mode. Cold popcorn on top of hot popcorn. Now, come on, let's go back into the theater. Hey, wait a minute. Where's Willie?
Well, I don't think he came out of the theater. Oh, here he comes now.
Oh, dear. I'm so weak. Sitting in that theater for such a long time, I thought... Oh, no. Look out, everybody. They just dropped an atom bomb.
An atom bomb? What are you talking about?
What's that blinding flash on the horizon?
That's the sun.
The sun. Oh, the sun. I never thought I'd live to see it again. Let me bask in its warmth. Let me revel in its life-giving rays. Let me
shut up! Been in the dark a lousy 24 hours, and he makes a big thing out of it. Now, come on, let's go back in the theater
Daddy, look, here comes Uncle Frankie.
Yeah, there is old Frankie. Let's wait for him. He'll want to go with us. Hey, hello, Frankie.
Hi, Curly.
Hey, you're just in time, Remley. We're all going in to see my picture.
So long, Curly.
Come back here. Frankie, what's the matter with you? Aren't you anxious to see my picture?
Of course I am. I'm going to see it on television.
It won't be on television for 15 years.
I can wait.
Remley, you're going to see that picture with me right now.
Curly, we can't go in now. Have you forgotten? We have a band rehearsal in half an hour.
Holy smoke. I had forgotten all about it. Hey, Remley, we'll go to the band rehearsal now, but you got to promise me that you'll go see the picture some other time.
Well, of course. I'm dying to see it.
Good boy. Hey, we'll go see it together tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? Oh, I'd love to, Curly, but I've made other arrangements.
What other arrangement?
Well, you picked the one night that I'm going to commit suicide.
Stop with that already. Now, look, let's get down to rehearsal. Come on, Alice. Hey, Willie, you take the kids back into the theater, and I'll pick them up here Tuesday.
I wish I were dead.
Say, Phil, we're a little late. We'd better hurry into the studio. The boys in the band are probably waiting.
Let them wait. Hey, as I was saying, Frankie, hey, this picture. Oh, man, this is the best I ever was. I'm really great in there. Hey, I'll tell you what the story's all about.
Nobody asked you.
I'm going to tell you anyway. Now, listen. It's the story of the B-29s in the last war, and I play the part of a flying sergeant. I'm a tail gunner. And I sit there in the rear bubble of the B-29 and fight off them Japanese planes. How's that sound?
Nice and dull.
All right for you. But you'll find out what you're missing in a few minutes. The boys in the band saw it last night, and I guarantee it's stamped on their minds indelibly.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Here's the studio. Come on, let's go in.
All right, fellas. Calm down. All right, hold it a minute. Quiet. Your leader's here.
Well, if it ain't Sergeant Harris, boy, belly blister.
Well, fellas, did you all go to see my picture last night like I told you to?
Yes, Maestro, we went. First, we all met in Joe's Bar and Grill and drank our dinner.
Drank your dinner, huh? And then you went to see my picture?
Yeah, we saw the wild red yonder.
It's the wild blue yonder.
Not through our bloodshot little eyeballs.
I don't think you guys even saw my picture.
We did, too.
Then prove it. Just prove it to me. Tell me the whole story.
Okay, fellas, he asked for it. Let him have it.
Republic Pictures presents Phil Harris in Wild Blue Yonder.
Zero's approaching at 2 o'clock. Don't worry. Sergeant Harris will blast them out of the sky.
We're over the target, sir.
Bombs away!
Through the war's great curse stands a red cross there. She's a rose of no man's land.
The picture's over.
The rose of no man's land.
And now the newsreel.
This morning in Washington, the President of the United States...
Never mind the newsreel. Next thing I know, you'll be giving me the coming attraction.
And don't forget, next week at this theater, the world premiere of Alexander's Ragtime Band starring Alice Faye. Don't miss it.
Will you break it up? Break it up.
Get your hot popcorn here. There'll be immediate seating in the mezzanine.
Will you cut it out? Say that once more.
Mezzanine.
Once more.
Mezzanine.
He was in the Navy with me. Will you please cut that out? Just forget about my picture. Now let's get on with the rehearsal. Give me a downbeat. Well, here's an invitation to a celebration tomorrow night at Lyceum Hall. Go get your glad rags pressed and wear your two-tone vest to the 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress ball. Boogie-woogie thumping starts the joint a-jumping. All them cats is climbing the wall. The party really goes, 'cause things is really froze at the 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress ball. Why, there the hoity-toity meets the hoi-polloi. This affair's really bon-ton. The function goes from 10 until they say amen.
how they carry on. Grab your sweetest honey, and if you lack the money, the building loan will welcome you call. It only costs an ace to grab yourself some space at the 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress ball. Now when it's 12 o'clock, they have the grand parade. And when it's 1 o'clock, the famous masquerade. And when it's 2 a.m., the festive board is spread with the punch bowl, the spare ribs, and the homemade bread. It's pushing 4 a.m., the festive board is clean. They start to count the votes to find the beauty queen. And when it's chiming 5, the folks resume their jive. They call the man. They want the man. They want the leader of that band. Well, grab your sweetest honey, and if you lack the money, old building loan will welcome you call. It only costs an ace to grab yourself some space at the 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress ball amalgamated. That fancy dress ball consolidated. Oh, fancy dress ball incorporated. The 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress B-A-double-L ball. Some ball.
Hey, Curly.
Yeah.
Why do you insist that everybody go see a picture?
Well, because it's a good movie, and besides, I get a percentage of all the money that's taken in. And that is why I have a salesman working for me.
A salesman?
That's right. I hired a guy that talks people into going to see my picture 3 or 4 times.
Oh, Phil. Nobody can talk people into going to see your picture.
Tut, tut. My boy can. He has a rather forceful personality. He can talk people into anything.
Supposing they refuse him?
They wouldn't dare, Blondie.
Mr. Grogan.
Alice, I want you to meet the sales force. How's business, Grove? You getting many people to go see my picture?
Harris, this has not been an easy job. However, I did better this morning. You see, I rented a bus to drive the people to the theater, and I managed to persuade a few.
Persuade them?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Grogan, you don't use any high-pressure methods, do you?
Please. I do not believe in forcing people. For example, just this morning I approached 30 people. I left it entirely up to them. I merely said, which would you rather do today? Go see Phil Harris's picture or get a 45 slug between the eyes?
Naturally, their choice was unanimous.
Naturally, yeah. What do you want me to do with the 30 stiffs I got in the
Business is kind of dead, huh, Grogan?
Yeah. But I keep plugging away. Say, Harris, where do you want me to dump this load, in the orchestra or the balcony?
Look, Grogan, what good is a dead audience to me? When I come on the screen, they can't applaud me.
They can't hiss you either.
You better settle for that, Curly.
Oh, Mr. Grogan, stop it. I know you didn't kill anybody.
Yeah. I just told him that to make him feel good.
Hey, Grogan, you mean you couldn't get anybody into the bus?
Just one little kid. I had to hijack him on the way to school.
Well, one abducted child is better than nothing. Where is this little lad?
Got him tied up outside. I'll bring him in. All right, kid, come on in here now. Come on.
Stop shoving, you big ape!
I should
Get your greasy mitts off of me, little pink body!
Oh, you heisted a good one, Grogan.
What's the best I could do, boss.
Boss? So you're the head of this kidnapping ring, Mr. Harris?
Now, just a minute, kid.
Please don't kill me. I'm too young to die. I beg of you, please don't kill me.
Stop knocking yourself out. Nobody's going to kill you. All I want you to do is to go see my new picture.
Please kill me. Go ahead, kill me.
Will you calm down? I just want you to see Wild Blue Yonder.
I seen it. Last Saturday, me and me Boy Scout troop went to the matinee.
Exciting picture, wasn't it?
Yeah, very exciting. We was all sitting there on the edge of our seats watching Wendell Corey and Forrest Tucker fighting off the enemy planes. They was doing great and everything was going along fine when all of a sudden something terrible happened.
What?
Your kisser came on the screen.
What's the matter with my kisser?
It ain't the kind of a face you can spring on little kids all of a sudden.
Listen, I'll have you know, son, that I'm pretty good in this picture. And I had some great scenes. Especially that one scene where I was sitting in the tail of a B-29 and the Jap Zeros were diving at me from all directions, trying to kill me, trying to shoot me down. How'd you like that scene?
I thought it was un-American.
What was un-American about it?
You had the audience rooting for the Japs.
This picture's doing so good in Tokyo. Maybe I ought to change my name to Sakihiro Harris. Or Sakihiro Harris. Look, Julius, I'm going to give you one more chance. Do you want to see my picture or don't you?
I don't you.
Well, you see what I'm up against, Harris? Soon as the people know you're in a picture, they don't want to see it.
That's not so. It's just the opposite. If more people knew I was in the picture, they'd flock to see it. There's only some way I could just let them know that I'm in it.
Say, Phil, I have an idea. Why don't you do a sketch of Wild Blue Yonder on our radio show?
Yeah, that's it. Hey, sure. If everybody who listens to my radio show goes to the picture, the theaters would be crowded.
8 people make a crowd?
You get out of this. Look, Remley.
Yes.
Remley,
Yes.
Look, you go over to my writers and tell them to go see my picture and then write a sketch about it. And tell them that I want it ready for rehearsal tonight.
Okay, Curly, I'm on my way.
Get going. What's taking Remley so long? It's 8 o'clock and everybody's here for the rehearsal.
Maybe you'd better call him and find
Here
out.
I am, Curly. Sorry I'm late. Well, here's your sketch.
Ah, man, you're okay. Hey, the writers do a good job?
They didn't write it, Curly.
Who did?
Oh, no. You didn't.
Yes, I did. I wrote the sketch and I gave it the Remley touch.
Oh, the kiss of death.
Now, please. I went to see the picture before I wrote it.
Oh, you did?
Curly, it was great.
Hey, you really liked it?
Yes, and you were wonderful. When you came home with your sample cases and your wife asked you what happened in Boston, Willie, I just sat there and cried.
Yeah, I was rather good in that particular... Wait a minute. Remley, you didn't see Wild Blue Yonder. You saw Death of a Salesman. Why did you go see that?
My cousin's an usher there. I got in for nothing. Besides, what difference does it make? A picture's a picture.
Remley, we can't do Death of a Salesman. I want to plug my movie.
Well, it's too late, Curly.
Oh.
The sketch is written. You're just going to have to do it. Besides, Death of a Salesman might win the Academy Award. It'll make you look more important. It'll give you a chance to prove that you're as good an actor as Frederick March.
Huh?
Never mind. Frankie happens to be right this time.
Yeah.
And we'll do his sketch. Remley, who plays what in this thing?
You play the part of the salesman, Willie Loman. You're a failure. Me and Julius play your 2 sons.
Oh, I really am a failure.
And Alice plays your wife, Linda.
All right, now let's get started. Music, please.
Death of a Salesman. This is the psychological study of Willie Loman, a traveling salesman, a man who all his life strove for success but never achieved it. As we look in, Willie has just returned home from a selling trip through New England. He is trudging wearily up the walk to his house, carrying his sample cases.
Ah, what a trip. I've been on the road for 2 weeks and I ain't sold a thing. Can't understand why nobody wants to buy my new spring line of soft bagels. Oh, well, feels nice to be back home. It'll be good to see my wife again. And my 2 boys. Ah, I can see their little faces now. Well, at least it'll be good to see my beloved wife again.
Oh, hello, Willie.
Hello, Sam.
Sam, I'm your wife, Linda.
Oh, I'm sorry. You look just like an old bat boy I knew in Bridgeport.
Oh, Willie, what's wrong? Your mind has been wandering lately. What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter, I tell you. Nothing. I'm all right. And stop nagging.
Oh, but something must be wrong. You never acted like this. And metamorphosis has taken place.
That's a lie. I never met a morphosis in my life.
Willie, I can't stand you the way you are.
What's wrong with the way I are? I are the same as I are when you married me 30 years ago.
I couldn't stand you then either. Willie, let's face it. You're nothing but a failure. My life has been nothing but a struggle with you. For 30 years, I've worked my fingers to the bone, and what have I got to show for it?
Bony fingers. But on you, they look good.
Willie, I heard an ugly rumor about you, and I want to know the truth.
The truth about what?
What happened in Boston, Willie?
Are you kidding? Nothing ever happens in Boston. Everything's banned. And I mean everything. Now, enough of this. Where are my 2 boys? Those boys, the pride of my life. The only thing I'm living for. Where are my sons?
You mean Biff and Hap?
Yes, Biff and Hap. Where'd they get them names? Off of a can of dog food?
You named them, dear.
I did. What was I on at the time?
Willie, look, here comes our boy, Biff. Biff, your father is home.
Yes, come on in, son. Just let me look at you. My boy, Biff. To think he's only 42 years old. Come over and say something to your old dad, son.
What happened in Boston, Willie?
It should happen to you. What's the matter with him, Ma?
He's just stupid. And it's all your fault. You're never home to advise him. Don't you think it's time you had a man-to-man talk with him and told him about life?
I guess you're right, Linda. Son, I'm going to give you a little advice. And you'll never have any trouble if you remember one thing. Life is like a Chinese rock garden.
What does that mean?
How should I know? What do you think I am, a philosopher or something?
Willie, tell him about the facts of life.
Oh, them. Son.
Here I am, over here.
Oh, the kid's improving. He knows where he is now. Son, it's time you learned the bare facts of life. Because life has a lot of bare facts, and you're old enough to know the facts are there, and them that are there, and they're bare.
I'll never forget that advice, Father. It will guide me along the road to the idiocy.
Now that I've straightened you out, I'd like to talk to my brother Hap. Call Hap down, Linda.
Hap, come on down. Your father is home.
Is he sober?
Yes.
How do you know it's him?
Never mind that. Just come on in here. Ah, there's my boy Hap. How old is he now, Linda?
22. And isn't he a fine figure of a man?
Ah, he certainly is. 248 pounds and 4 foot tall. Ah, you're growing sideways nicely, boy. I said you're growing sideways. Oh, it's my line. I see. Hap. I ought to get some kind of an award. But I can't say what over here. Hap, waddle over here and kiss your father. How have you been, son?
Never mind that. What happened in Boston, Mac?
Nothing happened in Boston. If they ever ask me about what happened in Steubenville, I'm dead. Hap, I want to talk to you.
First, I want to talk to you. Why did you give me that name, Hap?
That's not your full name. It's short for haphazard. Now, look, Hap, you haven't been working. You haven't been doing nothing. You've been rude to your mother. You just loaf around the house all day, and I won't stand for any more of it. Do you hear me? I won't stand for any more of it.
What are you trying to say?
I don't like the way you're acting.
You ain't no Laurence Olivier yourself.
Look, son, I want you to make something of yourself. I'd like for you to be a star football player, but you're just wasting your life away. All you think about is wine, women, and song.
What's wrong with wine, women, and song?
Too much singing will ruin your wind.
What right have you got to complain about us? You're nothing but a failure.
So that's it. My own boy's turning against me. I've worked hard all my life just for you. And now that I'm an old man, I have nothing left. Nothing. Nothing but a $20,000 life insurance policy.
We don't care how much.
20,000.
Don't aggravate yourself, Pop. What you need is some fresh air. Why don't you go take a ride in the car? The one that hasn't got any brakes.
Yes, that's the way out. There's only one thing for me to do, and I'm going to do it. Goodbye.
Willie. Oh, boys, do you think he'll really do it?
He done it, Mom.
Come on, boys, follow me.
Where are we going, Mom?
Last one down to the insurance company is a rotten egg.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. The Colby and the Selfridge Ensemble are supersets, the newest in RCA Victor television. They're RCA Victor supersets. And the great news about the Colby and the Selfridge Ensemble is that you can buy them now at exciting new low prices. That's right. You can buy the Colby, which is a superb 17-inch table model, for only $229.95. Or, if you prefer the Selfridge Ensemble, it's available now at your RCA Victor dealers for only $379.50. The Selfridge is big 21-inch television, and it comes complete with a beautiful matching consolette base. It's console television at a table model price. And the best thing about these prices is that they're complete. They include federal excise tax, full-year warranty on your picture tube, and no extra charge for your favorite finish mahogany. So don't wait. Get one of these great new supersets made by RCA Victor.
February 15th. Radio Theater presents Jack and Brewster's Minions. Presents Hollywood.
Tonight, our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, brings us Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And as added attractions, 2 sweepstake winners, and Willis of Hollywood, stocking designer of the stars, and the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra under the direction of Louis Silvers. So, to the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle, marvelously effective salt flakes, welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before we start Brewster's Millions, let me suggest to our women listeners that Lux Flakes can save you, well, if not millions of dollars, at least quite a lot of money. For example, take this experience a Massachusetts woman had with Lux Flakes.
Friend and I each bought a pink silk suit at the same time. She was first along to hers. When she told me how it shrunk and was almost white, well, I was discouraged and put off washing mine. At last I had to, and using Lux as I always do, I found it didn't shrink in any way, and the color hadn't changed at all. I then asked my friend what she used, and it was not Lux.
Just remember, Lux Flakes are different. They are so pure and gentle that they're safe for anything that's safe in water alone. It's a waste of money to have nice dresses spoiled in washing. So, always use Lux Flakes and play safe. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the world, people celebrate Jack Benny's birthday by sending flowers, candy, and valentines to each other. That it happens to be February 14th is, of course, only incidental. Jack made his first entrance in Waukegan, Illinois. He also made his first audition there. At a tender age, he played the violin for the manager of the local theater. Deeply impressed, the manager gave him a job at once as doorman. When the World War broke out, Jack took a personal interest in it. He joined the Navy. To toughen him for battle, his officers asked him to play at a sailor's benefit. Jack was only a little like Nero on this occasion, so while he played, the audience burned. So when he put down his fiddle and talked, they enjoyed every minute of it. Jack knew right then that while his fiddle playing was funny, his jokes were funnier. The way Jack became the husband of Mary Livingston is funny, too. They were introduced by one of the 4 Marx brothers. The first night they met, Jack couldn't understand a word Mary said because she didn't say anything. A few months later, Mary called to see him. This time, she talked to the extent of telling him that she liked him very much. Jack married her at once before she could change her mind. The most popular comedian on the air, Jack is a record-breaking picture personality. The statisticians tell me that in his recent film, College Holiday, he smoked the incredible number of 1,500 cigars. I noticed Jack smoking one of the cigars a little while ago, and I agree with the statisticians. They are incredible. Tonight, we hear Mr. Benny as Jack Brewster, and Miss Livingston becomes Mary Gray. But we've heard enough about our stars. Now let's hear from them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater surrenders its microphones to Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in Brewster's Millions. We're in the offices of Grant and Vanderpool, attorneys at law. For months, the 2 senior partners have been trying to locate one Jack Brewster, who has recently fallen heir to a huge fortune. At last, their efforts have been rewarded. Grant, one of the attorneys, reads from a typewritten report.
Jack B. Brewster, sex, male, color, white, dark complexion. Living now in New York boarding house run by Mrs. Bridget Gray, 822 West 46th Street. At the present time, Brewster is unemployed, single, evidently in desperate financial condition. Type of regular employment unknown, but claims to be a musician. Well, there you are. That's the detective's report.
Jack B. Brewster. Are you sure that's the man we want?
It seems to be. The middle initial must stand for Benjamin, his uncle's name.
In desperate financial condition, eh? Looks like a pleasant surprise in store for him.
A cool $1 million would be a pleasant prize for anyone.
$1 million. Is that the final reckoning?
Well, it's 1 or 6, depending upon Brewster himself. If he lives up to the terms of the will, he'll inherit $6 million at the end of the year.
Have you notified him yet?
No. We'd better break it gently. Hello. Send Timothy in here, will you? I want him to run an errand.
Wouldn't a letter be safer?
I want Brewster here in person before he knows any of the terms. Secrecy is the essence of the will.
Yes, Mr. Grant?
Oh, come here, Timothy. I want you to go to 822 West 46th Street. Find a fellow by the name of Jack B. Brewster and bring him back here with you.
Yes, sir. I suppose he isn't there.
Oh, he'll be there. It's his boarding house. If he's not in when you call, camp on the doorstep until he comes back.
Yes, sir. I'll get him, Mr. Grant. Oh, come in.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you. Mary, you know you shouldn't interrupt me when I'm practicing.
Gee, somebody should.
Never mind that. What do you want?
That man is here again.
What man?
You know, the fellow from the law office. He wants to see you, says it's very important.
Oh, important, eh? Well, not to me. And what does he think I am, a dope?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Say, listen, I've been dodging that fella for a week, and he's not going to get me now.
Why don't you find out what he wants?
I know what he wants. He's got a claim against me for something and probably thinks he's going to attach my assets. Well, he's got another thing coming.
Yes, he thinks he can find any assets.
I'll tell him I'm not here. Tell him I've moved. Tell him I'm in China.
I did.
Oh, you did, huh? What did he say?
He said he'd be back in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Must have a pretty rough idea where China is.
No, but he's got a pretty good idea where you are.
Well, I'm wise to these lawyers' tricks. I've been dragged into court so often I'm beginning to look like Exhibit A. But I get along all right.
Gee, Jack, you're smart.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like to brag, but I guess when it comes to money matters, I'm about as smart as the next fella. You know, Mary, I've got ideas. Big ideas. Why, if I had $10,000 or $20,000 right now, I could turn it into $250,000 like that.
$250,000?
Maybe $500,000, maybe $2 million. There's no limit to what I could do.
Gee, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And before I forget, Mother says if you don't pay your back rent by Wednesday, you'll have to get out.
There you go. It's a fine way to treat a man with big ideas. And bills to match. And another thing, it's a nice attitude for your mother to take or as her future son-in-law. I'll bet $10 she doesn't want you to marry me.
Find a taker and you got your room rent.
Yeah? What has she got against me anyway? I'm honest, ain't I? And I'm hard-working, too. When I can find any work. Being broke isn't any disgrace. Why, there are 10 people living in this boarding house right now who owe her lots more than I do. Why does she always pick on me?
You're her favorite.
Oh.
But don't let it worry you, Jack. I still feel the same.
Do you, Mary?
Of course I do.
Well, that's all I need. If you have faith in me, I can lick the world. We'll get married yet. You wait and see.
Sure we will.
Say, Mary, remember the first time we met? Gee, that was a great day for me. I'll never forget it.
I tried, and I can't either.
And then the day we went to Coney Island, remember? I held your hand all the way home, and when we got inside, I put my arm around you, and...
And you said, Mary, will you marry me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gee, 8 years can go fast.
8 years. You're always bringing that up.
Well, it is 8 years, isn't it?
Well, that's not my fault. I can't help it if I can't find work.
Well, don't yell at me.
Who's yelling?
You are. May I come in?
Oh, hello, Miss Smith. Sure, come on in.
Thank you. I was sitting in my room and I thought I heard voices in here.
That's funny. I didn't hear a thing. Did you, Jack?
No.
Oh, now. You were having a little spat, weren't you?
Just a little one, yes.
But it had possibilities.
I thought so. Now, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Just sit right down, both of you.
What for?
I'm going to read you the last chapter of my new novel. It's called Girl Meets Boy.
Girl Meets Boy? Wait a minute, there is a story called Boy Meets Girl.
Well, this is Girl Meets Boy.
Oh, a leap year story.
Anyway, it's all about a young couple just like you. It'll do you good to listen to it.
Now, look, Miss Smith, there's no use wasting your voice and your energy reading it to us. You ought to save your strength for reading it to the publishers.
She read it to 5 of them already.
That's enough, Mary.
You said it.
Now, listen, children. Girl Meets Boy by Sophie Smith, Chapter 10.
Chapter 10? What happened to the first 9?
What's the difference?
Oh.
No. I want to start with chapter 10 because that's the reconciliation scene that brings the lovers back together. And that's what I want you to hear.
Very well. Go ahead.
In the gathering shadows of the midsummer twilight, Gwendolen stood in the garden of the inn with Theodore. Oh, Gwendolen, he murmured. Oh, Theodore, she answered. His arms flew round her waist, and pressing her close, he kissed her full on the lips. A long, blistering, lingering kiss.
Now we're getting someplace.
So is Theodore.
Mary. Go ahead, Miss Smith.
Carried away by the ardor of his love, Theodore seized her in a mad embrace, flung his arms round her, and crushed her closely to him.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
Theodore goes wild.
Mary, please, it's getting interesting. Continue, Miss Smith.
Oh, my sweet, he
Who,
said.
me? Oh, pardon me.
It's been so long since last we held each other in this close embrace. So long. Yes, she said. 8 long years.
Hey, stop.
Fine, Mr.
What are you trying to do, start some more trouble?
Mary?
Yes, Ma?
Oh, here you are.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Gray.
Good morning, is it? Do you know what time it is? I come up here to tell you once and for all I'm serving breakfast up to 11 o'clock. And if anyone can't come on time, then he gets left.
Come on, Jack. Last one down. Sits on the piano stool.
Okay.
Will you have another piece of toast, Mr. Dudley?
Thank you. I don't mind if I do.
Miss Dawn, will you have some?
No, thanks. I have to watch my weight, you know.
What for, Miss Dawn?
Oh, haven't you heard? I'm going to have a tryout this morning for the Winter Follies. Mr. Crane, the producer, is very interested in my voice.
Say, I've been hearing that story for the last 6 months, but nothing ever happened.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Donovan, I've been hearing about that invention of yours for the last 10 months, but I don't see anyone buying it.
I got the patent on it, ain't I?
A patent on an egg holder.
Yeah, and it ain't an egg holder. It's a soft-boiled egg opener. A device to prevent the egg from sliding down the side of the cup.
Well, now if you can keep it from sliding down your vest, I think you got something there.
Yes, I was saying so the other evening.
Is that so, Mr. Dudley?
Yes. It's been my privilege in the past to promote the manufacture of several worthwhile articles. And I'd like to promote Mr. Donovan's invention, too, if I had
Yes, that's what Jack needs, too.
Yeah, money. The curse of modern civilization, but we gotta have it. Well, if I had a couple of $1,000 right now, I could turn it into $1 million like that. That's all I'd need, a few paltry $1,000.
Paltry?
Yeah.
Well, if you had $5, you'd declare a dividend.
I would, eh?
Oh, Mr. Brewster?
Yeah, Rosie?
There's a man here from a lawyer's office.
Tell him I'm not in.
Mr. Brewster,
Yes, Mrs. Gray.
I have you know I'm running a respectable boarding house, and I'm not used to having bill collectors sitting in my parlor. You go and see that man right away and get rid of him, or I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, all right. But if anything happens to me, you'll be sorry.
Sorry for what?
That's gratitude for the way I worry about the rent I owe. Don't push me.
I don't think it's fair.
Morning. You Mr. Jack B. Brewster?
Yeah, and the B is for broke. I guess that ends our little meeting right now.
Mr. Brewster, I'm from Grant and Vanderpool. They want you to come to the office.
Oh, both of them want to see me. Doubling up on me, huh? Now, listen, you. You go back and tell Mr. Grant to tell Mr. Vanderpool that Mr. Brewster is no Mr. Sucker. Now, let that be the end of it.
Very well, but all right.
I don't want to hear it.
Wait. If you don't come, you won't collect the money.
What'd you say?
The money. If you don't come with me, you won't collect it.
Wait a minute. You mean someone wants to give me something?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Your uncle. He died a month ago and left a will making his sole heir. Shall I get some more water, Mr. Grant?
Rub his wrist.
Well, he said he'd faint. You should have broken it gently.
Mr. Brewster, are you all right?
No.
Oh, good. He's coming around. Now get into the outer office, Timothy, and don't let anyone come in here for an hour.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brewster, look at me. Are you all right?
Where am I?
You're in my office, don't you remember? My name is Grant.
Where's your beard?
No, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, that's right. I came here and you said...
I said that you just inherited $1 million and you fainted. How do you feel now?
Like $1 million. Not bad out of a sound sleep. Huh? So good old Uncle Ned left me a fortune, eh? I always did like old Uncle Ned. Lately.
Mr. Brewster, I have some other news for you.
Good news?
Exceptionally good. But I'm a little afraid to tell you. I shouldn't want you to faint again.
Don't worry, shoot.
5 years ago, your grandfather died. We've just opened the codicil of his will, and we find that he also left you something.
What a parlay. Go on.
Now, Mr. Brewster, get ready now.
I'm ready.
Mr. Brewster, your grandfather left you in the codicil of his will the sum of exactly $6 million.
Not bad.
You're not going to faint?
I don't think so. You know, they say the first million is the hardest.
Well, I'm relieved. Of course, your grandfather's bequest has certain conditions.
I knew there was a catch. I bet I'll have to earn it. What kind of conditions?
Mr. Brewster, are you good at spending money?
Well, I don't know. I never tried.
Then let me tell you this. You will inherit the $6 million left for your grandfather only and if, at the end of 1 year from today, you have spent the entire million left by your uncle.
What? You mean all I have to do is run through this $1 million in 1 year and I'll get 6 more?
Exactly.
Well, I can start out by paying my back room rent. That'll put a dent in it. Hey, I always thought there was something screwy about Grandpa.
Briefly, the story is this. Your grandfather hated and despised your uncle.
Well, as long as they both liked me.
He knew that your uncle would leave you quite a sum of money, and he didn't want you to keep it.
Listen, give me my uncle's $1 million and let me out of here. I'll come back in a year with holes in my socks, if any.
That's exactly what you'll have to do. Now, listen to this. Before my grandson can claim the $6 million, he must spend the entire sum of money left by his uncle and appear before the executors 1 year from the day this is read. He must have no worldly possessions whatsoever, no cash in his pocket, no more than 1 suit of clothes.
Well, I'm dressed for the part right now.
There's more. Listen. Under no conditions may my grandson take anyone into his confidence. No one must know why he is spending his uncle's money. Or this codicil will be invalidated, and he will lose the bequest.
That means I can't tell anyone, eh?
Oh, you can tell them that you've inherited $1 million, yes, but you mustn't tell them about the rest of it.
I see. Go on.
It must be understood by my grandson that he must under no circumstances give money away recklessly. And, this is very important.
Yeah?
He must be and remain single. There must be no matrimonial entanglement.
Wait a minute. You mean I can't get married for a year?
That's what it says.
Gee, what a handicap. A wife is such a help when it comes to spending money. Anyway, how am I going to explain it to Mary? That's my girl.
You mustn't explain it. If you do, you don't get another penny. Well, what do you say? Are you willing to go through with it?
Willing? Brother, I'm ready, willing, and able. 3 smart boys.
Well, come to the office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll have a check for you. But don't forget, you've got to spend every penny of it.
Leave it to me. $1 million in a year, why, all I have to do is spend about $3,000 a day. Someday I'll spend 6 and relax a day.
Well, Mr. Brewster, good day and good luck.
It sure is and was. Just think of this. This morning I didn't have a dime, and now I'm a millionaire. Well, so long, Mr. Grant.
So long.
Oh, I almost forgot. Lend me a nickel, will you? I want to go home on the subway.
Mary, will you pass the asparagus to Mr. Dudley, please?
I would if there was any left.
Oh, never mind. It's quite all right. Oh, by the way, Mary, where is Mr. Brewster? I haven't seen him since breakfast.
Don't ask me. This is the first time he's missed a lunch in 3 years.
I think he left the house with that lawyer.
Hey, maybe they put him in the jug. Pass the butter, will you?
Oh, I hope nothing has happened to him. Maybe he'll telephone. What are you so worried about, Miss Dawn? Oh, I'm not worried. Mr. Brewster means nothing to me. Will you pass the bread, please, Mr. Donovan?
Say, I thought you was trying to keep your weight down. Ain't you getting a tryout today?
She had it already. Pass her the bread.
Well, greetings to you, one and all.
Well, look who's here.
I told you he never missed lunch.
Mary, I've got some news for you, and what news? Folks, you're in on this, too. But hold on to your chairs, because it's going to blow the roof off.
Well, what is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now looking at none other than Jack B. Brewster, the millionaire. The B is for big shot.
B is for bottle, and that's what you've been hitting.
What do you mean, bottle? I tell you, I'm in the money. I'm a millionaire.
Is this on the level?
Sure it is. My uncle died and left me $1 million.
Holy congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Well, Mrs. Gray, what do you think of me now?
Pay your back rent by Wednesday or get out.
All right. You'll get your rent, and I'll get out, too. I'm moving to a Park Avenue penthouse tomorrow morning. So there. I want you all to come up and see me sometime.
We will, tall, dark, and balmy.
But I'm not going to forget my old friend. Sophie, did you say that book of yours was finished?
Yes, Mr. Brewster.
Well, bring it around. I'm going to publish it for you.
Are you crazy? That book has been turned down by every publisher in the country.
Well, we'll send it to another country, and that's not all I'm going to do. Mike, I'm going to manufacture and market that invention of yours.
Hooray!
I'll show you my heart's in the right place. Dudley, you can be my business manager. I need one.
You need a keeper, too.
I'll get one.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, how can I...
Don't say no more. I'll start you off at $200 a week.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, I think you're just the most wonderful thing.
You haven't seen anything yet. You know what I'm going to do for you, Miss Dawn? I'm going to finance a new show, the biggest thing that ever hit Broadway. And you're going to play the lead in it.
Oh, Mr. Brewster, this is too much.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it won't last long.
Dudley, get busy. Engage me a suite of offices in the Empire State Building. Take a whole floor. We got to do things right.
You're doing things right, all right. A year from now, you won't have a nickel.
That's the idea. I mean, what's the difference?
You're spending your dough like a wild man.
Sure, Wild Jack Brewster, that's me. Before I'm finished, I'll make Diamond Jim Brady look like Sir Harry Lauder. Mike, run outside and order me a taxi cab.
Sure, Mr. Brewster.
Tell him to pull up to the door and stand there until I come out.
Are you leaving already?
No, but I have an appointment at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I want the cab to wait.
We'll continue this week's meetings in a minute. Now, I'd like to take you to a pretty little home on Arden Street in Los Angeles. A young bride is upset, and she's telling her friend about it.
But Bob never talked that way before, Peggy.
Oh, he meant it as a joke.
It's no joke to say my hands look like tomatoes. My hands get wet, it's because I'm washing dishes. For him.
Now, honey, that's no excuse. After all, a man does hate to see his wife get dish brown hands. They spoil his pride in her. Now, look here. Why don't you do what I do? Wash dishes with Lux Flakes. Do Lux Flakes really make a difference? Oh, I say they do. When my hands used to get so raw and chapped, I just couldn't bear to show them. Then I began using Lux Flakes. And honestly, it was with my hands that lost that dish brown look. And now look. See how soft and white they are? Just as nice as when I got married.
Any woman's hands are apt to get red and rough if exposed to harsh soaps in the dishpan. Such soaps dry the natural oils of the skin. Why risk this when, for less than a cent a day, you can use gentle Lux Flakes for your dishes? Just try Lux Flakes for 10 days or so. You'll never use anything else. They're so soothing, leave your hands so soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your breakfast dishes tomorrow. Now back to our play and Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue with Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Faced with the enviable task of spending $1 million inside of a year, Jack has gone on a mad buying spree. Nothing is too much, nothing is too good. But his romance with Mary is at a complete standstill due to the conditions of the bequest. He can't marry her, nor can he tell her the reason. As our scene begins, we're in Jack's suite of offices. Mary and Dudley, the business manager, are in deep conversation.
I tell you, Miss Gray, he's throwing his money around like a madman. He's run through $100,000 in the last 30 days, and what has he got to show for it?
A lot of canceled checks.
Exactly. Now look at this. $710 for typewriters.
How many did he get?
10. And he's hired 5 stenographers.
Gee, they'll have to use their feet, too.
Oh, Miss Gray, you've got to do something. If he keeps on at this rate, he won't have a penny to his name. And he's in the market, too. He just bought 1,000 shares of stock that's headed straight for the bottom. They sell him out, it'll cost him about $40,000.
$40,000?
And he's going to buy more this afternoon. It's absolutely worthless. I tried to tell him, but he won't listen to me.
Will he listen to me? I've got a couple of things I'd like to speak to Mr. Brewster about.
Well, look who's here. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Dudley.
Good morning, Mr. Brewster. There's a man waiting to see you in the outer office.
I'm too busy to see him now. Send him a check.
A check? What for?
I don't care. Whatever he's selling. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
I'll take it, Dudley. You skip along outside.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mary. Hello? Yes? All right, yes, 1,000 shares. That's right. Oh, going down, eh? We'll buy another 1,000. Sure, I mean it. I'm a bull. I said I'm a bull.
Like in baloney.
And listen, if it goes down again, keep buying. Right. Well, Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm all.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Why, of course I'll contribute to a deserving charity. What's the name of the organization? The Society for Helping Joe Dugan. I see. All right, Mr. Dugan, come and see me in the morning. Well, Mary, how's every little...
Oh, I'm all...
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, that's right. I'm putting on a new show. Oh, you're an actor, eh? Now, that's fine. Would you be willing to accept $250 a week? What? You're not worth it? All right, then. I'll make it $500. Goodbye. Well, Mary, how are you?
Hand me that phone, will you?
Hey. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it.
I'm all right, Jack. How are you?
Thanks for ruining my telephone. There goes another $10.
I'm not going to sit here and listen to you spend money all day.
Oh, what do you mean? It's business, isn't it? You know the old saying, you got to spend it if you want to make it.
Yes, and a fool and his money are soon parted.
He who hesitates is lost. Now, it's your turn.
Look what you've been doing the last month. Running around like a wild man. And this new show you're going to open. You realize the producer lost $70,000 last year on a show like that?
Oh, cheapskate. Wait till you see my flop. I mean my show.
And Barbara Dawn. You seem to be getting along fine with her, don't you?
What do you mean?
Spending all that money for clothes and furs. You bought her 3 fur coats in the last 2 weeks.
Well, that's all right. We're just building her up.
What for, a polar expedition?
You're not jealous now, are you, Mary?
Jealous of Barbara Dawn? I should say not.
Oh, Mary, don't feel like that. Barbara Dawn is nothing to me. Really, you're the only one that counts.
Well, if you think so much of me, why don't you do something about it?
You mean, get married?
Yes. I've been wearing your engagement ring so long, my whole hand is turning green.
Now, look, Mary. Mary, you've gotta trust me. I just can't get married now.
Why not?
Well, I can't tell you. You'll just have to take my word. There's a very good reason. Look, will you trust me, Mary?
Well, if you'll stop spending money.
Oh, gee, thanks. That's swell.
Oh, Mr. Brewster.
Yeah?
Your car's downstairs.
Oh, that's right. Come on, Mary. I've got an appointment with a man to buy a gold. Well, how do you like the new car, Mary? Only $18,000. Not bad, huh?
It's all right. You got a trailer, too, huh?
Trailer? That's a rumble seat.
Hey, watch out where you're driving. Slow down.
Don't worry. Everything's under control, Mary. Watch that speedometer.
Hey, stop.
What for? We're only doing 60.
I said stop. Did you hear me? Stop.
Nothing doing. Hey, pull over there.
You'll stop.
Gee. Can you imagine that? A cop.
Don't give him any back talk, Jack. A friend of mine got a big fine the other day for sacking a policeman.
Oh, yeah? Are you sure of that?
I was with him. Why?
Oh, never mind. A big fine, eh? Well.
Look out, he's coming over.
Well, where do you think you're going? To a fire?
What's it to you, slug?
Jack.
Oh, a fresh guy, eh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Shut up.
Hey, Weasel, I got a good mind to hand you a ticket. What do you think of that?
Make it 2. I have a lady with me.
Hey, listen, mister. It's a $200 fine for doing 60 in this town. See?
Sure, I see, you dope. You think I'm blind? And I wasn't doing 60. I was doing 75.
Oh, you was, eh?
Yeah, in another minute I'd have been in high.
Now, listen, you.
Come on. Give me a ticket and scram out of here before I lose my temper.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. What does he think he is, anyhow? I'm a citizen of this town and a taxpayer. I'm not taking any back talk from a dumb flatfoot. What do you think of that, Charlie Chan?
I guess you're right, mister.
What?
Maybe I was too hasty. I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
After all, it's folks like you who are paying my salary, and I got no right to get fresh with you. Excuse me.
Hey, wait, what about the ticket? What about that $200 fine?
Oh, that's all right. Forget it, mister. So long.
Hey!
Hello? Mr. Brewster's office? Oh, Mr. Brewster, can you see Miss Dawn now?
Okay, have her come in.
Have her come in, please.
How do we stand, Dudley? Go on with that report.
Well, that's all there is, sir. Your expenses for the last 2 months total almost $300,000.
$300,000 in 2 months. Not bad. How's that stock of mine?
Going down faster than ever.
Good. When it hits 0, sell. Oh, hello, Miss Dawn.
Hello, Mr. Brewster.
That'll be all, Dudley.
Yes, sir.
Well, how's the little leading lady today?
Just fine. Like my new dress?
Hey, that's all right. Better get a couple of more just like it.
Oh, Jack.
Why, you're so sweet to me, Jack.
Oh, I just like to spend money, and you've got to have clothes if you're going to be a star. You're one of my big investments, Miss Dawn.
Was that all I mean to you? Investment?
Well, now
I don't believe it. You wouldn't be doing all this for me unless...
No.
Oh, Jack, why don't you say it? Why don't you tell me that you love me?
What?
You do. You know you do.
Now, look here, Miss Dawn. You're making a big mistake.
Perhaps, but I love you anyway. There, I've said it.
I mean, you're all wrong.
Oh, I'm not
that.
wrong. I don't care what anyone says about you. I still think you're the nicest man I ever met.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jack, darling,
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Come right in. You know Miss Dawn, of course.
Miss Dawn? Not the Miss Dawn.
Yeah.
The one who used to live at our boarding house?
I think you remember me.
Gee, I didn't recognize you for a minute behind those eyelashes. Or is it a new kind of a veil?
Now, wait, Mary.
If you'll excuse me, Jack, I'll come back sometime when you're alone.
He was alone when I came in. Oh, she wants to be alone with you, huh? What did she mean by that crack?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Mary. Listen, do you want to come to the theater with me? I'm picking talent for the new show.
Talent? It was up to you. Garber would still be in Sweden.
Oh, come on. Brewster. Okay, Gallagher. Mary, you sit next to me. We got plenty of talent here this afternoon.
Plenty and loud.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet down. Well, all right. Let's see. Who's first?
We are, Mr. Brewster. Yeah, we were here first.
Well, what are your names, boys?
Moisey and Slade. You know those two funny guys. I'm Moisey. Yeah, he's Moisey.
I guess that makes you Slade, then.
Yeah, we're comedians. Ain't we, Moisey? Yeah.
Well, that's very funny. Let's hear your act, boys.
Don't tell me there's more.
Mary.
Well, I come out, see? I walk across the stage. Slade comes out from the other side, and we bump into each other. We bump into each other.
Make it hard.
And I say, hello, Slade.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait. You don't have to go any further. You're killing me. Take these fellas outside and sign them up.
Take them outside and hang them up.
This way, boys.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brewster, but may I have a word with you?
What is it?
I don't wish to waste my time here any further. I am a tragedian. I have trod the boards as Hamlet, as Macbeth, as Othello. Have you an opening for me?
Well,
There's a manhole just outside.
Quiet. See, Mr. Gallagher, tell him I said you can play prologue.
I thank you.
Now, who's next, folks?
We are. Come on, Goldstein. Sure. How are you, Mr. Brewster?
Oh, hello.
We're Gillis and Goldstein, and we're writing up smash hits for singing.
Songwriters, eh? Did you ever write any hit number?
Listen, you ever hear Mother McCree, Old Man River, the St. Louis Blues?
Yeah, sure.
We write good ones. Hey, listen. I got a song will be sweeping the country by storm.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
My Hoochie Coochie Kid. Swing it.
Be good for our show, rather.
I got a Hoochie Coochie baby, down on a Hoochie Coochie Isle. And if she's something, believe me, mister, she's the swellest gal in town. Hot stuff, eh?
It burns me up, too.
Listen, Mr. Goldstein, are all your songs like that one?
If such a thing is possible, some of them are even better.
If such a thing is possible.
Wait a minute. There's no use going any further with this talent business.
Now you're getting smart.
Hey, Gallagher.
Yes, Mr. Brewster?
Give everybody here a contract. Rehearsal start tomorrow. We should be ready to open in a month.
If such a thing is possible.
Oh. Hello, Dudley.
Hello, Miss Brewster. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I've got to see you.
Well, sure. Come in. You see the opening tonight, Dudley?
Yes, sir. But that's not what I've come to talk about.
Hey, you look worried. What's the matter?
Mr. Brewster, I've got a confession to make.
At 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. I couldn't sleep. It's been on my mind for a week, and I can't bear it any longer.
Hey, here. What's wrong?
Mr. Brewster, I'm a thief.
A thief?
A swindler. An embezzler. I've stolen money from you, gambled with it on the market. I thought the stock would go up, but it didn't. And now I've come to confess. Oh, do what you want with me. I don't care. I'm no good.
I see. What stock did you buy?
American Timber.
How much did you lose?
$22,000.
That's loyalty for you. You get a hot thing like that, and you don't let me in on it. What? Take another $10,000. Buy some more.
You mean you're not going to send me to prison?
Of course not. That isn't not unless the stock goes up.
But I'll pay it back. I swear with every penny.
I don't want it back.
But I want to give it to you. $22,000.
I said I don't want it. Now listen. Have you seen the newspaper account of my new show?
Why, no.
Well, get this. It's practically certain that Playboy Brewster, that's me, has backed the biggest flop ever seen on Broadway. Before it is withdrawn, it will probably cost him over $200,000. There. And you come around with your paltry $22,000. Get out of here.
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here are the latest reports.
Let me see. Oh, this is awful.
Oh, well, Mr. Brewster, what's wrong?
That gold mine I bought. Look, they've struck gold.
Struck gold? Why, that's wonderful.
Dudley, you got to sell that mine, do you hear? And sell it cheap.
Cheap? It's worth a fortune.
That's the whole trouble. For 8 months I've been going beautifully, and now look what happened. I've started to make money. Answer that.
Hello? Yes? Yes, he's here. Who? Oh, one moment, please.
Who is it?
It's Hollywood calling. Mr. Rosenblatt of Super Sound Pictures.
Oh, it's the Brewster. Huh? What does he want? Hello? Yes, Jack Brewster. What? You want to buy the rights to my show? Are you crazy? My show is a flop, the biggest flop in years. Oh, I see. You like to buy flops because they're cheaper. Well, I won't sell. No, I don't want a check for $50,000. Goodbye. Oh, this is terrible. What am I going to do?
Why, Mr. Brewster, I don't understand.
Shut up. I got to think something. What can I do to... Wait a minute. Wait, I've got an idea.
Yes, sir?
Dudley, go out and buy me a yacht.
A what?
A yacht, a big one. Hire me a crew and invite all my friends. My enemies, too. I want a crowd. We're going on a 3-month cruise.
Say, Skipper, where did you say we were?
About 30 miles off the coast of Virginia, Miss Gray.
Is that all? You mean we've been sailing around out here for 6 weeks and we're only that far?
We've been going in circles. I heard Mr. Brewster give the order.
I advised him to turn around and head for port yesterday, but he won't do it.
Head for port? What for?
The barometer's falling fast. We're in for a heavy storm.
A storm? Holy smoke.
I can't understand, Mr. Brewster. I asked him why he wanted to stay out, and he said he can't run the risk of making money on shore.
I think he's going batty.
Where's he now?
He's forward with Miss Dawn.
Oh, he is, eh? I've suspected that for a long time.
I mean, he's in the fore part of the boat. He and Miss Dawn are making plans to produce another show.
What? Another show, eh? Wait here, folks. I'll tell him a thing or two.
You see, Miss Dawn, I figure the ballet alone will cost about $70,000.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I think there's a storm approaching.
You said it, fathead. I want to speak to you.
Oh, a tornado, huh? Hello, Mary.
What's the idea of putting on another show? Didn't the last one cost you enough?
Not quite. You see,
Pardon me. I'm not wanted here. I'll leave. You got something there. Goodbye.
Now listen, Mary.
You listen to me. I'm sick and tired of the way you're throwing money around. And I'm sick and tired of waiting for you to make up your mind about getting married.
Oh, why are you getting excited?
Excited? I don't want a honeymoon on the Townsend plan.
Mary, look, give me 2 months. That's all I ask. Just 2 months.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Mary, I can't explain it now, but the show will cost about $250,000. That's exactly what I have to get rid... Oh, don't ask me.
All right. But listen to this. If you throw another penny away on a new show, or any other crazy idea, we're through. Washed up.
Oh, Mary.
I mean it. If you do one more crazy stunt, I'll never look at you again.
Mr. Brewster.
What do you want, Skipper?
We've got to turn around and head for port, sir. We're listing badly.
But I don't want to go on shore.
We've got to. If we don't start now, we'll have to be assisted by the Marjorie O. She's standing by to help us.
Oh, I don't care. Do what you want.
Yes, sir. But if the Marjorie O assists us, she'll get salvage value. The whole boat will belong to the owners of the Marjorie O.
What?
It's maritime law. You'll lose $250,000.
Wait a minute. Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, put out to sea.
What? Are you crazy?
Yes, sir. Put out to sea and notify the Marjorie O. We need assistance. Tell her we'll give her salvage rights and a bonus to every sailor. Go on. Go on.
To pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
After getting rid of $1 million, we think Jack Benny Brewster and Mary Gray Livingston are entitled to a little rest. So before continuing our play, we bring you another couple who also find themselves the possessors of sudden wealth. As the result of a $2.50 investment in the Irish sweepstakes, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen of Los Angeles have just received $50,000. I've asked them here to tell us what it's like to get pennies from heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, Marjorie Wood and Norbert Jansen. First, what are you going to do with the money?
We put it in the bank.
In a joint account?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Mills. You see, we figured if we could win $50,000, then anything might happen between now and April. Then we expect to get married.
We decided not to take any chances.
What do you do for a living, Bert?
Well, I'm a painter.
Portraits or landscape?
Neither. He paints hot water heaters.
And you?
Well, I used to work in an ice cream parlor, but I've been taking it kind of easy ever since the money came along.
In our play tonight, Jack Benny fainted when he found a fortune in his lap. Now, how did you take the shock?
Well, we were both eating lunch over at Marjorie's house, but we learned that our horse had been drawn.
But what did you do? What did you say?
We just looked at each other, and Norbert said, "Hey, I sure would like another piece of apple pie." The first thing we're going to do is buy a car so we can go on our honeymoon.
We'd never seen New York, and I sure want to... And if we aren't scrapping by that time, I guess we'll all go down to Florida.
But first, I want to see Niagara Falls.
And when we get back, I'm going to keep on painting hot water heaters, and Marjorie can run the house.
And believe me, we're not going to have any maids either. I learned plenty in my life about being thrifty and careful, and I'm going right on being just the same way. Because this is a Lux program, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say to you one of the things that has helped me a lot in being thrifty has been to take care of my silk stockings and other nice things by washing them in Lux slate. I'll continue to use them.
That's sound advice for every housewife. And now just one more question. Why do you suppose fate picked you two to win that $50,000?
Well, I don't know, except maybe it was because I was born on Friday, April the 13th, 1913.
And you, Miss Wood?
I wish I could be original, but I can't. I was born on Friday, April the 13th, 1913, too.
Why don't you get married on April 13th? And let's hope your luck continues. Thank you both for coming here.
Bye,
Goodbye,
Mr.
Mr. DeMille.
Don't leave till you see what happens to Brewster. And now, Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. It's the morning of the last day, the day on which Jack has to be completely broke if he's to inherit his grandfather's $6 million. In his hotel room, he's talking to Grant, the lawyer.
So you're really broke, eh, Mr. Brewster?
Listen, Mr. Grant, I'm so broke that, well, I haven't eaten in a week. If I pull my belt in one more notch, I'll look like an hourglass.
What about possessions? Do you own anything?
Not a thing. I lost my boat. I sold my furniture. I owe 2 months' hotel and office rent. If the holes in my socks were any bigger, I could use them for garters.
Well, you seem to have complied with all the conditions of the will. Of course, it's not 12 o'clock noon yet.
I know it. That's why I'm hiding out. Believe me, I've had a tough time, Mr. Grant. Everything I touched turned to gold, except Mary's ring. And I'm not taking any chances. I'm staying right here until the time's almost up.
A good idea. Well, I suppose you've had a good time spending all that money.
No, it was all right. Of course, I lost my girl.
You mean Miss Gray?
Yeah. She got sore at me for spending so much and walked out. I haven't seen her for 2 months.
Oh, well, those things happen, Mr. Brewster. Like I always say, that's life.
Did you make that up yourself? Anyway, Mr. Grant, I don't feel too happy about it.
Well, maybe when she finds out the real reason why you were spending your money, she'll forgive you.
Maybe. That's why I want her to be in the office when you hand over the money. And I've asked the whole crowd to show up.
I'll be delighted to explain it to her. Well, it's time I left, Mr. Brewster. I'll see you at exactly 12 noon.
That's right, at the office.
Until that time, don't take any nickels, wooden or otherwise.
I could have used you in my show.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Brewster's office. No, he ain't here. Yeah. Well, I want to see him, too. He owes me 13 weeks' salary. Say, do you know a good lawyer? I want to bring a suit against that guy myself.
Here, put down that phone. It's a fine thing you're doing, asking for a lawyer so you can sue your own boss. That's loyalty, that is.
Aw, dry up. What about my back salary?
I only owe you 13 weeks. You're not superstitious, are you? You'll get your back salary as soon as I get what's coming to me.
And I hope it's soon.
I'll remember that remark, Miss Higgins, when it's time for bonuses. Anybody arrive yet?
Yeah, they're inside. Say, where is that guy? Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Mary. Gee, it's good to see you again.
Yeah. Well, I didn't come because I wanted to. Mr. Dudley dragged me. I didn't ever want to see you again.
Oh, gee. Don't talk like that, Mary. I'm crazy about you. No fooling.
Don't mind me, folks. I don't work here anymore.
You may go, Miss Higgins.
Sure.
Mary, let me look at you. Gee, you look swell.
Thanks. If you look better, I'd return the compliment.
Well, I've been on a sort of a diet. Haven't eaten much of anything for a week. You know, life has its ups and downs, Mary. Sometimes you're on top. Sometimes you hit the bottom.
You must have landed with an awful spud.
Well,
You're broke, eh?
Well, sort of.
In other words, you're right back where you were 9 years ago. No money, no job.
That's right. Only this time, I haven't even got a girl.
And what happened to that Dawn dame?
Oh, Mary, she meant nothing to me.
Only 3-4 coats a week.
I wish I had the lining of one for a suit.
Oh, well, I don't want to talk about her.
Look, Mary, do you think that... would it be possible... Oh, you probably won't believe me anyway.
Probably not.
Mary, I've been a fool. I'll be a different guy. Wait till you see.
You mean you'll really reform?
From now on, you won't know it's the same fella. I'll let you be the boss. You can even handle the cash.
That'll be easy enough.
What do you say, Mary? Is it a go? Can we start all over again?
Well,
Oh, come on.
You promise you won't pull any more crazy stunts?
Cross my heart, I'll never spend a dime unless you okay it.
All right, Jack. It's a go.
Oh, gee, Mary.
Some fun, eh?
Yeah.
Come on, we better join the others. They're waiting for you.
That's right, I forgot. Where are they, in here?
Yeah.
Gee, I'm not even hungry now. Hello, folks.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Mr. Brewster. We've been anxious.
One at a time, folks, one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked you here today for a very special reason. I'm not at liberty to tell you what it's all about, but as soon as the clock strikes 12, I'm going to hand you all a big surprise. During the last year, you have all seen me under very trying conditions. Needless to say, I had good reason for my actions, but now everything has turned out fine. In the first place, I am completely broke. But never mind that, it's all part of the plan.
What's the big surprise, Jack?
You'll see, Mary.
Well, while we're waiting, I have a little surprise, too.
You, Mr. Dudley?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brewster once did a very fine thing for me, and I've never forgotten it. To show him that my heart's in the right place and to prove my gratitude, I take pleasure in returning to him his $22,000.
What?
Here you are, Mr. Brewster. Here.
Put it away! Put it away!
I promised to pay it back.
You asked for it. Get rid of it.
Jack, you take that.
No. Listen, I don't want it. I can't take it. I don't know what he's talking about.
Remember what I said, Jack.
Open the window, quick.
The man's crazy.
Now, give me that money. There. That settles that.
Holy mackerel, he threw $22,000 out the window.
And that's not ticker tape. Jack, this is the end.
Mary, I had to do
Don't
it.
speak to me. And after you promised
Mary,
to...
listen.
No.
The guy's off his nut. Good afternoon, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, come in, Mr. Grant. Mary, don't leave, please. Sit down, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Brewster, it's exactly 12 noon. Have you changed your financial status?
Mr. Grant, I'm twice as broke as ever before.
Good. Then I take pleasure in presenting you with this check for $6 million. Here you are.
It's a gag.
No, it isn't, Mary. I'm rich.
I don't get this.
Well, Mary, look. Now, let me explain. I had to spend my uncle's million in a year so I could get the $6 million left by my grandfather. It's all mine, Mary. Every penny of it.
Just a minute. I don't understand this yet, but don't forget our agreement. I handle the cash.
Yes, my love. Are you happy, Mary?
Oh, Jack, it's wonderful.
You know, from now on, you can have anything you want.
Anything?
Yeah.
You mean it?
Of course I do.
Well, let's run out and get a hamburger. I'm starved.
Okay, and the treat's on me.
Jerry gets his millions, Mary gets Brewster, and we get a promise from Jack Benny and Mary Livingston that after a little time out, they'll be back with us for a bit of Benny banter. Willies of Hollywood is not a term referring to the jitters of the film capital. Willies is really William Monshine, the man who sheathes the handsome legs of many Hollywood stars in silk stockings. His rise is one from canvas to silk, for Willie started his career as an amateur prize fighter, winning 60 out of 85 bouts by knockouts. But then silk stockings caught his eye, and he's been designing them ever since, for motion pictures and such Broadway shows as Earl Carroll's Vanities. Ladies and gentlemen, Willies of Hollywood.
Thank you. A woman's vanity can be blamed for a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen, but not for silk stockings. For it was none other than King Henry VIII who first exhibited the fatted calf in silk.
His daughter, Queen Elizabeth, was the first woman to wear silk stockings. Her first pair were 2 months in the making. Now, you tell us about the stocking feet of Hollywood's royalty.
Right now, many of the stars are wearing sandal stockings, those that have neither toe nor heel. This is a type that now graces the international famous legs of Marlene Dietrich. Lily Pons wears them, afternoon and evening. Grace Moore prefers them, and so does Greta Garbo. Miss Garbo is frequently accused of large feet, but I assure you she wears the same size stocking as the average woman, 9.5. Ginger Rogers is very fond of iridescent stockings. Jean Harlow invariably wears nets, mesh hose for both street and formal dress.
Well, this may be a little shock to the husbands in our audience, but didn't you tell me that a woman should have 20 pairs of stockings?
That's quite true. But they'll last a full year if properly cared for. Here's the advice I give the motion picture wardrobe directors here in Hollywood. When you use Lux Flakes, you preserve the elasticity of silk. And naturally, stockings fit better and wear longer. You should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them into Lux suds that are lukewarm or cool. Then rinse in almost cool water. After this, you can roll them in a Turkish towel to take out the moisture. Then shape them a bit and dry away from heat. Never dry stockings on a radiator. Here are some tips about selecting the right stockings. If you're a little on the heavy side, you'll find that stockings with clocks or net stockings with perpendicular lines will slenderize wide calves and ankles. If your legs are a bit too thin, get stockings with a very low heel. I hope I've been of some help. Thank you.
Good night, Willies of Hollywood. According to the clock, it's now time for tonight's star to make a second entrance. I welcome her with a bouquet of freshly plucked congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and I'd like to tell you what a grand program I think the Lux Radio Theater is, especially tonight. And I'm sure that goes for my assistant, too.
Assistant?
Come in.
Miss Livingston?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity to
I'm
wish
sorry,
you...
Jack. I'm sorry, but I was just about to interview our star, Miss Livingston.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd like to hear me play the B on my violin.
So would millions of other people, but we don't believe you own a violin, and we don't believe you can play one. It's just an obsession that's gone to your head.
Yeah, he's got a bee in his bonnet.
Yeah? Is that DeMille or Fred Allen? Huh? Say, Mr. DeMille. Mr. DeMille, you directed the picture, The Plainsman. Huh?
Yes, I did. Did you see it?
Yes, and I want to tell you how good I thought it could be. Nice photography, swell story. I thought Gene Arthur was terrific.
Yeah, Gary Cooper was in it, too.
Cooper? Oh, yes, that's what I wanted to speak to you about. Of course, Gary and I are both working for Paramount Studio, and I don't want to say anything out of the way, but, look, Mr. DeMille, I do that outdoor stuff myself. You've heard of me, Buck Benny, I think.
Yes,
I can't understand how you've overlooked me. I see you in the commissary all the time.
Oh, do you eat in there?
Yes, that's in my contract. I get my meals and car fare.
What about your salary?
They're coming to that.
Yes. If you ever make another picture of that type, please don't forget me.
Thank you, I will.
You're welcome.
Oh, Jack, tell me, doesn't this kind of a broadcast make you a little nervous?
Well, now that it's all over, Mr. DeMille, I will admit I was. Of course, on our own half-hour shows, I generally give my all. But this being an hour show, I just had to give twice of myself. You were good, too, Mary, and tonight I'm going to pay you for working with me. What are you laughing at?
I just thought of something very funny.
All right, what is it?
This is my lucky day.
Remember our own products, Mary.
Jack, I want to thank you and Mary for coming up here tonight. Maybe you can't play the bee, but you can play Brewster like $1 million.
And if you spend it all in 1 year, $6 million.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille, for letting me be an actor.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, don't forget that little thing we discussed. You know, the hint I dropped. Remember, I'm the Cooper type.
Yes, Jackie.
Jackie Cooper. Goodbye.
Thank you, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. There's a rare dramatic thrill awaiting us next week, and Mr. DeMille tells us about it in just a moment. Tonight, our cast included Crawford Kent as Mr. Grant, Fred Harrington as Mr. Vanderpool, Lee Millar as Mr. Dudley, Margaret Brayton as Barbara Dawn, Helena Grant as Sophie Smith, Helen Kears as Mrs. Gray, John Gibson as Mike Donovan, Hal K. Dawson as Mr. Murphy, Eddie Kane as Slade, Lionel Belmore as Tragedian, Ross Forrester as Gillis, Abe Reynolds as Goldstone, Inez Seabury as Secretary, Lou Merrill as Skipper, William Royal as Police Officer, and Frank Nelson as Stage Manager. The play Brewster's Millions is by Winchell Smith and Byron Onley, dramatized from the novel by George Barr McCutcheon. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston appeared through courtesy of General Foods, the makers of Jell-O, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Love is News. And now, Mr. DeMille. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater, we nail the skull and crossbones to our mast and lift anchor on what I consider the most thrilling and romantic drama ever to have come from the pen of that master of adventure, Raphael Sabatini. Our play, Captain Blood. And our stars, the same splendid four who made the motion picture such a memorable event on the modern screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Errol Flynn, Olivia de Havilland, Basil Rathbone, and Henry Stevenson. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater takes us back to the days of cutthroats and cutlasses in presenting Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland in Captain Blood with Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stand by, fighting men of the United Nations. Here is Mail Call, one big package of words and music and laughter delivered to you by the stars from whom you want to hear. An answer to the request you send to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Tonight we extend special greetings to the fighting men from the state of Illinois. And standing at the microphone now to speed this airmail special letter on its way is a star who is not only a great comedian, but a fine artist. That favorite son of Illinois, the pride of Waukegan, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, fellas. This is Jack Benny, your postmaster for Tonight Talking. And I hope that all you guys, wherever you are, enjoy our music talkie letter. And before I forget it, Harry Von Zell, I want to thank you for that lovely introduction. Favorite son of Illinois. pride of Waukegan. That was really very nice.
Oh, it was nothing, Jack. I'm full of baloney, you know.
Well, baloney or not, this old ham loved it. Anyway, I'm proud to be from Illinois. It's a wonderful state.
Yes, you're right, Jack. I visited some relatives there last summer. They took me to a beautiful park called Starved Rock.
Starved Rock? Oh, yeah, that's near Ottawa.
Oh, you know the place?
Do I know the place? Why, years ago I took a girl to Starved Rock on a picnic there.
Oh, I see. That's how the rock got its name.
You're wrong there, Harry. It couldn't have. You see, she brought a wonderful lunch. 2 chicken sandwiches, 2 sweet pickles, 2 olives, and 3 hard-boiled eggs. What a battle we had over that extra egg. Romantic, wasn't it, Harry?
Romantic? Well, for goodness, what's romantic about an egg?
Plenty, if you understand about roosters and hens. But, you know, being on this program tonight really brings back memories of the good old days back in Waukegan when I was a kid.
Yes, I imagine it does.
Gosh, I remember one December. There were terrible blizzards and storms. Our roof leaked. We didn't have coal for our stove. Ah, those were the good old days.
For the good old days? How do you figure that?
We were in Florida for the winter. But really, Harry, I did... We changed that gag the last minute. It was very good. Harry, I did have to work hard when I was a kid. I'll never forget my first job in Waukegan. I worked in a livery stable.
In a livery stable?
Yes, sir. Believe me, I was in there pitching every Enough of me, Harry. Let's get this mail call underway with a salute to a great suburb of Waukegan, Chicago. The Santa Anita OTC Band, conducted by Master Sergeant Skinny Ennis, playing Chicago. Swell, Skinny. You sounded like Phil Harris on his one good day. You and the boys did a great job on Chicago. Ah, the Windy City, the stockyards. It's a bad combination, but a good town, you know? Now, fellas, here's a great combination singing Paper Doll, the Delta Rhythm Boys.
I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellows cannot steal. And then the flirty church with Dolly that when I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded real life girl. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellows cannot feel. And then those flirty guys with their flirty eyes will have to flirt with dolls that are real. Now, when I come home at night, she will be waiting. Yes, she'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll just to call my own than have a fickle-minded real life girl. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellows cannot steal away. 'Cause Jack, I'd rather have a doll that I don't have to buy and die than have a fickle-minded or a cheating, two-timing, or trouble-making real life girl.
Thank you, Delta Rhythm Boys. And now, fellas, I want you to meet a guy who is one of our most prolific songwriters. He's turned out such great hits as Blues in the Night, Black Magic, Tangerine, Dearly Beloved, Lazy Bones, Strip Polka, and here he is in person, Johnny Mercer. Well, Johnny, welcome to Mail Call.
Well, thanks, Jackson. And hi, men. You know, Brother Benny, that's a pretty big build-up you gave me there.
Oh, it was nothing, Johnny, just words. I'm full of baloney, kid, you know.
Well, no, kid, you really deserve a build-up. Songwriting is hard work. Yes, sir. Look at me. I'm nothing but skin and bone.
You said it. If you ever took that hanger out of your coat, down you'd go, brother.
Well, what's holding you up, Pappy?
Bobby socks. What are you going to do for us tonight, Johnny? That is, if I may change the subject. Yeah?
Well, I'd like to do a little tune I just knocked off called G.I. Jive.
G.I. Jive, eh? Hit it, Johnny.
This is a G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugle blow and reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's a G.I. Jive. Rudely toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boot. After you wash and dress, more or less, you go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce out of your seat into the street, make with the feet, reach. If you're a PPP, your duty is to salute the L-I-E-U-D. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-D, the M-D makes you K-P on the Q-T. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a prize private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in the trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. Private tank that features a little device called a Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, you chunk all your junk back in the trunk and fall on your clunk. Soon you're counting sheep, but before you count to 5, seems to right back singing that G.
That was swell, Johnny Mercer. Really solid, if you dig me, Johnson.
All right. Thank you, Jackson. By the way, I thought you were supposed to do a sketch with Judy Garland on the program tonight.
Oh, with Judy? The sketch? Well, I don't know.
Well, what's the matter? Something go wrong?
Well, not exactly. You see, I contacted Judy yesterday to rehearse and... Oh, let's forget it.
No, what happened? What happened?
Oh, it's not important. Judy's a good kid and all that, but...
Well, what happened?
What happened? I wanted Judy to do a scene with me tonight, so I called her at her studio. Naturally, I was anxious to work with her. I don't know, she's so talented. Hello, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer?
Yes?
I'd like to talk to Miss Garland, please. Judy Garland.
I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to disturb her. She's on the set.
Oh, it'll be perfectly all right. I'm an old friend of hers.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so, Mr. Rooney?
I said an old friend, not a short one. This is Jack Benny.
Whose friend did you say you were?
Jack Benny's. I'm Jack Benny. I'm nobody's friend. I'm a friend of Miss Garland. Jack Garland. Judy Garland. My goodness, what trouble you go through to get someone at a studio.
Oh, you're Jack Benny?
Yes.
Well, gee, I'm sorry I infringed on your nickel. I'll give you the set.
Thanks.
1 moment, please.
I'm a fine operator. I'd have gotten better service if I dialed a coffee grinder.
Hello, stage 3.
I'd like to speak to Miss Garland, please.
Okay, Oh, would you hold the line a minute? She's going to shoot a scene right now.
I'll wait.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet. We're rolling.
I wonder how long I'll have to wait.
All right, Miss Garland. Start talking as you open the door. Action.
Oh, Robert. Robert, darling.
What an actress. What pathos.
Robert, my love.
What feeling. Who's Robert?
Oh, Robert, darling, kiss me. It's been so long since I've seen you. Kiss me, Robert. Don't speak, just kiss me.
Gee.
Kiss me again, darling.
Oh, boy, that was a long one.
Robert, kiss me again to make up for all the time we've been separated. Oh, my darling, just once more.
Very good, Miss Garland. Very good. Miss Garland, woman on the telephone.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Hello? Hello, who's calling? Tell me, who's calling?
I can't. My lips are stuck in the mouthpiece. I said, it's all right now. Judy, I'd like to ask you a little favor. Would you...
Just a minute. Who is this?
Can't you guess?
Well, really, I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, come on, guess.
Well,
I'll give you a hint. Who used to have the dressing room next to yours?
Oh, hello, Rosalind.
I'm not Rosalind Russell. Look, Rosalind's dressing room was on one side of yours. Now, who was on the other side?
That was the washroom.
Only part of it. Judy, this is Jack Benny.
Oh, Jack, how are you?
I'm fine, Judy. And I called you
Yes, I know, Jack. I'm awfully sorry, but I had to buy my Christmas cards from somebody else this year.
I'm not calling about that. Now, listen, Judy. The reason I called you see, I'm going to be on the mail call program with you tomorrow.
Yes?
And I thought as long as fate had thrown us together, I thought that maybe we could do a scene from your picture for me and my gal.
Oh, but, Jack, I don't remember any part in that picture that fits you.
Oh, sure, Judy. You know, the man you're in love with.
Oh, yes, I know, but that part was played by Gene Kelly, and he's only 28 years old.
What difference does 5 or 6 years make? I can make up to look as old as him. Really, I can. Now, look, Judy.
Well, all right, Jack. You come over to my house tonight at 8 o'clock, and we'll run through the scene.
Okay, see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, Judy, shall I come for dinner? Oh, well, some other time. Oh, boy. Am I going to show Judy how to do a love scene? Well, Judy, here I am. Hope I haven't kept you waiting.
But, Jack, you were supposed to be here at 8 o'clock.
Well, what time is it now?
It's only 5:30.
Well, I only live 2 miles from here, and I guess I ran faster than I thought. Anyway, I was kind of anxious to get started with the rehearsal, you know.
All right, Jack, come on in. We'll rehearse now.
Good. You have the script here, haven't you, Judy?
Oh, yes, I have. And I've selected one scene which I think will be ideal for both of us.
Oh, you mean the parts are equally important?
Yes. It's the part where Josephine is in love with Albert, but Albert wants to leave me and run away with an opera singer.
Uh-huh.
And so as the scene opens, Josephine pleads with Albert not to go.
I see. And I'm Albert.
Well, I should rather be Josephine.
Oh, no. No, Albert's all right. I'll be Albert.
All right. Now, let's take it from the top of the page here. You have the first line.
Oh, yes. Albert, I'm going, Josephine.
Don't read, Albert. That's your name. Just read the line.
Oh, yes, excuse me. I'm so nervous.
Yes.
Well, I'm going, Josephine.
Don't go, Albert. You must listen to me. When I first saw you, I didn't care what you did. I didn't love you then. I didn't care whether you lived or died or what happened to you. I didn't care if I ever saw you again. And then suddenly I felt a burning within me that meant only one thing, Albert. I loved you.
I'm going, Josephine.
Albert, before I met you, life held no happiness for me. And just as I decided to end it all, I saw you. You, Albert, you were lonely and unhappy, too. Together, I thought that someday we'd follow the trail to a paradise. But no. You rose above me. You found other things. Because the things I could give you were only love, respect, and unselfishness.
I'm going, Josephine.
Yes, Yes, Albert. True love and respect and unselfishness that have crowded my heart for years. But you don't want that. No, you don't want the good, important things of life.
For this, I went to bed early last night.
I never thought I would plead for any man's love. But I'm trying to save you, Albert. Save you from yourself. Save you from this woman's ego who's only luring you to satisfy herself.
I'm a-going, Josie. I'm a-going.
Jack, read that right.
Well, I'm tired of saying it the same way. See, it gets monotonous. Fine part I've got.
Well, you've got a very dramatic speech coming up. It's on the next page.
Oh, yes. I didn't see it. Give me the lead to it, will you, Judy?
All right. Oh, Albert, tell me the truth. What caused this change in you? Why are you leaving me for this opera singer?
I'll tell you why, Josephine, and I won't hold back anything, no matter how it hurts. I will admit that at one time I loved you with all the passion and fury within me. But now this other woman has come into my life, and even though I have fought against it with every fiber of my manly body, I knew that eventually...
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. That's awful.
Why? What's the matter?
You can't play at the scene like that. You've got to put more fire into it, more feeling, more heart.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sure I can do it, Judy. Let's try it once more. Give me the lead again, will you?
Okay. Tell me, Albert, why are you leaving me for this opera singer?
I'll tell you why, Josephine. And I won't hold anything back, no matter how it hurts. Love you with all the passion and fury within me. But now this other woman has come into my life.
No, Jack, no. Please stop.
What's the matter now?
Oh, you've got the wrong idea of the part. We can't go on a mail call program like this and make fools of ourselves.
But gee.
I told you to feel the part, not step on it.
Well, I don't know, Judy. What would you suggest?
Well, now, Jack, look. You go home and study it, and then we'll try it again. And if it turns out all right, we'll do it. And if not, let's just forget the whole thing.
Well, that's what happened, fellas. But Judy was only kidding. She thinks I'm wonderful.
Of course I do, Jack.
You see? I knew I was wonderful. Say, Judy, how about doing a song for the boys now?
I'd love to, Jack. Do you think they'd like Speak Low?
Anything you sing, baby.
All right.
Summer day withers away too soon, speak low. When you speak low, our moment is swift, like ships adrift, we're swept apart too soon. Speak low. Darling, speak low. Love is a spark lost in the dark. Too soon, I feel wherever I go that tomorrow is near, tomorrow is here, and always too soon. Darling, we'll the curtain descends, everything ends too soon, I wait, darling, I wait. Will you speak close to me, speak close to me, and
Well, men, it's about time to put the sincerely yours to this mail call letter. But before that happens, here's a special paragraph for all you men who hail from that great prairie state, Illinois. One tiny pinpoint of land alone would have made the state of Illinois everlastingly famous. That was a spot in Springfield, in the midst of a wilderness of log cabins where the great American Abraham Lincoln spent his childhood. Yet, in addition to being the home of history-making Americans, this prairie state, from its beginning as part of the Northwest Territory, gave promise of greatness, a promise fulfilled. One of the three top states in agriculture, a great producer of iron and steel, the hub of the meatpacking industry. That's that hunk of land stretching from Winnebago to Cairo, from Lake Michigan to the Mississippi. That's Illinois. From one who belongs himself to all the rest of you who belong to these words of tribute.
That's it, fellows. The end of another mail call letter. Signatures include Jack Benny, Judy Garland, Johnny Mercer, Elvia Allman, the Delta Rhythm Boys, Master Sergeant Skinny Ennis, and the OTC Band, and yours truly, Harry Bonzel. This program was arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Another mail call will be coming your way the next time you hear... Mail Call is produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
In your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Luster Cream Shampoo. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Bea Benaderet, Zink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Hair of Gold, Eyes of Blue.
I came down from Butte, Montana, for a little change of scene, and a Faye where I met a pretty queen. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine, the prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. Oh, I planned to leave on Monday, but she held me kind of tight. So I held the ground and hung around, and I left on Friday night. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine, the prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. I was kind of blue and lonely, so I took my horse and pack, and on Sunday morn was up and gone, heading south and riding back. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine, the prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine, the prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine.
Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy.
Mine's oily.
My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
For a lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise. Leading skin specialists have now proved the Palmolive plan, using nothing but Palmolive soap, can bring fresher, brighter complexions. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Now, here's what these doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft, lovely lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive soap's full, beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, normal, young, older. And prove this plan using Palmolive alone, nothing else, really works for 2 out of 3. So for a lovelier complexion, forget all other beauty care. Instead, do as these doctors advise. Use Palmolive for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Our young hero, Dennis Day, is a lad who learned in his early boyhood to smile in the face of adversity. And judging from the life he's led, he's been smiling constantly ever since. But even he doesn't seem able to muster up a smile tonight. For you see, his girlfriend Mildred has gone to visit her grandmother for a week, and our young hero is taking her absence mighty hard. We find him now pouring out his woes into the most sympathetic little ear in the Anderson household.
Gee, I don't know what to do with myself. Seems like she's been gone 2 months instead of 2 days.
Now, buck up, my boy. We're going to have some fun tonight. I'm taking you to our club smoker.
Oh, thanks a lot, Mr. Anderson, but I don't smoke.
You might when you see Tassels Latour, the red-headed ball of fire.
Huh?
She's a bubble dancer.
A bubble dancer?
Sure. You know, girl who dances with a bubble.
Can't you get a feller?
Of course she can. But there's some men who'd rather watch her dance with a bubble.
Gee, well, I guess it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yeah. Not that Tassels is going to do her bubble dance at our club dinner, of course. We just hired her to sing a few songs because she's the only professional entertainer we could get.
Oh.
But she's something to look at. Oh, my quivering soul and body.
Oh, gosh, how does Mrs. Anderson feel about letting you go to a club smoking when there's a woman like that present?
Oh, it makes no difference, Tootsie. She wouldn't let me go whether Tassels was there or not.
But I thought you just invited me.
Well, sure. You see, you're part of my alibi.
I am?
Yes. I told Pupsy that you and I were going over to John Campbell's tonight to see the pictures he took on his fishing trip.
Yeah?
And John handed his wife the same story, that he was coming over here.
Boy, you got quite a head on those little shoulders.
Ah, sure.
You're absolutely safe as long as Pupsy doesn't get together with Mrs. Campbell.
Yes, and that's hardly likely. Gosh, I hate to lie to Pupsy, but, well, gee, a fella's got to enjoy himself once in a while. My home's the happiest in the whole world, but occasionally I do get a little,
Stir crazy?
Certainly not. You don't imagine I think of my home as a prison, do you? Why, that thought has never entered... Yes, Warden. I mean, yes, Pupsy.
What's the Campbell's phone number?
The Campbell's number? Why, what do you want that for, fashion girl?
Well, since you and Dennis are going over there tonight, I thought I'd ask Mrs. Campbell to come over here.
Oh, no, they hadn't got a phone, Pupsy. Have they, Dennis?
No, the telephone company took it out, Mrs. Anderson.
Took it out? What for?
Unnecessary jiggling.
What?
Oh, it's the truth, Mrs. Anderson. I happened to call up Mr. Campbell about an hour after their phone was removed, and he told me all about it. He said that...
Dennis.
Yeah, I see the hole in it now.
There's one just like it in your head. Now, step aside. Operator, I want Mrs. J.H. Campbell on Wilson Boulevard, please.
Oh, I'm dead.
What did you say?
He said she's dead.
Who's dead?
Oh, Mrs. Campbell, they're holding the wake tonight for men only.
Are you crazy? I passed her on the street this afternoon.
Did she wave?
No.
See?
Dennis, stay. Will you... Oh, hello. Is Mrs. Campbell in? Mrs. Clara Anderson. Oh, she'll be back in an hour. No, don't bother. I'll call her then. Goodbye. So Mrs. Campbell is dead, is she?
Oh, I made a mistake. I make them now and then.
Well, you'll never top the one your mother and father made.
Well, at least you got a little reprieve, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, but what good is it? In an hour, she'll talk to Mrs. Campbell, and then... Oh, I remember once before she caught me in a lie. She bowled me out for 2 days solid.
It must have been awful.
Yeah, of course, I was only able to hear her the second day.
Gee, what are we going to do?
Dennis, I have it.
We'll enjoy it. You haven't much time left.
I mean, I have an idea. Listen, if we could get some woman to call up Pupsy and say that she's Mrs. Campbell, all our troubles would be over. We'd have her tell Pupsy that she was busy.
Yeah, then neither of them would ever know the truth.
And I know just who we can get to do it, too. That spinster around the corner who has such a crush on you, Miss Baker. Will you ask her, Dennis?
Gosh, I'm scared to go near that woman.
Why? You can handle her.
She always handles me, and I'm ticklish.
Nonsense. She's old enough to be your mother.
Sure, she looks like my father, but that doesn't stop her. Oh, well, I'll do it for you, Mr. Anderson.
Yes. Oh, my Dennis Day. Oh, you darling little bundle of oomph, you. What brings you here all of a sudden, and who cares?
Hello, Miss Baker.
Don't stand out there in the cold, dark street, dear boy. Come into my warm, dark living room. Sit down, you gorgeous thing, here on the couch beside me.
Well, okay, but you sit down first.
No, you first.
Oh, no. Last time I sat down first, and quick as a flash, you were under me, and I was sitting on your lap.
Yes, I know. And let's see if I can often speed, huh?
Oh, no. Gee whiz, you get me so embarrassed.
Oh, you goose, you. And, tell me, does that little girlfriend of yours, Mildred Anderson, know you're here?
Oh, no, ma'am. She's out of town.
Uh-huh. When the cat's away, the mouse will play. Well, I want you to think of me as something any little mouse would just adore.
I always have.
Oh, thank you. Now, what seems to be on your mind? I guess I've made mine pretty obvious.
Well, Mr. Anderson and I are in trouble, Miss Baker. You see, we told Mrs. Anderson we were going over to the Campbells tonight, but actually we were going to the Club Smoker.
Why, you dog.
Well, anyway, we just want you to call Mrs. Anderson and say you're Mrs. Campbell, and then tell her you can't be with her tonight. Would you?
Well, if I do this for you, what will you do for me?
I knew you were going to ask me that question. I want you to know I'm totally unprepared for it.
Would you take me out on a date some night?
It's a deal.
Oh, you dreams, are you? Oh, I'm going to live.
Yeah. Now, you're sure you know what to do?
Yes. I call Mrs. Anderson, say I'm Mrs. Campbell, and that my husband...
Oh, Miss Baker, what's the matter?
Just saying I had one made me all goose temporary.
Please, we have to hurry.
Well, all right. Oh, my goodness, see what you do to me. The blood is just racing through every inch of my body.
Oh, it's probably just trying to get the trip over with. Here's the phone, Miss Baker. Go to work.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing I'm Sorry, But I'm Glad.
I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're lonesome. 'Cause if you weren't, you really wouldn't care. I'm so glad you haven't any peace of mind or another heart to share. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're crying, all because your dream fell through. But if it makes you feel a little better, I'm crying and I'm lonesome too. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're crying, all because your dream fell through. But if it makes you feel a little better, I'm crying and I'm lonesome too.
Well, Mr. Anderson's story to his wife that he was visiting Mr. Campbell's house tonight seems to have been a highly successful fabrication, thanks to a phone call from Dennis's friend, Miss Baker. We find him now with Dennis and Mr. Campbell at the Club Smoker, which seems to be in full swing.
So the farmer looks at this fella and he says, "No, by cracky, not till the price of corn goes up."
Oh, that's a killer, Campbell. Oh, that's the best I've heard all night. Dennis, didn't you like that story?
Oh, sure. Wait till I figure it out. Will you hear laughing?
You had to bring him, I suppose, Anderson.
Well, he's a good boy. Besides, it makes my wife less suspicious.
Yeah, we sure fooled him with that story of being at each other's house, didn't we?
We sure did. Hey, you know, sometimes I think women are pretty stupid.
Oh, sure. No question about it. Men are much smarter than women on the average.
Not till the price of corn goes up.
Of course, now and then you run across a case that drives the average way down.
Yeah. Hey, look who's coming over to our table.
Wow, Tassel Latour. Must have heard me whistling at her while she was singing, huh?
Hello, fellas.
Having a good time?
You bet, Miss Lador.
I'll say.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Your singing was just wonderful.
You wouldn't kid a young girl, would you?
Oh, no, ma'am. Or you either.
Pay no attention to him, Miss Lador. He isn't hep like us.
Yeah. Hey, you're J.H. Campbell the banker, aren't you?
That's me. Nobody draws interest like I do.
Thought I had you spotted. Mind if I sit down?
Park it right on my lap, lady. I love my wife, but oh, you kid.
Gee, how smooth can you get?
There we are, baby. Comfy.
Perfect. Okay, Dave, snap it.
Right, hold it. A perfect shot. Thank you.
Hey, did that fella...
Oh, sure thing, Cuddles. My press agent needed a shot of me sitting on the town's most prominent lap. Well, publicity, huh?
Publicity? Why, you...
See you tomorrow morning on the front page, J.H. So long.
Oh, no. No.
Hey, that's a good one on you, Campbell. All she wanted on your lap was a picture.
Oh, yeah? Have you forgotten you were sitting right next to me? What'll your wife say when she sees it?
Oh, my sacred Aunt Sally's polka dot animal castle. What are we going to do?
My wife will leave me.
Mine will leave me lying there. Dennis, think of something, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, anything.
Well, we told Mrs. Anderson we were going to look at pictures of Mr. Campbell's fishing trip. Let's tell her that this was just one of the pictures he took on the trip.
On a fishing trip? How do we explain Tassel's Latour?
Live bait?
I'm afraid not. Wait a minute. By George, I think I've got it. That photographer is a newspaper man, right?
Well?
And a newspaper man can't resist a story, right?
Well, what of it?
Well, in 5 minutes, there's going to be the biggest fight and riot in history right across the street in Clancy's Tavern.
Oh, boy, can we see it?
See it? You're going to be in it.
Huh?
Don't you get it? We go over and pick a fight with a couple of guys. John stays here, and in 5 minutes, he starts yelling, "Riot! Murder! Big fight across the street!"
Yeah?
Sure. The photographer runs over to take pictures, and we grab his camera and smash it into an unrecognizable pulp.
By that time, we'll be kind of hard to identify ourselves.
It's our only chance, don't you see, Dave?
Sure. Come on, Dennis. Now remember, John, 5 minutes.
Boy, all the trouble I'm getting into over this thing. I might just as well be in the same position as you fellas.
Don't be silly, Dennis. Tomorrow you will be single, but our trouble never stops. Pretty quiet in here tonight. You see anybody we could pick a fight with?
Hey, how about those two over there?
Where?
In the corner, see? One of them's putting on her lipstick.
Now, don't be silly. This has to be a real struggle.
Yeah, I guess they do outweigh us.
Hey, look. Those two big Marines over there. Now, that's more like them. Huh? They look like murderers. Are we in luck?
Yeah, some days everything goes just right.
Oh, they're perfect. And, you know, if one fights, they'll both fight. Men in uniform always stick together.
Yeah, but couldn't we wait for a couple of Western Union boys?
Oh, no, this is it then. Now, go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Gosh, I don't know how a fight starts. I've always been single. Well, here goes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah? You and who else? Huh? Just try it, that's all.
Oh, mister.
Come outside and call me that.
Well, what are you talking about anyway?
Put your hands in front of your face and keep them there, pal. I'm going to hit you right in the stomach.
Hey, what is it?
Come on, fight.
I don't want to fight.
I thought so. Marine. Seagoing bellhop. That. What a crummy branch of the story.
Yeah, you said it. I've been trying to transfer to the Navy for years.
Huh?
Sure, the Army and the Navy got it all over us Marines.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think the Marines are the best outfit in the world, and I'll lick anybody who says they aren't.
Well, now you mention it, I have met some pretty nice ones.
Hey, keep off my side, will you?
Look, it's getting kind of late, Sonny. I'm due back at the base. See ya, huh?
Hey, wait, please. Couldn't you throw a chair at us or slug us with a bottle or something? Couldn't you, huh?
Look, kid, take a tip. Hereafter, lay off the torpedo juice. It'll shrink your brain. Even yours. So long.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Dennis. Well, it's all over now.
Yeah, looks like that picture will be in the paper tomorrow, all right.
Yes, and when Pupsy sees
There's
it...
the point, just like I told you. What a mess. Guns, knives, nice furniture, blood. Look,
It's murder?
Yes, yours and mine, first thing in the morning. Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Well, has she seen it yet?
No, but she'll be down any minute. And then our marriage will be over forever. And it was such a beautiful relationship, Dennis. We were Tristram and Isolde, Romeo and Juliet all over again.
Yeah, when you weren't Lewis and Walcott.
Oh, we had our little differences, but we always patched them up until this. This is the end.
If we could only keep her from seeing the paper.
It's no use. She'll ask for it first thing. She always does.
Yeah, but maybe we could tell her that...
Shh. I hear her coming.
Good morning, Herbert.
Dennis. Good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, my dear kind wife, who is merciful and sweet and kind and smiles no matter what happens.
What's this nonsense now? Have you the morning paper, Herbert?
Oh, there is no morning paper this morning, Mrs. Anderson.
No morning paper? Why not?
A big paper shortage sprang up last night.
What could cause such a sudden paper shortage?
Too many people rubbing instead of blotting.
Very funny. Now, let's have the paper.
You wouldn't want to see it, dear.
Yeah, the news is awful.
Oh, there was a big flood down south, a terrible flood.
Florida's now located off Boston.
We just couldn't stand the news, Pupsy. Hurricane kills millions on West Coast. Fire destroys Canada. Earthquake levels the whole Far East.
Little Abner floods dog patch with schmooze.
Now, you can stop this silliness right now. I want that paper.
But, Pupsy...
It's no use, Mr. Anderson. We've lied enough. Time now to tell the truth.
What?
Mrs. Anderson, lies and trickery and deceit are foreign to my nature when I see they won't work. Your husband wasn't at the Campbells last night. He was at the Club Smoker.
The Club Smoker?
Yes, the picture in the paper tells all.
In the paper? Give it to me.
Now, dear...
The only picture here is of someone named Dave Collins, Castle Latour's press agent.
Huh?
It says his taxi was in an accident late last night, and all his camera equipment and pictures were destroyed.
What? You mean if this fool hadn't opened his mouth, you never would have known it? Oh, no.
Herbert Anderson.
You'll have to wait your turn. Dennis J.
Oh, wait. No, Mr. Anderson, please. This isn't like you. Wait, you're not your daughter or your wife, you know. You I can lick. Wait, stand back. Help, don't do that.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing In the Still of the Night. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, you can see this come true, revealed by a luster cream shampoo. You'll see your hair lovelier, your wave or curls softer, more glamorous, easy to do quickly. Even in hardest water, luster cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, easier to manage, brilliant with sheen. Don't wait. Tonight, use Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty, magical cream. Discover why it's by far the top favorite cream shampoo. Get the big jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, you can be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
From the musical score of Rosalie, here now is Dennis to sing Cole Porter's In the Still of the Night.
In the still of the night, as I gaze from my window at the moon in its flight, my thoughts stray to you. In the still of the night, while the world is in slumber, oh, the times without number, darling, when I say to you, you love me as I love you. Oh, you're my life to be, my dream come true. Or will this dream of mine fade out of sight like the moon growing dim on the rim of the hill, in the chill still of the night.
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Dentists know what cleans teeth best, and over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So, to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today. This is Vern Smith reminding you that Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station. Join us then, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Oh
welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. When a college student with a flair for literature or economics graduates into a high-salaried position which utilizes his natural talents, he's honored and acclaimed. But when a college athlete, endowed with swift coordination and physical stamina, graduates into professional sports for a large annual stipend, it is somehow considered degrading. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy College, is discussing this very subject with his wife Victoria, formerly of the London Theater.
I suppose it's a matter of professional life expectancy.
What is, Toddy?
This thing of college athletes going in for professional football or boxing or tennis to make a living after graduation. Why shouldn't they? They're fitted for it by nature. They're trained for it. And they can make far more money at it than they could by wearing gold footballs on their watch chains and being charming to prospects in a broker's office.
I couldn't agree with you more, dear. So who are you arguing with? I mean, excuse me, with whom are you arguing?
Myself.
Oh.
I often have these intra-hall debates. They're sparsely attended and often quite dull, but I find them helpful sometimes in clarifying an issue. I take both the affirmative and the negative sides, of course.
Do you just think up these debates for the mental exercise, which you need like Mr. Heinz needs the pickle?
No, Vicky, this subject came up today, a four-man discussion. Mr. Merriweather, Mr. Wellman, Professor Heaslip, and myself. As usual, it was Merriweather and I against the others.
Life would lose a great deal of charm, wouldn't it, if Mr. Wellman became suddenly fond of you?
Yes, it would indeed, my darling. Our mutual dislike is extremely stimulating. Though I must admit my position is not very exclusive. He dislikes almost everyone. Unless they have $1 million, of course, and are named Wellman. Preferably Clarence Wellman.
He's a snob. To him, America's not a melting pot. It's a chafing dish.
Exactly. He's a snob with a capital dollar sign, if I may phrase the coin.
Oh, very good, very good.
I'm getting to be not only a debater, but a comedian as well. I see new vistas opening before me. Lecture tours, Dr. William Hall, 2 hours of fun and philosophy. Then radio, television. Would you care for my autograph, madam?
No, thank you, Jack Benny.
Benny, I've heard that name somewhere.
But, sir, I'm still interested in what started the discussion about college athletes going professional.
Oh, yes. Well, we were standing in front of the administration building.
There's a telephone, dear. Toddy, the telephone is ringing.
I know, but where is it? You listen that way, and I'll listen this way. And next time it rings...
I got it.
Good. Someday I'll take the scissors to that long extension cord and whack it off about 50 feet so we can...
Dr. Hall's residence. Yes. Who's calling, please? Oh, just a moment, I'll see. Mr. Packard. Jeff Packard.
Oh, yes, thank you. Now, Dr. Hall speaking, Mr. Packard. Yes, you certainly may. Yes, I thought that was it. The matter was under discussion this afternoon. In 10 minutes, that'll be fine. Goodbye.
Is someone coming, Toddy? Shall I fix some tea?
Oh, not necessary, I think. I doubt if Mr. Packard is the tea-drinking type. He's a prize-fighter promoter.
Yes, I know. I know his name.
Vicky, my sweet. The manner in which your theatrical profession impinges on certain other professions is a constant source of amazement to me. Hutchins of Chicago may be just a rumor to you, but let someone drop the name of any individual who has ever appeared on stage, platform, ring, or soapbox, and immediately you have his life history at your fingertips. It's marvelous.
No. It's all show business, Toddy. I still read Variety on the stage like you read the Yale Review. Anything that's box office, I've usually heard of it at least. And Mr. Packard means box office.
I suppose you'd like to know what he wants to see me about?
Yes.
But you're not going to ask?
No.
Will you marry me?
I did.
Well, one can't be married too often to a woman as discreet as you, one who has her feminine curiosity under such magnificent control. You're a wonderful girl, Vicky. You're a beautiful girl. And you have been a very good girl, so I'll tell you what Mr. Packard wants.
Good. It saves me from beating my head against the wall and screaming with frustration. What does he want?
He wants me to help him persuade young Ryan to sign with him after graduation.
Terry Ryan? Isn't he studying medicine?
Yes, and Dr. Davis says he's the best in his class. He was under debate earlier today in front of the administration building. Subject: should a superlatively endowed college athlete capitalize on his publicity and prowess after graduation? Mr. Wellman and Professor Heaslip, negative. Meriwether and Hall, affirmative.
You mean you were in favor of his dropping medicine for professional prize fighting?
My dear girl, professional prize fighting is a redundant expression. Prize fighting is per se professional. It is for a prize, a wager, or a stake. Therefore, an amateur status is automatically ruled out.
Don't quibble with me, Doctor. You were in favor of Terry Ryan giving up medicine for prize fighting?
I didn't say that. Mr. Wellman merely happened to be on the other side of the debate, and naturally I had to oppose him. No. My personal convictions had nothing to do with it.
What are your personal convictions?
Vicky, I'm one of those unfortunate individuals who are either cursed or blessed, as the case may be, with the ability to see things from the other fellow's viewpoint.
Well, for goodness sake, sorry if he has real skill in medicine.
Yes, I know what you're going to say, and in the absence of Mr. Wellman, I agree with you. However, Ryan is a natural boxer. Fast, crafty, tough, intelligent. That's why he's intercollegiate champion. It's quite possible that with proper handling, he can make $1 million within a very few years. As a doctor, even a very successful doctor, he can hardly do that in 20 years.
But money isn't everything.
The answer to that remark is, what ain't it?
I still don't know exactly where you stand, William. And if Terry Ryan is as shifty with his hands as you are with rhetoric, he'll make $12 million.
My position is very clear, Vicky. I want the boy to go on with medicine.
Good.
On the other hand, who am I to talk a young man out of acquiring a fortune? Must I recommend that he hang up his shingle and sit in his office reading his National Geographic, waiting for a $5 case of mumps or chicken pox? Oh, I'm not possessed of such
I guess
omniscience.
That's Mr. Packard now. I'll let him in and then leave you.
No, Di. I want you to stay, if you will. In the heat of an argument, I have but to look at you, and sweet, cool reason takes over.
Well, thank you. In that case, I'll hang around with the boys.
What a Solomon a college president is expected to be. But when I consider that the best use the world has found for sage assistance is to flavor the stuffing in a turkey, well, all I can say
This way, Mr. Packard. William, Mr. Packard is here.
Oh, good day, Mr. Packard. I assume my wife has already introduced us.
Oh, she didn't have to, Doc. She did a show in New York and London named Give Them Tears. I had 10 seats for every night during both runs. Miss Cromwell, Mrs. Hall, you were terrific.
Well, thank you, Mr. Packard. It was a very good play. And thank you also for contributing to its financial success.
Well, not at all. It was mostly deductible anyway. Entertaining clients.
Will you sit down, Mr. Packard?
Well, thanks. Find a cigar, Mrs. Hall?
The kind you probably smoke not at all.
Oh, you're safe. Made for me in Havana. $1.25 apiece.
And probably rolled by Carmen herself.
No. Escamillo made her quit before my time, Doc.
You see, Toddy, the theater isn't so far from the ringside.
I see. You wanted to talk to me about young Ryan, Mr. Packard.
Yes. You'll excuse a little shop talk, Mrs. Hall?
Oh, I love shop talk. Go right ahead.
Okay. Well, here's the deal, Doc. Terry Ryan's the greatest natural fighter I've ever seen work, and I've seen them all. Dynamite in both hands, brains in his head, and tiger blood in his heart. Ever see him go?
Yes, Mr. Packard, I have.
Well, he probably made it look so easy you weren't impressed. But take it from a guy who's been handling all kinds of fighters, champions, and palookas for 35 years.
That Ryan's a class of them all. I can build him up. Give him the experience he needs. Teach him all the tricks in the book.
Tricks, Mr. Packard?
Well, not what you're thinking, Mrs. Hall. I don't mean healing or gouging or tossing Mickeys into the water bucket. I mean the legitimate tricks a professional has to know. Ring psychology, diet, timing. My fighters get their decisions in the ring, not in my office or in the back room of a nightclub.
Your reputation is in your favor, Mr. Packard.
Well, that's what the boxing commission thinks, Doc. They're a tough bunch of cookies to convince. Never mind that. What I'm trying to say is that I can make Terry Ryan world's champion in 2 years. You know what that means in the bank?
Well, I have a general idea. And what do you want me to do? I know, but I'd prefer to have you tell me for the record.
On or off the record, I want you, if you will and can, to tell Ryan which way his best interests are. I got him wavering, but I just can't seem to score a knockout. He thinks I'm not a disinterested party. Believe me, he's right.
You know, of course, that Terry is studying medicine and stands very high in his class.
Mrs. Hall, I know more about that kid than he does. I know his sleeve length, 36 inches. How many fillings he's got? 1 gold and 2 porcelain. His kindergarten teacher's police record. $10 for slapping a cop. He likes his eggs, 3.5 minutes. He got that little scar on his left pinky from the first time he tried to use a scalpel. I know everything about him, including that he can be world's champion. You can see that I've done a lot of research on the boy, eh, Ms. Hall?
You certainly have.
I know, but is the objective good enough?
Oh, for me, there ain't a better one. Well, Doc, do I get your help, or do I have to do it without you?
Mr. Packard, I don't doubt that under your tutelage, Terry Ryan could become a champion and a millionaire.
Well, then?
Neither do I doubt alternatively that he could become a fine surgeon. Well, it comes down then to the question. Which gloves would I recommend for this doubly talented young man? Leather or rubber? I believe that when God has endowed an individual with a genius, a knack, a special gift of any kind, that individual is obligated to use a certain portion of that gift for the good and welfare of his fellow man. To use one's talent for the sole purpose of self-advancement and self-enrichment is, to me, if not a sacrilege, at least a long stride up a blind alley. Does that answer your question, Mr. Packard?
Somewhat later the same afternoon as we return to the halls of Ivy, just in time to hear Victoria say...
I called Terry Ryan, Toddy. He'll be over in a few minutes.
Thank you, dear. Did you tell him why?
No, but I imagine he can guess. Mr. Packard has been quite in evidence around the campus, you know, and he's not what you might call self-effacing.
No, he's a careful bull in a shop full of heavy china. Vicky, I sometimes wonder how far a man in my position should go in steering a young man's career in any particular direction.
Oh, but darling, you're merely advising. You're not tricking him into anything.
Well, I wish there was some fairly decent way I could trick him into...
Toddy?
Yes, Victoria?
There's a gleam in your eye. It's the same one you get when we play canasta. When you're about to go out concealed with 3 naturals. What are you cooking up, Doctor?
My dear girl, to hear you talk, one would think that I habitually resort to animal cunning and shady practices. I assure you that whatever I might be contemplating, it would be purely a matter...
Purely is good enough for me, dear. I had visions of you tampering with the steering gear of Mr. Packard's automobile. I'll let Terry Ryan in.
Vicky. Keep him out there a moment, will you? till I can make a phone call?
Oh, well, I haven't time to run upstairs and put my best eyelashes on, but I'll do what I can.
Hello, maintenance. Dr. Hall speaking. Let me speak to the head gardener, please. Hello, Albert. Dr. Hall. Can you locate Bean's fillets quickly? Good. I want him to be trimming the hedge in front of the medical building at, at 3:40 exactly. Well, I don't care if it was trimmed today. Have him trim it again. I'll explain later. Thank you, Albert. And I might add that you have the grounds looking beautiful. 3:40 exactly. Right. Goodbye. Hall, you schemer, you plotter, you master of intrigue. You were born out of your time, you rascal. You talk of the Medicis and the boys.
William, yes, Terry Ryan.
Hello, Ryan. Glad to see you. Sit down, would you?
Thank you, sir.
Vicky, don't go.
Well, I don't want to be in the way.
Oh, you're never in the way. And I think Mr. Ryan will agree that you lend a certain charm and distinction to any gathering.
Mr. Ryan agrees to that with a fast pulse and a recognition of the understatement of the week.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I must say, Terry, you don't talk at all like a pugilist.
Well, if Jean Tunny can love Shakespeare, I guess I can handle the dictionary. Doctor, is this about Jeff Packard?
In a way, yes. He's talked to you, I suppose.
He certainly has. Hands on my shoulders and looking deeply into my eyes. He paints a very pretty picture.
Yeah, we know. He tried to sell it to us.
In a very rich frame.
Oh, sure. He's already got me taking my championship profits to the bank in an armored wheelbarrow.
As long as I was officially invited to this meeting, I'd like to ask a question, Terry. How do you feel about it?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Hall, I'm weakening. If you can call it weakening to walk into a chance for $1 million and a little piece of glory.
Terry, as an intelligent man, you have undoubtedly given this choice of professions a great deal of thought. A career in the ring with money, excitement, headlines and fame, versus a plodding respectability, establishing yourself in medicine and surgery.
That's about it, Doctor. And I know what your advice would be. Stay with medicine.
Yes. But, of course, I'm prejudiced. I'm a teacher. And have a respect amounting almost to reverence for the profession of medicine. Conversely, I view a prize-fighting career as a gamble. Oh, I know, in your case, the odds are with you. But to me, the good you can do with your rare gift for diagnosis and the surgical skill you've already evidenced far outweighs the rewards of a boxing championship.
Maybe this is treason, Terry, but what if you didn't get to be champion? In a few years, you'd have lost out in medicine, and it would be too late to do anything about it.
Sure, there's that, of course, but I don't plan on staying with it. Packard says he can get me the championship in a few years. Well, if I get it, I'll retire from the ring, I mean. And then, back to medicine.
Do you think you'd come back, Terry? Wouldn't it be just one more bout? Just one more purse? Oh, mind you, I admit I'm arguing from a sense of excuse me. Dr. Hall's residence? Oh, Ann Arbor, Michigan? Oh, yes,
Long
indeed,
distance
yes.
Terry. Yes, I'm going all over the country.
I'm glad you told me. I'll put my first $10,000 in AT&T.
Hello. Yes, Rudy, I'm ready. A pawn to the King's Bishop's 4. That's right, yes. I'll call you back at this time 1 week from tonight. Collect. Ha, ha, ha. Well, will 1 week be enough for you, Rudy? Get some outside advice if you wish. I don't mind. Goodbye, Rudy. That was Professor Colstart at Michigan. If he loses this game and one more, he owes me a first edition of South Wind. Play chess, Terry?
No, little doctor. I'm not much on strategy, though. Anybody who can think 4 moves ahead is me, Pete.
And you don't think you'll meet any prize fighters who will think 4 moves ahead?
Well, the fighters don't do the thinking, Mrs. Hall. The managers do that. And I'd have Jeff Packard, and he's at least 6 moves ahead of every other promoter in the business. Oh, I see you looking at your watch, Doctor. Have I overstayed?
Oh, no, not at all, Terry. It's just that I have an appointment with Dr. Chester Davis at 4. Frankly, it's to talk about you.
I seem to be quite a fascinating topic these days. Tell me, is the future of one student worth all the discussion, Doctor?
I can answer that, Terry. Yes, it is, to my husband. He somehow doesn't think of the student body as a production line, assemble them, move them along, and get rid of them. He seems to think they're people, individuals. The future of every student here at Ivy is the most important thing in his life. It is his life. And now I'd like to hear just a smattering of applause because I haven't made a speech in a long time. Well, no applause from you, William?
When the flag goes by, my darling, one holds one's hat over one's heart in silence. You can't applaud with one hand. And like the passing flag, a simple truth requires just simple honor and respect.
Well, I retract the applause and take off my hat, Mrs. Hall.
Well, one tribute's as good as another to me, I'm sure, gentlemen. But trained as I was, I have more confidence in a noisy reaction. If you're seeing Dr. Davis at 4, Toddy, you'd better get going.
I think so, too. Come on, Terry, walk over with me, will you?
Doctor, seriously, don't you think it's possible for me to make a lot of money in the ring and then come back, finish studying medicine?
Possible, yes, but highly improbable.
Oh, why, sir?
Well, because procrastination is not only the thief of time, it's the murderer of ambition. I have it on good authority that you have a fighting heart. It's entirely up to you what you wanted to fight for. Yours is the... Oh, hello, Beans.
Hiya, Doc. Hey, what do you think of that, Albert? I clipped his hedge perfect this morning. Now he's got me clipping it again. He must be getting absent-minded or something.
No, I think he's just a perfectionist.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Beans, this is Terry Ryan, the intercollegiate boxing champion.
Glad to know you, Beans.
Yeah, well, likewise, kid. I seen you fight a couple of months ago. You're good. You take my advice. You go professional. Only, look.
Yeah?
Not so much with the left. It's great, see, but you got 2 hands. See, I'm a fighter myself, only I'm working here till they get me a good match. I'll wake out with you some morning. Then when I'm champion heavy, I'll bring you along, see?
Well, thanks a lot.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Beans. Now, if you'll excuse us...
Wait a minute, Doctor, please. Say, are you Beans Phillips that fought Abe Morton back in a while ago?
Yeah, the same, kid. I'm going to get a rematch, too. I know what I need now when I get him into the ring.
But Morton died 6 years ago.
He did? Well, they'll get me a go with somebody else then. You a fighter, kid. You got the built for it. Look, you meet me in a gym sometime. I'll give you a few tips.
That's a very good idea, Beans. But we're due at the medical building. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, I always do, Doc. That's why I like working outdoors like this. There's plenty of air. I'm keeping in shape for a match with Morton. I'll see you around, boy.
You bet. Oh, and Beans.
Yeah?
The next time you meet Morton, good luck.
Well, thanks a lot. It's a nice kid, Doc. Bring him around again. I gotta get back to work now. My muscles stiffen up. I keep moving, always keep moving.
That was all. We never got to the medical building. Ryan suddenly remembered an engagement and left. I called and apologized to Dr. Davis.
But, Toddy, you still don't know. I mean, if Terry's...
Oh, he's going on with medicine.
Did he say so?
Yes. But it wasn't necessary, my darling. If you could have seen his face when he realized that he was talking to Beans Phillips, one of the great fighters of yesterday, and realized also that this man with the broken hands and the scar tissue must have had a similar decision to make at one time, well, it was quite convincing.
It was also quite a coincidence your meeting poor old Beans that way, wasn't it?
Yes, wasn't it?
Was it?
No, dear, it wasn't.
That's what I thought. Well, congratulations, Doctor. A clean victory. Good generalship.
I'm glad it worked. As I have often remarked, all stratagems are not necessarily gems of strategy. I'm glad that horticulture has lost the decision to medicine.
Horticulture?
Gardening. Madison Square gardening. Cauliflower. And talking of cauliflowers, my darling, what's for dinner tonight?
And now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Be sure to see Ronald Coleman's latest picture, Champagne for Caesar. We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. In our cast tonight, Sheldon Leonard played Beans Phillips, Ken Christie was Jeff Packard, and Stacey Harris was Terry Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, the future has a way of sneaking up on all of us. But there is a way of accounting for the future in advance by a method of sure, automatic saving today. And there is no surer method of saving and saving with profit than through the purchase of United States savings bonds. Whatever your hope for the future, a home or a business of your own, a college education for your children, it can be brought to reality by saving. Buy United States savings bonds today. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget.
Coming up, it's The Great Gildersleeve on NBC.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Dee Benaderet, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. You've heard Mel Blanc as the happy postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
Yeah. What's up, guy?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Folks, does your vacuum cleaner bick when it should vac? Does your clock tock when it should tick? Well, why not bring them to Mel Blanc, who can make anything work? Except his Uncle Rupert. We find Mel on the phone.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Recharge your storage battery? Oh, the battery in your hothouse. For the plants. Oh, I won't forget. I'm making a note of it right now. Put amps in plants.
Goodbye. Say, nephew, I hope you haven't forgotten we're all going to the county fair tomorrow.
Gosh, no, Uncle Rupert.
Why, Zookie here is starting to dress up for it already.
Suki, where did you get that high, stiff collar? It's 8 inches high if it's an inch.
Yes, my lad. It can't possibly be comfortable.
Oh, it's comfortable, comfortable, all right. You see, it doesn't bother me a bit. But every time I hiccup, my head disappears.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Look, Uncle, here comes Betty. Take Suki in the back of the shop and get that thing off his neck,
Yes, come on, Zookie, come on.
Hello, Betty.
Oh, Mel, I'm so excited about the county fair tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah. Gee, I hope we have as much fun as we did last year. Hey, remember the Tunnel of Love?
Uh-huh.
Betty, this time let's get seats together.
Silly. But, Mel, tomorrow I think I may have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes, what would you say if I won the cake baking contest at the fair?
Well, honey, I'd say, gosh.
Oh, I'm sure I can win. I'm using Mother's prize-winning recipe. I want to show you what a good cook I am. You know, I think sometimes girls pay too much attention to their looks. After all, men prefer girls who can cook, too.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard fellas say, boy, has she got a shape. But I never heard them say, boy, has she got recipes.
Well, just the same, Mr. Blanc. You will be getting a good cook when we're married. If we're ever married.
Oh, gosh, honey, I want us to get married soon. Go ahead, you just name the day.
Now, we have named the day 4 times already.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Now if we could only decide on the year.
Oh, honestly, darling, you should become more serious about your business. Now, remember, be businesslike.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Who? Oh, the Y. Oh, it's the Y, honey. Hello? Yeah? Do I know how to get to the Y? Sure. I was there last week with a friend. And we had a swim and a rub-down together. Wait. Look. Hey, please, I only meant...
What's the matter, darling?
It's the YWCA.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right over. Thank you. Goodbye.
What a businessman. What'd they want?
Well, they want me to fix an oven. I'll go over and land all their fix-it business. Just for you.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
I'll go down there and really sell myself. They won't be able to say no to me about anything.
Remember, darling, it's the YWCA.
Huh? Oh, well, almost anything.
Now, ladies of the cooking class, that will be all for now. You've baked some lovely cakes today. And remember, the one I think is best is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair tomorrow. Well, come back later, girls, and I'll announce the winner.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Goodness, a man!
Thank you. I'm Mel Blanc.
What can I do for you, young man? I'm Stanhope, the cooking teacher.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Stanhope?
Miss Stanhope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Well, if you'll show me the oven, I'll get right to work. I told the secretary I'd start right in.
This is odd. Very odd.
Oh, I do a lot of odd jobs.
I must take this up with the membership committee. Well, there's your stove right there.
Thanks.
And you'll find all the ingredients for baking a cake.
Me? Bake a cake?
Please, you were late to start with, so get to your pots and pans. But, young man, the secretary sent you here, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
Well, very well, then, start baking. I'll be back later to see how it turns out. Extremely odd. Unheard of.
Hey, just a minute, Gosh, what does she want me to do? Bake a cake to prove I can fix an oven? What a silly way to run a place. Boy, am I glad I joined the YMCA. What do I know about cooking? Well, here goes. For you, Betty. Gosh, I'm following the recipe on this box, but I'm not getting anywhere. It says break 6 eggs, beat till stiff. That's silly. Some people get stiff quicker than others. Now add a level teaspoon of vanilla. Who ever heard of a level teaspoon? The stuff would roll off. Now, before putting in cake, stand near open window and cool off. Cool off? I don't even feel warm. Oh, this is silly. This batter won't even stick together. Hey, wait a minute. Nobody's going to eat this cake. I know what'll make it stand up. Yes, sir, I'll mix in a little putty.
Ladies, come here to Mr. Blank's stove. This marble cake is a work of art. Why, it looks just as though it was modeled out of clay. However did you do it?
Oh, I just stuck a few things together. Now do I get the job?
You certainly do.
Swell.
Even though it's a bitter blow to all of us girls, a man is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair. You and your beautiful cake.
Oh, thanks. Betty will be... What?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, but you can't. You don't know what I put into it.
Now, your recipe is your own precious secret.
Oh, this is silly. I don't know how to cook.
No false modesty, Mr. Blank.
But I tell you,
Not a word now. I'll see you in the fair.
Gosh, I hate to think what'll happen if Betty hears about this. I started out to be a serious, dignified businessman, and now I'm a male prudence penny. A penny that feels just like 2 cents.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
When two is company, take it from me, a breath of trouble is very NG. Yes, indeed, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, may ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job. Yet anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath, even you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Well, when it comes to getting into trouble, Mel takes the cake. In this case, the beautiful cake he made with the aid of a little putty. We find Uncle Rupert trying to understand just what happened to Mel.
Let me get this straight, Melvin. Your cake is going to represent the YWCA at the fair?
But I tell you, Uncle Rupert, I was an innocent dupe.
Dupe? That's a strange pronunciation.
Oh, I tried to explain to Miss Stanhope, but she wouldn't listen.
You should have made her listen, my lad. You could have done it. You've got something on the ball.
Yeah, I've got something on the ball. A great big number 8.
Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Longnecker down the street. My beloved Clara.
So what?
So everything, my lad. Don't you know she's the honorary judge at the cake contest tomorrow?
She is?
I'll just explain this culinary comedy of errors, and she'll make sure your name isn't even mentioned. You know, I can mold Clara like putty in my hand. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Putty, don't ever mention that word.
Ah, Clara, my dear, it's good to see you. You're as radiant as...
Rupert, you're getting fat.
I think I carry my weight rather well, my dear.
You don't carry it, you drag it.
How are you feeling today, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, I'm so weary, Melvin. I spent the whole day trying to find a suitable safe deposit box for my money. And would you believe it, in this whole town, there was only one that would do.
Well, that's good.
But I can't use it.
Why not?
There's a family living in it now.
Oh.
Oh, money, money, money. My millions cause me nothing but misery.
I'd be glad to share your misery, my dear.
Please, Rupert, none of your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity.
Well, excuse me, Mrs. Longnecker. I've got something to do. Oh, Uncle, don't forget to ask, you-know-what.
What? What, Rupert?
Well, my dear, tomorrow at the fair, when you're judging the cakes, if you happen to come across one with Melvin's name on it...
Melvin baked a cake.
Well, it's a long story, but would you...
Would I? Oh, you want me to see that Melvin's cake wins. You want me to open my big, generous heart and say yes.
On the contrary, my dear, I want you to open your big, generous mouth and say no. What I meant was...
You're positively insulting. Good day.
Hey, how'd you make out, Uncle Rupert? Is she going to do anything about my cake?
I'm afraid not, nephew.
Oh, but you
Well, for all you know, Betty might be glad to know that you're a good cook.
Oh, I'm a good cook, all right. A wonderful cook. I'm the only one in the world who can bake a cake and cook his own goose at the same time. Betty, what would happen, well, just suppose, for instance, a man won the cake contest today.
A man? Oh, don't be ridiculous, darling. No man would enter a cake contest at the fair.
Oh, he wouldn't, huh?
What's the matter with you, darling? You seem so nervous.
Look, honey, I know I make a lot of mistakes, but I keep trying to improve myself because I love you.
I know.
Oh, Melvin, may I see you a moment?
Oh, pardon me, Betty. I'll see what Uncle Rupert wants.
Nephew, your worries are over. Your old uncle is going to take care of that confounded cake.
Look, it's almost time for the contest. Do anything.
Have you seen Zookie around?
No, but there's Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Maybe he has. I'll see you later.
Dr. Crab, that dried-up dog doctor. Oh, well. Oh, Christopher, have you seen Zookie?
Zookie? No, Rupert, I haven't.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Christopher, you're even getting to sound like a dog.
Oh, thank you, Rupert. No, I don't feel so good today. Would you see if my nose is cold?
Oh, you're okay. Surprising that you managed to tear yourself away from those dogs.
Yeah, I love my dogs. Man's best friend. You know, sometimes it takes me hours just to give them dinner.
What do? Feed them one by one?
Yeah, to each his bone. Why, sometimes...
Look, Christopher, I'm in a hurry. I've got to find Zookie.
You know they're judging the livestock here today. My cow could have been the best cow in the show, but there was a blot on her record.
Your cow had a blot on her record?
Yeah. Those milk people once fired her for being discontented.
Please, go away.
All right, Rupert. But remember, a cow has the kind of shape that gives us many laughs. Her thighs are bad, her ankles worse. But she sure has pretty calves. Bye.
Zookie, I thought I'd never find you.
Yeah, I'm sure glad you did. I was lost.
Now listen carefully. Mel is in trouble. One of us has to sneak into that tent where the cakes are.
Yeah.
One of us has to eat up Mel's cake, every last crumb of it.
Yeah.
One of us has to take the chance of being caught and thrown out.
No.
But Zookie, it's for Mel.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? some marble cake. Very tasty. I think I just swallowed one of the marbles. This just hits the spot. I wish it didn't hit so hard.
Zuki!
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Longnecker.
What are you doing? Don't tell me you're eating Melvin's cake.
Okay. I won't tell you.
Put that cake down.
I am, as fast as I can.
Oh, do you know what you've done? That was the YWCA entry in the contest. I'm going to take you to the fair officials at once. I'm going to take you there if I have to carry you.
Well, I'm all through. Gosh. I'll have to be carried.
It'll just be a minute now, dear, before Mrs. Longnecker announces the winner.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, I've got a hunch I'm going to win. Mel, aren't you glad I'm a good cook? After we're married, you'll be well fed.
Yeah. My dad used to say, just get married, son, and you'll soon get fed up.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, there's Mrs. Longnecker now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 cakes tied for first place in the contest. One made by Betty Colby.
Darling, my cake.
The other representing the YWCA.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, the YWCA cake was destroyed completely.
Hooray!
Mr. Blank, please. But just because that cake was destroyed, it made up my mind. A young man passing by could not resist it. He ate every last crumb of it. Yes, that's what this boy Zuki did.
Zuki? Oh.
Obviously, a lovable American boy is a better judge of cake than I am, and so I award the Domestic Science Cup to Mel Blanc.
Mel! Mel, what does this mean?
I've got to go.
Where are you going, Mel?
I think I smell my fudge burning.
Mel Blanc, come out from under that counter.
Oh, I was just looking for Zuki.
Well, you won't find him there.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm worried about him. Anything might have happened to him, Betty.
Why don't you worry about what happened to me? I was never so embarrassed.
Oh, I know, honey. Gosh, I'm sorry.
That catty Muriel Graves wanted to know if I still loved you, even with your dishpan hands.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, president of your lodge, stopped me and...
Yeah, I know. He's going to transfer me to the ladies' auxiliary.
Well, here's the cup you won, with your own little hand. Well, go on, read the inscription.
Well, okay. Oh, no.
Go on, read it. Go on.
To the kitchen queen, who's sure to make some man an ideal wife.
And I have to be engaged to Miss Kitchen Queen of 1946.
Oh, gee.
And you were going down to the YWCA to get their business.
I got the business. Well, won't you let me explain? I went to the YWCA to fix an oven, but Miss Stanhope made me bake a cake. The only reason my cake looked like anything at all is because I put putty in it to make it stand up.
Oh, Mel, Putty. Oh, darling.
Well, it's no laughing matter. Zuki ate it. For all I know, the poor kid may be in the hospital right now.
Oh, no wonder you were so worried about Zuki.
Hey, did somebody call me?
Oh, Zuki, are you all right?
Hey, maybe we ought to call a doctor, huh?
Oh, yeah, Zuki, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine. I feel great. I was singing all the way home.
Singing?
Yeah, it's the cement mixer, Putty Putty.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zukiism. What's a Zukiism? Well, wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Young man, have you wondered why opportunity stays away from your door? Perhaps a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has caught up with you. It's best to be on your guard. So do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder.
For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Well, Suki, we had quite a mix-up at the fair today. I'd like to feel you profited by it.
Yes, my lad. It should have taught you what people should do to stay out of trouble. What should they do?
Well, to stay out of trouble, huh? Yeah. Well, people should look before they people should mind their P's and Q's. People should let them eat cake.
Reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Rhine. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Style Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Style Hepatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. Music with Peter Van Steeden. New features, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer Fred Allen as he heads his weekly parade to the old Town Hall. Preceding the band with a breadstick, followed by those drums of the stage, the mighty Allen Ard players. Let's join that happy song. Everybody going! Everybody going! Here they come, home folks.
Are you going crazy cutting that telephone wire, Jello?
Nobody's bothering me while I'm listening to the radio. It's Town Hall tonight. Society hostesses.
Are we having entertainment after dinner, Mrs. Van Faye? We certainly are. The butler's turning on the radio. It's Town Hall tonight.
Tavern customers.
Hey, waiter, how about a little service? I'll be with you when this radio program's over, brother. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, here we are inside the old Town Hall, and Peter is opening the show with Stop and Reconsider.
And reconsider, take off the highest bidder.
Can't pay a dime for your kiss to thrill, can't buy mansion to talk to bill.
Pockets empty, but I'm so filled with love that's meant for you. Oh, stop, don't be so choosy. Oh, stop, you got me woozy.
We've gone together,
share the dream, don't say I love the stop. Oh, stop, and reconsider. Oh, stop. You got me woozy. We drawn together and steadily, don't stay out of the pot. Oh, stop. And reconsider.
Presenting that wild woolly werewolf, warbling warmed-over wheezes, whinnying weak-wanted whimsy, wailing wacky windy witticisms, Wagnall's graceful Westchester's Weary Willie, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. And good evening, ladies. I was looking for him. It finally dawned on me it was I. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, in case you haven't looked at the calendar lately, it's Wednesday again. And if any of you folks at home have dozed off by the radio, we're not going to take any chances. Now, we're going to shoot off a gun here in the studio to make sure everyone's awake at home for our session tonight at the Old Town Hall. All right, Chaz. Well, now that we're all bright and chipper, we'll start the ball rolling with the... Get back up on the chairs, folks, if anyone was blown off there. We'll start the ball rolling with the Town Hall news. Did Harry show you how to work the curtain, Andre?
You bet. It's coming right down, Fred.
The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows less. New York City, New York. The district attorney, in a recent speech at the Legal Aid Society dinner, suggested a plan to provide penniless offenders with better legal counsel. The district attorney says that the fee-gouging shyster who takes advantage of predicaments of his unfortunate clients has got to go. Town Hall News subscribes to district attorney's attitude and shows the hapless plight of a minor lawbreaker who fell into the clutches of an unscrupulous barrister. The prisoner, one Galahad Dub.
The character Galahad Dub is purely fictional, ladies and gentlemen, and any similarity to any living person is purely coincidental.
The unscrupulous barrister, one Renegade Todd.
Character Renegade Todd is a figment of Mr. Allen's imagination, ladies and gentlemen, and any similarities to any practicing barrister is purely one of those things.
The trial, the people of New York versus Galahad Dub.
The following trial, ladies and gentlemen, is purely imaginary, and any similarity to any trial ever held or any legal action ever taken in New York or any other state is so much hugger-mugger, if you get what I mean.
And now that the Town Hall News status is established beyond a doubt, we proceed. This document, showing one luckless victim's experience with a gouging lawyer, is called The Strange Case of Galahad Dub. On the morning of March 1st, 1934 rather, Galahad Dub, a whisk-broom designer, walking down Broadway, spat his gum out on the sidewalk. The dull, sticky thud of gum had scarcely died away when Galahad Dub heard the voice of the law.
Hey, you.
Pardon me, officer?
Yes, you. What's the big idea of spitting that gum on the sidewalk?
Well, no speak English.
Don't give me that. You're under arrest.
Yes, Galahad Dub was arrested, fingerprinted, and rushed pell-mell away to spend the night in jail. The following morning, he was arraigned in court.
Galahad Dub.
Present, Your Honor.
Your cards here with expectorating a mass of tenacious substance commonly used as a masticatory on a sidewalk in New York City. This is a violation of a city ordinance. Guilty or not guilty?
Well, I don't know, Judge. I ain't got no lawyer.
The court will appoint a lawyer to defend you. A renegade talk. Okay, Judge, I'll take the case.
Ah, the unscrupulous attorney is appointed. Galahad Dub is returned to jail. Late that afternoon, Renegade Todd, that wolf in shyster's clothing, calls to see his victim.
Hello, Dub. Hello. Hey, I gotta get out of here, Mr. Court.
You're going out of here flying, Dub.
Good. What are you gonna do?
How much dough you got on you?
$10.
Well, fork it over. I gotta start things humming.
The whole $10?
Well, sure. I'm getting you a habeas corpus. That's $3. And now plus, that's 2 more.
The habeas corpus is $3 and then I'll bless you. Well, that's only 5.
Well, I gotta get you a witness, ain't I?
Well, how much is a witness?
Well, I could get you one for $3. But if you want a witness that speaks English, that'll be $5 even.
Oh, okay. Here's the 10.
Right. You're going out of here flying.
Hey, what about my case?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. What'd you do?
I spit my gum out on the sidewalk.
Stink. You're going out of here flying.
But did our hero go out of that jail flying? No, dear friends, no. Galahad Dub was in the clutches of an unscrupulous lawyer. The next morning, his case came up in court again.
Galahad Dub?
Present test.
My client ain't guilty, Your Honor. I got a witness right here.
Your name, madam?
Millie Twerp.
Millie Twerp, did you see the defendant, Galahad Dub, expectorate his chewing gum on the sidewalk as charged?
Well, I didn't see him spit out the gum, Judge, but I stepped in it and sprained the ankle. I missed 2 shows.
2 shows? You're an actress?
Yeah, I'm hostess at the flea circus. I'm suing this bum for $500 in medical expenses.
Suing me for $500?
You are now the defendant in a joint suit.
$500, all I did
Leave
was...
it to me, Dub. I'm demanding a new trial. You're going out of here flying.
And Galahad Dub did go out flying, right back to the city jail. And back came his unscrupulous attorney, Renegade Tort, to gouge him.
Well, Double Boy.
Yeah?
I gotta have more money. How much you got?
I got $200 in the bank.
Good. Write me out a check. You're going out of here flying.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm swearing you out of rig and Flake Grandy Mephisto.
Take a Brandon.
Yeah, that dame with the sprained ankle double-crossed you, Dub. I gotta get a new witness.
Can you give another witness?
Say, for $200 I can get a perjurer. You're going out of here flying.
But 6 months later, we still find Galahad Dub in court. His gouging attorney, Renegade Tort, is still with him. The trial opens.
Galahad Dub?
I'm still here, Judge.
And he's still not guilty, Judge.
Not guilty in the damage suit or the gum littering charge?
Not guilty across the board, Judge.
That's a lie, Judge. I can swear he popped out the gum.
Her testimony's a shambles of lies, Judge.
Oh, you shite.
Go on, I'll slap you with a subpoena.
Order in the court. Now, what have you got to say, Tort?
I got a new witness, Judge. Shut up, stranger.
Okay.
Hector Shuffle?
Yeah, I'm a picket, Judge. I was picketing a Frankfurter stand on Broadway. The Frankfurters Union. I was picketing the mustard.
Yes, go on.
Well, I stepped on the gum and my foot got stuck to the pavement. A walking delegate from the union come by and seen I wasn't walking up and down, so I lost my job picketing.
Do you swear that Millie Twerp didn't step on the gum?
No, it was me. I got stuck on it, Judge. I lost my job. My wife heard about it and jumped out a window and was killed. I'm charging this guy with murder.
I couldn't do nothing.
Quiet, Dub. You are now the defendant in 3 suits. Expectorating your gum.
Yeah?
Damages.
Yeah?
And murder.
Murder? I only spit out my gum.
Keep your shirt on, Dub. You're going out of here flying.
But did he? No. Back went Galahad Dub to jail to await his trial for murder. The Navy barrister... The Navy's barrister, Renegade Tort, again is found in the cell with his bewildered client.
Mine is a tough rat to beat, Dub.
Yeah, but all I did was spit out my gum. Why couldn't I plead guilty?
What, you get a fine? Where would I come in? I gotta get mine, ain't I?
Yeah, now I'm up for murder.
I'll beat this case, Dub. They ain't pulling no fast one on Renegade Tort.
Good for me. What do I do now?
You got any more dough?
Well, I got less my insurance policy, but look, I can buck. It's right here.
Okay, sign it, Dub.
All right, here you are. Just make sure my beneficiary.
Right, now we're getting someplace. You're going out of here flying.
And after 3 years in jail, we find our hero Galahad Dub again in court, and again his faithless attorney, Renegade Tort, has the case in hand.
The people versus Galahad Dub. The charge is murder.
Hey, look, Judge, all I
My
did
client's innocent, Judge.
It has been proven that as a result of Galahad Dub voiding his gum on a public thoroughfare, Hector Shuffle lost his job as a picket, and Mrs. Shuffle became mentally deranged and took a dry dive out of her third-story window. The court hereby finds the defendant, Galahad Dub, guilty of murder.
What's the sentence, Judge?
You have a choice on this verdict. Your client can either have the chair or life imprisonment.
I'll take life.
Hold it, Dub. We'll take the chair, Judge.
Well?
Very well. Galahad Dub,
Yeah?
the court hereby sentences you to die in the electric chair.
Congratulations, Dub. We put it over.
But you kept saying, stop. You're going out of here flying.
Oh, my mistake, Dub. You're going out of here flying.
Thus ends the strange case of Galahad Dub, who was gouged into Wingdom Come by that nefarious barrister, Renegade Thorne. The moral, ladies and gentlemen, spitting out your gum on the street is like giving your case to an unreliable attorney. You're sure to get stuck in the end.
Thank you. And now the Merry Macs, ladies and gentlemen, if they'll stop supporting me long enough to sing. Tonight they'll swing The Campbells Are Coming.
The Campbells are coming, hooray, hooray. The Campbells are coming, hooray, hooray. The Campbells are coming, hooray, hooray. They're coming to join us to laugh and be gay. They're coming to join us to laugh and be gay. They're coming to make this a gay holiday. Thrills and blue gals, they are marching along. They're coming to join us in laughter and song. The Campbells are coming, hooray. The Campbells are coming, hooray. The Campbells are coming, hooray. They're coming to join us to laugh and be gay. The Campbells are coming. Oh, the Campbells are coming. Oh, the Campbells are coming. The Campbells are coming along. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Rat-rat-tat-tat-tat. Rat-dee-doo, rat-dee-doo. Dee-dee-da-doo-da-doo-da-dee. Dee-dee-da-doo-da-doo-da-dee. They're coming to join us to laugh and be gay. They're coming to make this a gay holiday. Thrills and blue gals, they are marching along. They're coming to join us in laughter and song. Thrills and blue gals, they are marching along. The Campbells are coming, hooray, hooray, hooray.
Thank you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, in an effort...
Telegram for Mr. Allen. Telegram for Mr. Allen.
Now, don't be repetitious, boys. Give it here. Thank you. Fred Allen, Town Hall. So on. Dear Fred, tell Andre Perouse to look under carpet at left of microphone. Signed, Guess Who. Look under, Guess Who. If there's anything I loathe, it's whimsy.
Fred, do you suppose Guess Who is Harry Von Zell?
Probably Von Zell the Pixie. Well, look under the carpet. Maybe he's hiding there. I'll bet he didn't go on his vacation after all, Andre.
You're wrong, Fred. It's a message. It says, Dear Andre, will you do me a favor? Will you remind our listeners that it would be a good idea to buy their Sal Hepatica before the drugstores close tonight? Because you never know what morning you're going to wake up feeling headachy and loafy. And the sooner a person gets after that under-par feeling with Sal Hepatica, the sooner he's apt to feel like himself again. And I'd appreciate it if you'd explain why. Sincerely, Harry Von Zell.
Why don't you, Andre? The explanation is really very simple.
It is at that, Fred. Because the two things that usually cause a sluggish feeling, ladies and gentlemen, are the two very things Sal Hepatica was especially made to get after. Accumulated weight and gastric acidity. So whenever the need for a laxative is indicated, just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. You'll be surprised how soon you'll feel alert, alive, more like your old normal self again when you take Sal Hepatica.
and Stephen and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Strike Up the Band. Not from the picture, not of that name. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know you didn't expect to meet...
Whom do we not expect to meet tonight, Fred?
Well, this is National Airmail Week, Andre. And I'm going to interview a gentleman who has not only flown airmail, he's been an airplane mechanic, he has given barnstorming exhibitions, he's been a test pilot. In fact, our guest this evening has spent so much time in the air that eagles nod to him as he flies by these days. And so tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I know you didn't expect to meet Mr. Ralph W. Smith. Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Fred.
Well, that puts it squarely up to me, Ralph. Now, how long have you been engaged in defying the law of gravity and heavier than aircraft?
I have been flying since 1928.
10 years. And in those 10 years, approximately, how much time have you spent in the air?
About 3,000 hours, Fred.
3,000 hours. And how many of these hours did you spend in the airmail service, Ralph?
I flew mail between Detroit and Cleveland for 3 years.
Well, I guess flying the mail gets discouraging at times, doesn't it?
How do you mean, Fred?
Why, a mail pilot flies through snow, sleet, storms, and gales. He finally lands exhausted to deliver a letter that says, Junior has the measles. How is Aunt Minnie? Did you put out that little light under the ice bar?
I think most airmail letters are more important than that, Fred.
Well, I hope so. And I think it's only fitting and proper that the nation should observe National Airmail Week each year.
Yes, the airmail service has made rapid strides during the past 20 years.
You know, there's another figure in aviation who has been arousing the interest of the public lately, Ralph, the test pilot. You have engaged in this work, too, haven't you?
Yes, I tested planes for the Thompson Aeronautical Corporation back in 1930.
That's nerve-wracking work, isn't it?
Something tells me you've been seeing your test pilot in the movies, Fred.
Do you mean to stand there, Ralph W. Smith, and tell me that all the test pilots haven't got dimples like Clark Gable, and their wives aren't as pretty as Myrna Loy?
Modern test pilots aren't glamour boys, Fred. Many of them are college graduate engineers with a scientific approach to their work.
Oh, that's your story. I saw those movie pilots.
I don't think you find most movie stars use doubles.
Well, they might occasionally, Ralph. You know, it isn't generally known, but I had a double in the last picture I made.
Were you in any danger of making Sally, Irene, and Mary?
Well, not just making the picture, Ralph. But when the picture was released, it was pretty risky for me to be seen out around on the street. I hired a reasonable facsimile to walk down Broadway for me until the picture blew over.
I didn't think you were so bad, Fred.
Well, that's only one. What's your opinion and mine against so many, Ralph? But enough about my celluloid faux pas. I understand you were with Admiral Byrd on his last trip to the South Pole. Is that right?
Yes, Fred. I left for the South Pole in 1933.
In what capacity did you serve on the expedition?
As pilot, which also included navigation and radio.
How many men were in the group?
56.
You must have taken plenty of supplies along.
We carried over 300 tons of food and equipment, 12,000 gallons of gasoline, 4 airplanes, 4 tractors, and 3 cows.
3 cows. Did the cows give milk in that extreme cold weather?
Oh, yes.
You know, I always thought that when the temperature got below zero, a cow gave milksicles. or those good humor sticks.
No, Fred, those cows came in mighty handy.
Yes, I guess in that cold you fellas could use 3 extra jerseys. Well, how low does the thermometer go at the pole?
The lowest temperature we found was 82 below.
Well, tell me, did the 6 months night bother you much outside of making your pajamas pretty baggy?
Total darkness only lasted for about 4.5 months at the pole, Fred.
Say, 4.5 months. A guy with a nightmare there has got something, hasn't he? What would you say was the greatest kick you got out of your stay at the South Pole?
I guess it was the day we discovered the mountain range, Fred.
Were you the first to set eyes on the mountain?
Yes, Fred. Commander Byrd credits me with this find in his book, Discovery.
Say, speaking of Commander Byrd, he could have used you last Monday, Ralph. I read in the paper where the commander got lost over at the Jamaica Station in Long Island and missed his train to Babylon.
I hope this will be a good lesson to you, Ralph. If you ever start out to find a town on Long Island, take your compass with you every time.
I'll remember that, Fred.
Yes, you'll have to end up at Oyster Bay in a month with no R in it. Well, how long were you away with Commander Bird's expedition?
We left in September 1933 and returned May the 10th, 1935.
What branch of aviation are you active in now, Ralph?
I'm doing aerial display work, Fred.
Skywriting?
No, I throw those banners and signs you see advertising different products in the air.
Oh, those Welkin commercials they have? Well, I guess that's easier than skywriting. I know a pilot who flew up 3 miles and spelled out Fitchett, Fine, Finn, and Hattie. And when he landed, he had to go right back up again. He'd forgotten to dot the I's. Now, in all your 10 years, my relatives always applaud the least thing. I just put them outside. In all your 10 years of flying, Ralph, have you ever cracked out?
No, Fred, I've never experienced a major accident.
Well, I take it that you consider aviation a safe means of travel.
I certainly do, Fred, and it's getting safer every day. Planes are constantly being improved, weather predictions are more accurate, and the increasing use of the radio beam tends to make flying as safe as walking.
Safer probably on weekends with those Sunday drivers. But would you advise a young man today to go in for aviation?
If he's willing to put in plenty of hard work, yes, Fred.
Well, how about women aviators?
Oh, no, you don't.
I get it. Say, I know a girl who'd have made a great pilot if she hadn't gone into the theater.
Who, Fred?
Sally Rand. You know, I don't know how she'd have been on a 3-point landing, but she used to be a demon taking off. Thanks a lot for your little treatise on aviation and snow, Ralph. I know that you volunteered to take part in National Airmail Week and fly the mail on one of these special flights being arranged tomorrow as part of the program.
Yes, Fred, my application has been accepted, and I'm flying the mail tomorrow.
I see. Well, say, if you have any trouble getting your plane away from Floyd Bennett Field, just give me a ring, Ralph.
Do you think you can help me out, Fred?
Why, with me at the wheel, you're going out of there flying.
I'll keep that in mind, Fred. Thanks, and good night.
And good night, and many happy landings, Ralph W. Smith. And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys get right down to the cob for their inspiration and sing, "It's corny, but it's fun."
Lately there's been so much said about this thing called swing. Till you've learned his player's name, you just don't know a thing.
Well, that may be the modern way, and they may have something there.
But I prefer the corny stuff on just long underwear.
I like to snap my fingers when the band is playing jazz.
It's corny, but it's fun.
And I like to watch the leader man when he gives it all he has.
It's corny, but it's fun. I always ask an orchestra to make it hot and snappy. I don't care if it's good as long as everybody's happy.
And I like to yell expressions like, "Yeah, man," and "razzmatazz."
It's corny, but it's fun.
I like to sing high tenor when they sing Sweet Daddy line. Well, that's corny.
I know, but it's my main holder.
And I like to tuck my napkin into my collar when I dine. That's awful corny.
No, but it tickles my fancy.
I don't know the Big Apple, but I always try to fake it. And even if it kills me, I gotta show 'em I can take it. I always tell my partner that her dancing is divine.
It's corny, but it's fun. We like to borrow money so our friends won't think think we're cheap. We know it's corny, but it's fun, just fun. We like to go to weddings where they stand around and weep. We know it's corny, but it's fun.
I got a one-piece bathing suit, but I refuse to try it.
And he always hates to get it wet because he'll only have to dry it.
We wake up every now and then to see if we're asleep. It's corny, but it's fun. Bring the cold, rowdy out, just fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if anyone in our audience has a book called How to Behave at a Barbecue. Why, Fred? Well, in case I should be invited to one, Andre. You know, nowadays they have all sorts of books telling you how to be a social success under any circumstances. There's a lot of rules to being popular, you know.
Oh, I don't know, Fred. Seems to me that just 2 or 3 rules will see anyone through in fine style.
Well, what 2 or 3, for instance?
Well, be a good listener. Make a point of remembering names correctly. Take an interest in other people's problems. And remember that an attractive smile invites confidence. And is therefore your greatest asset.
Oh, of course. A nice smile is always a big help.
Ah, you bet it is, Fred. That's why we say, if you have an attractive smile, ladies and gentlemen, keep it that way with the help of Ipana toothpaste and massage. If you don't have an attractive smile, then by all means change to Ipana and massage tomorrow. Because Ipana was especially designed not only to clean and brighten your teeth, but when used with massage, to help give your gums the exercise and stimulation they fail to get from the soft, creamy, well-cooked food you eat, the toning they need to help guard against gum trouble. And with healthier gums and brighter teeth, your smile just has to be more attractive. The only way you'll ever know how much Ipana will help you, ladies and gentlemen, is to try it. So say to yourself right now, tomorrow I'll start using Ipana. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall tonight will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification. WEAF, New York.
Van Steven and the Ipana Troubadours has just played Great Day. Peter was a little pressed for time, so he couldn't give us all of Great Day, just a dash of the forenoon, as it were. Now, on Friday night... Oh. Now, no, they're not here, neither of them. The boys have gone. They went that way.
Hello?
Well, sir...
Gosh, the studio seems kind of empty without Harry.
Oh, I wouldn't say Mr. Von Zell was that fat, Portland.
Who's taking Harry's place?
Oh, say, that's right. You haven't met our new announcer. I'll introduce you. Oh, Andre.
Yes, Fred?
Portland, this is Harry's understudy, Andre Baruch.
Well, this is indeed a pleasure, Portland.
Thank you. Have you met Peter Van Steeden, Mr. Baruch?
No, I haven't.
Peter?
Yes, Portland.
This is our new announcer, Mr. Andre Baruch.
Glad to know you, Andre. Pleasure's all mine, Mr. Van Steeden. Oh, just call me Happy Andre. And anytime you want to laugh, just let me know.
Peter's some comedian, Mr. Baruch.
Oh, really? I thought you conducted the orchestra, Happy. I don't know where people get that impression, Andre. Music's just a sideline with me now. I do most of the comedy on the program.
You do most of the comedy, hey? With your back to the audience there? What do you do if your mug dislocates your neck? The only confidential mugger on radio. Say, you do all of the comedy. Somebody ought to give you to a Mickey Finn.
There's a little jealousy on the program, Andre. Certain parties.
Yes, Peter doesn't want to mention any names, Mr. Baruch, but it's Mr. Allen.
Oh, it's I should be jealous of a musician who thinks 4 in the bar is a quartet drinking.
Don't believe all you hear on this program, Andre.
Now listen, Satchmouth Van Steeden. The stork must have brought you on a rainy night, and you've been all wet ever since. Have I got an answer for that?
What is it, Peter?
Oh, I'm no show-off. I can hold it.
You know what retarding an egg does to a hen, I suppose.
Don't listen to that old acid puss, Andre.
Acid puss? Now look, nozzlehead. If you had some sawdust on that can of yours, I couldn't tell it from the face on the barroom floor.
Have I got an answer for that?
What is it, Peter?
Oh, it's a dandy, but I'm still holding in.
I bet you're laughing inside, Peter.
If his inside knows what his outside looks like, he certainly is.
Quiet, dudes. I've got to ask Andre a question.
Yeah?
Happy? How are you on laughing? For my jokes.
Why don't you try Mr. Baruch one, Peter, and find out?
That's an idea. I will.
Let's go, Peter. What's your joke?
Did you hear what Jack Benny is naming his new racehorse, Andre? No. What is Jack Benny naming his new racehorse, Happy? NBC Biscuit.
NBC Biscuit.
Okay, Andre, you'll do.
Now, look. He certainly will do if he can laugh like that at nothing. Now, look. People who have seen Benny riding his horse around Hollywood tell me that when Benny's on the horse, you can't tell where the horse leaves off and Benny starts. Come in.
Telegram for Mr. Allen.
Oh, thank you, boy.
Aren't you going to wait for a tip, boy?
That's Allen, ain't it?
Uh-huh.
So long.
Why, that uniform squirt. Why, I should have snapped his bicycle clips for him. I was reaching down. I'd have done it, too.
Who's the telegram from, Mr.
Here, I'm too upset. You read it.
Say, what do you know? It's from Harry Von Zell.
What does Harry say, Portland?
Dear Fred, I am up in the thick of the woods. Just heard the first part of your program. Wish you were here.
Why, that ingrate, that overstuffed loafer, I'll and how I'll. Yes, that's saved by a knock on the door. I was to have told him.
Come right in, Gramp. Yeah, hold on. Wait till I get my gear.
Now, just a minute, you two.
That's right.
Yeah?
Just let me press what's hanging out of your sleeve.
This, fringe?
Know your hand, brother. You are now in conference with Baxter B. Blurt, the world's greatest showman and town scout.
Well,
That's what you say, brother.
Well, I didn't...
I got a tip Harry Von Zell was off your program.
Yeah? How did you know?
Coming downtown, people was throwing their radios out the window.
Coming down. You didn't go uptown, did you? See how it was going?
Hey, tell him who I am, Baxter. Wait till I schmooze him once over lightly, Graham.
Now, wait a minute. None of that.
While Von Zell's away, you're going to need plenty of talent on this program, Alan.
Tell him who I am, Baxter.
I'll bite. Who are you?
I'm Red Hot Gramp. They call me the Toscanini of the odds and ends.
Toscanini?
Yep. Gramp can get music out of anything, Alan. Lord, yes. I can play on anything from a matchbox to a toy balloon. Gramp's a virtuoso on debris, Alan. He can play a tune on an ash barrel.
Now, look, I have no...
Tell him what I did in Bellows Falls.
What did you do in Bellows Falls?
The Woodpeckers brought the theater back so Gramp could give a recital.
They brought the theater back?
Yes, sir, you bet. Tell him what I did at Biddeford, Maine. Gramp played a bowling alley at Biddeford and stood him up.
I haven't got time to talk to Pin Boy.
Gramp holds the audition record for 1937, brother. Oh, yes. I played for Major Bowles, got insulted, was packed up and out of the hall in 4 minutes flat.
But you...
No buts. Let it go, Gramp. Yes, sir. My first number, I'm playing on an ordinary paper of matches.
Hey, you can't get music out of those matches.
I can't. Listen to this. Ready with your accordion, Doctor? Okay. Hit it, son. How's that, Bud? Ready for an encore?
No, I don't want...
Fine. My next selection, I'm playing on this carving knife.
Say, wait a minute. What are you doing with that dirt?
Gramp's gonna play the knife, brother. You darn tootin'. I'm gonna play this ordinary steel knife with this violin bowl. Take it away, Gramp. Give me time. I've got to set the knife again, Adam's apple. Okay.
How's that, lame brain?
You know I can't answer that question truthfully over the air.
Jiggity, I'm a homeboy at heart, but I sure went to town.
Fine. Now, if you'll just pick up that musical cutlery there.
Hey, you ain't heading off, Gramp, till he gets to his big finale, Bud. You bet. I'm winding up with his toy balloon. Wait till I blow her up.
I don't know what it is. I pet babies. I don't pick flowers. I give folks in wheelchairs the right of way. And everything happens to me.
Quiet, Bud. Gramps all set for his balloon solo. Okie dokie. Let it go, Professor.
What was that? A quarter note backfired?
My Gramps balloon buster. It's okie doke. I can still play her.
Well, don't tell me you've got another balloon.
No, sir. I'm making a little balloon out of the big one that just broke. Yeah, you can't stop Gramps, Bub.
So I've discovered.
Let her go, boy.
What did you do? You blow a filling there at the end?
Yeah, that was, how'd you like that?
Is that the end?
That is the grand finale, brother.
Fine.
Well, what do you got to say? Am I getting Harry Vonzell's job?
It's up to Portland. What do you say, Portland?
Hallie? Oh!
And now, if history can repeat itself, why not the Merry Match? For their second number, they swing, Put On Your Old Gray Bonnet.
Put on your old gray bonnet with a blue ribbon on it, and we'll hit old Dobbin through the shade. Through the fields of clover, we will ride to Dover on our golden wedding day. Put on your old gray bonnet with blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch old Dobbin to the shade. Through the fields of clover we will ride to Dover on our golden wedding day. Put on your old gray bonnet with blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch old Dobbin to the shade. Dee-wee-da, dee-wee-da. Through the fields of clover we will ride on to Dover on a golden wedding day. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch old Dobbin to the shade, old Dobbin to the shade. Through the fields of clover we will ride on to Dover on our golden wedding day. Through the fields of clover we will ride to Dover on a golden wedding day.
We have with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen, a man who is here for the express purpose of giving something away. My friend and able colleague, Andre Baruch.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm giving away is advice. For I know that at some time or other, there isn't one of you who won't need it. Whenever you're feeling headachy, sluggish, or logy, I advise you to put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. And it's very important that it be Sal Hepatica. Because if you take something with a laxative action only, you have done nothing to help counteract gastric acidity. So it may be some time before you feel like your old normal self again. But when you take Sal Hepatica, you're getting double help. Because as so many physicians will tell you,
as a laxative, Sal Hepatica brings you speedy relief. As an antacid, Sal Hepatica counteracts gastric acidity. And naturally, that gives you a quick comeback.
So buy a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tomorrow. See how soon your head is clearer, your pep is back, and how fast you're on your toes again, thanks to the double help of Sal Hepatica.
intelligent face, you have a disgraceful charm for me. You couldn't be keener, you look so fresh from the cleaner. You are the little grand slam I'll bring to my family. My ma will show you an album of me that'll bore you to tears. And you'll attract all the relatives we have touched for years and years. And what'll they tell me? Exactly what'll they tell me? They'll say you couldn't be nicer, couldn't be sweeter, couldn't be better, couldn't be smoother, couldn't be cuter, baby, than you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall tonight will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification. WEAF, New York.
Judy, whoever put me to sleep should have awakened me there when they finished. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and I have just finished for you You Couldn't Be Cuter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they offer a tribute to a popular radio comedian and present a musical tableau called This is the House That Jack Built. Overture, Peter. Every Sunday night during the past few months, radio listeners have been hearing about the house Jack Benny is building in Beverly Hills. We all know of the alleged progress the builders and termites have made. And between Jell-O commercials, Mr. Benny has boasted, with his California sun-kissed ego, that he and his violin will occupy their new home, as the escrow flies, on May 18th, 1938. Ah, but will it? Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a cavalcade showing that down through the ages, the Bennys have been building houses they have never lived in, proving that a Benny has yet to cross the threshold of a dwelling and say to himself, this is home, sweet home. The first Benny missed living in his own home in 200,000 B.C. He was a prehistoric ne'er-do-well. Gog Benny, a stone cutter. Gog lived in the swamp, and his days were spent chiseling words on rocks, for he was a Stone Age author whose light fiction even weighed 80 or 90 tons. One morning, Gog Benny was chipping away at a rock. A stranger stopped and spoke to him.
You Gog Benny? Busy, writing sonnet. Me from Stone Age Real Estate Corporation. You ought a company build you cave? Cave finished. How much? One brontosaurus tusk down, one leopard tooth a week. Too much. Offer half. Stone Age Real Estate Corporation, one price company. Dog Benny, one price too. Offer half. Deal off. Dog Benny stay in swamp. Spend life cutting stone. Dog Benny will die as he lives. A chiseler.
Yes, the first Benny was a chiseler, and his parsimony kept him from moving into the cave he had ordered built by the Stone Age Real Estate Corporation. But the world spun on its dizzy way, and the next Benny to defile the pages of history turned up in the 12th century. Stradivarius Benny, a wandering violin player, ordered a house to be built in the little village of Pisa in Italy. The house was finally completed, and Michelangelo, the architect, called for Stradivarius Benny to show him his new home. The two men were walking along the Plaza del Broccoli. Stradivarius Benny spoke.
We have walked a great distance, Michelangelo. Your house is just around this corner, Signor Stradivarius. Where? Take a look, please, across the plaza. Egad, that's not a house. It's a tower. She's like a lighthouse around and high. Well, why did you build me this fancy chimney? Because the Signor Benny is a cheap. I'm going to need 2,000 lira for bricks, you give me 50. I'm going to need 1,000 lira for shingles, you give me 15. I'm going to need 300 lira for cement,
Senor Stradivari puts Benny, he's giving me nothing. What I can build, I'm a build. It's a tower.
Well, the price is right. I'll make it do.
Here, take a look inside. I'm going to open the door.
Go in.
All right. Help! What's the matter for you?
I just stepped inside the door and the whole tower tipped to the side.
Yes, I know. Senores are too cheap to buy cement.
Look, the whole tower is leaning.
That's just what I'm expecting.
What have you used for the foundation?
What I'm used? Jello.
And today, ladies and gentlemen, the house that was never lived in by Stradivarius Benny still has its Jello foundation, and it is called the Leaning Tower of Pisa. For 3 centuries, nothing is known of the Bennys, but in 1645 A.D., in the tiny town of Kirkintilloch in Scotland, one Jock McBenny, a bagpipe teacher, started to build his own shanty. He was almost finished. On the last day, he was hammering away.
Well, good morrow to you, Jock McBenny.
Aye, good day, dear Mrs. McSpeckle.
It's a bonny house you're building.
Aye, it's bunny.
What are those 2 big holes in the roof?
One hole is the bathroom. When it rains, it's a shower bath.
Aye, but other hole?
That's the night reading room. I can read by the light of the moon. Now, house will be finished tomorrow.
Good. The whole village will be here for the housewarming, Jock.
Housewarming? I can build my own fires, Mrs. McPeckle.
Housewarming is a celebration, Jock.
Celebration?
Aye. When a house is finished, folks gather from miles around to eat, drink, and be merry.
At whose expense?
At yours, Jock McBenny.
They eat my haggis and drink my spirits?
Aye, the minute your house is finished.
Then the house of Jock McBenny will never be finished, Mrs. McPeckle.
But, Jock, the champion tightwad of Scotland gave a housewarming.
Then take a look at the new champion, Mrs. McPeckle. It's Jock McBenny!
And Jock McBenny held the Teethwad Championship until his dying day. To save the price of a housewarming, he never moved into his house. Early in the 18th century, colonists started flocking to America. And in 1733, a Benny suddenly appeared as if by magic in Philadelphia. He was Truman Benny, a chime salesman, who was later to sell a cracked bell to the city. Truman and his wife, Faye Livingston, lived and died in Philadelphia. They begat many little Bennies who overran the city. And finally, the state in which Philadelphia found itself was called Pennsylvania. In 1849, the gold rush started, and a cross-eyed Benny, one snag-tooth, got off the California Trail and ended up with his covered wagon at Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan was a rip-snorting trading post. The fit survived. Dog ate dog, and vice versa. And the villagers were so tough the babies were teased on each other. Snagtooth Benny decided to settle down in Waukegan. He paid a formal visit to the mayor.
Where's the mayor of Waukegan?
I'm the mayor, stranger. Two-gun Talket's the name.
I'm Snagtooth Benny. I'm aiming to settle here in Waukegan.
Man's gotta be pretty tough to reside here, partner.
Well, I'm so tough I got my boots laced with rattlesnakes. The buttons in my coat is black widow spiders, and I got a wildcat outside watching my duffel bag.
A Boy Scout, eh?
That's right. I'm aiming to get me a cabin here in Waukegan.
Jesse James was telling me that none of you Bennies ever get to live in your own houses.
Well, Snagtooth Benny is defying that tradition. I'm getting into my own shebang.
Well, come on. I'll get your cabin next door.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Cabins is mighty scarce here in Waukegan.
This shebang next door empty?
Nope, there's a couple living here. I'll see if they're to hunt.
What do you think they'll vacate?
I'll show you how we take care of the housing problem here in Waukegan.
Howdy, Mayor Talcott.
Howdy, Mrs. Rumpel. Where's your meat?
Mutty is peeling a puma. Say, Mutty.
Yeah?
Two-gun Talcott to see you.
Yeah, well, what's on your mind, Two-Gun?
As mayor of Waukegan, I'm a renting this cabin to Snagtooth Benny.
But we're
you're dispossessed, Musty. And here's your Mrs. Musty.
Oh.
And there's your cabin, Snagtooth. Thank you, Mayor Talcott. I appreciate your hospitality here, but I ain't so keen on your manners. What's wrong with Waukegan's manners, Snagtooth? You shouldn't have plugged the man to start, Two-Gun. Where I come from, it's ladies first. Them's fighting words, Snagtooth. And I'm You're dead, Benny. Chelsea James was right. A Benny never gets to live in his own house.
And so the first Benny to come to Waukegan left in spirit without setting material foot inside of his house. Other Bennies came to Waukegan later, but they lived in parking spaces and formed little communities in pool rooms behind the 8-ball. In 1902, a J. Hamilton Benny went into politics. He ran for representative. All Waukegan was in the taxidermist that night to hear the election result.
Well, do you think you'll get in, J. Hamilton Benny? Anything short of unanimous will be a blow.
Quiet. Here come the election returns on the radio.
Cheerio. This is Bob Jefferson bringing you the final election return. Patrick Henry, 11,671 votes. J. Hamilton Benny, 7. Henry Clay Lemke, 1. J. Hamilton Benny decisively defeated for representative. Cheerio.
Oh, too bad, J. Hamilton Benny.
Oh, shame, Mr. Benny.
That's that fatal Benny curse. I should have run for the Senate. Why couldn't you be a representative, J. Hamilton? No Benny yet has been able to get into the House.
J. Hamilton Benny, a politician, told the truth. No Benny yet has ever gotten into the House. And today, May 18th, 1938 A.D., Jack Benny was supposed to move into his new house. We bring you a last-minute flash from Beverly Hills, showing exactly just what happened a few minutes ago. Jack and Mary approached the house with the builder. The builder said,
"Well, Mr. Benny, here's your house all finished."
Isn't it beautiful, Jack?
Yeah, it sure is. Let's look inside. I'll open the door.
Oh, you can't open the door, Mr. Benny.
Why not?
There's no doorknob.
Well, get one.
That's $2.
$2? Come on, Mary.
Oh, aren't we going into our new house, Jack?
No, we're going back where we came from. $2 for a doorknob.
But where will we sleep?
In the barn. My horse will have to move over.
So you... Mr. Benny is cursed. If it is a matter of letting go of $2, he will never live in his new house. He is just another Benny doomed to tread the path, worn thin through the ages by hundreds of Bennies who have never been able to live in any house they have planned. This is the story of the house that Jack built. The end. The skeleton of next week's show out of the closet, ladies and gentlemen. Andre would like to leave you with a fact, and I would like to express a hope.
Well, here's the fact, ladies and gentlemen. This is National First Aid Week. Why not check over your medicine cabinet now and get from your druggist the emergency supplies you may need in the middle of the night or in case of accident?
And here is the hope, ladies and gentlemen. We sincerely hope you've enjoyed Town Hall tonight. If you have, the friendliest and most substantial way you can say so is by your purchases and use of the two products that make all of our Wednesdays together possible.
Hypana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Hypana, Sal Hepatica.
Thank you, Andre. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Wednesday evening, Town Hall tonight brings you comedy. Drama.
I can't stand it. For hours you've been kneeling at my feet.
Okay, lady, I'll get you another shoe salesman.
People you didn't expect to meet.
One of the last of the organ grinders. Tune in next week for the lowdown on this monkey business.
And music.
This W. Tudor is from the joy of living, great days from great day. This is the National Broadcasting Company.